All craft, prepare to jump into hyperspace on my mark.
All right, stand by.
Welcome to another episode of Monday Night Figureball. I'm your host, Wilbon. With me, as always, we got Mr. Coffee.
What up, everyone?
We got the Zoo Boy.
What's up? I'm down here today.
He moved. You and Unk Fig have swapped. And over there, we got our favorite MNF Unk, Fig Fury.
Good evening and salutations.
Awesome. And joining us tonight is a very special guest. Someone all of us have watched for years at this point is Robo. Thanks for joining us.
Years. Don't say years. Say say for a short time.
Years, plural. Yeah.
We have this young man joining us today.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you joining us tonight.
Oh, it's no problem. I like doing this kind of stuff. Coming on.
Oh yeah.
It's weird to jump on after watching, but and in the interesting copy from the front, that's just weird.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If we ever meet in person, I just want him to stand like this all the time.
Yeah,
That's exactly what I told him the first time I met him.
Hey, Robo.
Scary.
Both
We don't want to
sides.
give him nightmares. Come on.
Yeah, actually hanging out with him in person was a little bit off-putting because like you said,
you get to see the full face.
I'm used to seeing him from that angle. It's just a little weird. Yeah.
It's such a unique thing. Just because the first couple of times I caught y'all, because it would just be I'd see you on the feed and I'd click in and then I'd go off to do something, and that's what always caught me was what's he looking at? What's he?
I gotta have the display in the background. I can't have my door in the background. You know?
That's
Yeah.
true. I'm glad
that's
you brought that up,
background.
Robo.
Gotta have the goods.
I've been wondering, how did you find us? Just popped up in the algorithm?
Just random, because I pop into live, I see and click on a bunch of live streams. If it's toys and a live stream, I've clicked through it at some point. Just kind of, and I guess while going through, because
Whatever.
I saw this before anything, not on out of the basement or anything. It was I ran across y'all.
Really?
Wow.
Just in my feed,
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What's the
that's
Keanu
wild.
Reeves gif where he's like,
Yeah.
For once, YouTube worked out. They
Right.
instead of hiding all the stuff.
Yeah.
Hey,
The
we're-
algorithm
we're
worked
good.
in our favor. Yeah.
I know a lot of it is because we go for so long, but it's always crazy to me that we get significantly more views than we have subscribers. The views, like people,
Yeah.
those are coming. That's like an odd YouTube thing. Doesn't really happen.
Once you click on the thing, people don't want to just go down a little bit to click on the button. That's work.
But
yeah.
you know what's
Yeah,
funny? You
like
could
using
tell
your
that I wasn't like a YouTuber before this, because I was always like, why do people always say you got to subscribe? I know I subscribed. What's the point? But you know what? When Mr. Coffee started saying it, we actually increased subscribers. People actually don't unless you tell them they don't.
Gotta
they don't
ram it
think
in.
about it.
Yep.
into
In the
their
marketing industry, they call that a call to action. You gotta you gotta tell your audience what you want them to do.
Yeah, well, you know what? Like this video, guys.
head.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Oh yeah, for Robo.
'Cause I
Do it
hate
for
doing
Robo.
It feels dirty,
gonna-
doesn't it? I mean, you're like,
It
okay,
does.
Yeah,
Yes.
100%. It does. It
I feel
does.
slimy now doing that.
yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna be right back. I just got a delivery. So
Ooh,
Oh,
good
Good
delivery.
to
Perfect
see.
for the stream.
Another
Right.
snaggletooth snag.
I mean, so I'll be right back, fellas.
Let's do some hellos to some chatters, and then let's just get straight into the goods.
Hell yeah.
We'll get into the meat.
We got
We'll
our
do the meat
resident
first.
UK fellow Zavi. What's up, dude?
What up, Zombie?
Appreciate you watching.
We got Jonah. Gonna be an awesome.
What's up,
stream.
Jonah?
We hope so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he said he's been doing a big catch up of all the recent streams.
Yeah,
so.
finally caught up.
Shout out,
Crazy.
Jonah.
Crazy to go on an MNF binge. Too long.
We got Adam.
What's up, Adam?
dude? Commander Bly.
The power of first.
We got Lazy Aardvark. What's up? Love both MNF and Robo's content.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We got Shadow Dragon. What's up, dude? Commander Cook. Does Robo know Skivvy Toilet? We saw
Funny you
something
should
in the
ask, Cook.
pre-show.
It's funny you bring that up.
so crazy. Robo picked up skibidi figures.
The timing of that is crazy.
Yeah.
We got Dark Trev. What's up? We got Vito. The Zoo Boy rules.
That
Zoo
he
Boy
does.
rules.
We got Zach. Need Robo back on Black Series Cantina, but in the meantime, gonna be a big stream tonight. Congrats, boys. Appreciate you, bro.
Love those guys.
Those are always the good eps.
Shout out Black
Well,
Series
that wait, that's not
Cantina.
implying the other ones aren't good too. Those are just extra good because Robo's in it.
We got Stone Mandalorian stopping by to drop a like. Hey, I can't stay to watch y'all yet, but the mighty Robo can't wait to catch the replay. I don't know why I couldn't speak there for a second, but
He gave you a tongue twister.
yeah. We got Rodimus Power Toy Collector, new name. Welcome to the channel.
Yo.
Love to
Appreciate
see
you
some
watching.
names.
Got Rain. So unreal to have Robo on. Looking forward to the stream. Got J Beast 18.
Yo.
Yes, we are planning on doing collection tours, all of us soon.
Mhm.
Eventually, at some point.
There's 4 of us, so it's perfect. One per quarter.
Yeah, we could just milk those collection
Milk
tour
that
videos
algorithm
all
the
year
year
long.
round.
Yeah, right.
By the time you come back around, you've changed stuff in yours.
Exactly.
So it's
Yeah.
Exactly.
an ongoing cycle.
We got Seth Nico. What's up, dude? Matthew Shaver.
What's up?
We got Renault as.
Yo.
We got Kenobi Jabroni. We got
Yo.
Emiliano. What's up, dude?
Thanks for watching.
Got Mike Collects. Keep being tempted by
Hello.
that 2.0 Mando, but not really sure it's worth the $95.
I was gonna save it till later in the stream, Coffee, but I'll say it. I'm ashamed to admit I caved.
Hey,
You know, I love
Brother
to hear it.
caved.
No, the Glavis Ringworld Mando is a phenomenal Black Series figure. If you're content with that, I would say there's really no reason to upgrade. But that Mando
Truthfully.
2.0, I mean,
If you
It is
want the
great.
best one
what is?
in 1/12 scale, that might be the best one. So
The
I'm-
Mayfex?
yeah.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I have a grudge against that? What happened?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
I need to go back and watch my own reviews sometimes.
Oh.
What did I
Yeah.
think about that? What did I think?
Yeah, because I can't remember half the time.
We got Gamer
Well-
Zone. What's up, dude?
Yo.
Phil the Bob. We got Unc
Phil?
Doug.
Doug.
What up, dude?
Doug.
I love how Doug is a very simple hello.
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 Hello today.
Hello.
We got Andrew. What's up, dude? We got Germania.
What do you know?
What do you know? We got T Mac. We got Troy. What up, dude?
Thanks for watching.
Arthur Henderson. What's up, man?
What up,
So,
Art?
We got this random guy. Have no clue who this is. What's a Ricker escapade? Maybe you can help me with some deadbeats who owe me a lot of money.
Well,
Facts.
What's up,
you just
Justin?
wait till we meet.
Oh, yeah.
ICCC. CCC.
In case you don't know Robo, that's Justin from Out of the Basement. That's his other channel.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
that's his
Yeah.
alias.
Yeah, that's
His
his
alias.
personal.
In
That's
case you ever get any
incognito, huh?
get
It's-
any hate mail from Ricker Escapades, that's Justin from
Yes.
You guys need to
Oh.
check their comments because he will always be commenting on an Out of the Basement video, and I swear he tries to like act like it's not him. He's like commenting
Yeah.
like some random person on the.
No.
It's so funny.
Uh,
We got Dante Displays.
Appreciate you.
We got Pletho. What's up, man?
What's up, Pletho?
The Toxic Collector. This is like when I saw the Simpsons X South Park crossover.
FX Robo.
That kind of works for this this crossover event. That kind of
Which of us is The Simpsons, though? And which is South Park?
We're definitely South Park.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Yeah.
really a question. I think you know, Zoo.
We got.
I'll be
GI
honest, I've
Superkids.
never watched either of those shows.
Oh, you're missing out, dude.
Neither have
I've
I.
seen clips. Hey, look, me and Robo.
Y'all got that in common. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I will say I watched the first couple seasons of Simpsons when it started because that was the thing to do. I mean,
Mhm. Yeah.
that
You only
was
had so
crazy
many
what's going
things
on
to
back
watch
then.
back in the
And then
90s.
I'm
Like, you didn't have a whole lot of options.
Yeah.
back then.
had to click that dial around all the way to 40 from 24.
Yeah, there you
Get
go.
outta here.
That's too much. That's too much work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got Metal Jedi. What's up, man?
Yo, thanks for watching.
Got Piercing Bullet. What's up?
I like this. We're helping Robo grow. He needs our help.
Yeah, we're helping Robo grow. There you go.
Thanks for featuring me, guys.
You know, anything to help the small creators out there, we know.
Yeah.
There you go.
We got Late Night Collectibles, aka Bat Diesel. What's up, dude?
What's up?
Real quick, I did want to highlight this comment from Germania. Just want to say, Robo, your review of the SHF Mall back in 2015 got me back into figure collecting. So glad he's here.
That's
Oh
crazy.
dang,
That's
I'm
awesome.
sorry.
Your poor wallet.
that mall and that Luke back then was my first imports, and that was a
Ooh, wow,
big
nice.
money.
It's
Yeah,
crazy how
hold-
they still hold up to this day.
they're still on the shelf.
Yep.
And then SHF is kind of hit or miss now these days. But
Yeah, back and forth.
what's up, Lukeness? Hope you're doing well.
Appreciate you watching.
Got
Got a
both Lukes in
ton.
chat.
We got a ton of Robo love in the chat. Just wanted to say, Robo, that you and your videos really helped me out during the pandemic, especially with keeping a positive outlook, not just with collecting, but life in general. So thank you.
That was one of the things that kept me sane. Well, that's when the channel started kicking, was during the pandemic, and yeah, that's what kept me sane through that whole thing, was being able to just
Yeah.
put it all out there.
No, I gotta say, I gotta echo that comment, Robo, because I think the reason why, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but I'd imagine it's similar, that I liked you so much compared to other creators is because you were just so positive. Like, I love there are problems with figures, of course,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
for me personally, I just don't care if it gets that bad. It's out of my brain, So just to see someone constantly talk about what they like and what they don't like, they just don't talk about. It's refreshing, and I like to see that from you.
It's my hobby. If I'm not having fun, then I'm not doing it. I'll find something else to do.
100%.
I'll start a fishing
Exactly.
channel, and I don't like it. I'll do
There you
something
go.
else.
Right,
Can we-
100%.
Could we possibly get a Robo noodling channel? You know what that is?
Water's one of my big fears. Is
Okay.
deeper water, and water I can't see. So no.
Okay.
I'm there with
I
you.
come
on
out with a
that
Loch
one.
Ness monster or something. Ugh.
Yeah, right. Swallow whole arm.
I can't even hardly watch that part in episode 1 under the.
Oh, the
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
when it
There's
goes
always a
slow.
bigger fish.
The
Yeah.
Goombas.
Ooh.
We got Appo. What's up, dude? 212 Hunter.
Yo.
I agree with Jonah. If you're watching and you haven't yet, smash that like button.
Yes.
We got Land
Smash
Speeder
it.
Luke. How did y'all trick Robo onto this stream?
Yeah, we
It's a
told him it was
Jedi
out of the
mind
basement.
trick.
Yeah.
That's what we did.
That's right.
Robo thought he was coming back to out of the basement. Now he's stuck on our channel.
Yeah. What? This link took me somewhere else, and it's
Click the
Monday.
wrong link. Yeah.
What up, Carmine?
That's CSD. Yep, Carmine, what's up, dude? Joby1, tuning in for a few, but got to catch the replay at work at 4 a.m. May the force be with you. Appreciate you stopping by.
Yes, sir.
We got Brian. What's up, dude? B-Sum75.
What up, B-Sum?
We got William. What's up, man?
See, that I get it, but for me, it's just like innate reaction. I click on a video, I like it, even if I wind up not liking it. It's just like my brain is
my
programmed.
instinct, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You mindless consumers, dude.
yeah, exactly. Mindless
Yeah.
consumer. That's what it is.
Consume product, move on to next product.
We got
100%.
Justin flip-flopping the accounts right now, making
Yeah.
tacos right now while listening to you while my fiance is in a work meeting like a good little boy. Good boy.
There you go.
Love seeing all these
New
comments.
people. Anybody new? We got Tangy Fungus. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing well.
I mean,
Tangy, we got to get back on that Mario Party.
Oh, I gotta buy the new one so I could join you guys.
Oh yeah. We need to mix it up with the players. Get some zoo action on there.
We got Bender Rodriguez. What's up, man?
Hey,
Got
Bender.
We got
Nate.
Nate. What's up, dude?
Also
Nate?
one out of the basement.
Never find his alt.
We got Psycho Emerald. I'm late. How's everybody? Doing good.
well,
Yes,
you're
sir.
late, so you get docked 50 points for that.
Yeah,
Ah.
And then
I think that's it. Oh
we got
yeah,
Blaster
Blaster
Fodder. this an action figure
Professional.
podcast or a professional handsome competition?
Oh, look at
Well,
that.
we know Robo's destroying everybody with the beard.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
So,
Yeah.
I think the best beard award is pretty clear.
I wish I can grow a beard like that. I wish. So I got
Oh, give it another 20 years. That's another thing.
Hey, that's what I'll look forward to. That'll be my goal.
Once you get to a certain age, it just starts growing everywhere. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's like Coffee. You saw my dad at Disney. My dad has a full on like Santa Claus beard now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hello, Courtney.
Hey,
Hope
Courtney.
you're doing well.
Hello, Courtney.
Hey, Courtney.
All right. With all that being said,
Let's get into it.
let's get straight into the highlights. Playing the
Yes,
clip.
sir. We call that our Hammerhead highlights.
Hammerhead
All right.
highlights.
We're starting off. Fresh Black Series reveals. There was a fan stream recently. Very nice. And of course, the pictures aren't popping up for me to share them. That's awesome. We love that.
It's funny
Love it.
because Robo and I had discussed last year of a good time to have him on, and I was like, "Oh, when the first Hasbro fan stream is, that'll be good. It'll be lots of reveals, and it's 2 reveals." But as Robo said in the weekly, they're 2 heavy hitter reveals.
Yeah, they are.
Yes.
Yeah, at least that's good.
Very true. So, starting off, we do have Anakin Skywalker in his Clone Wars armor, but it's specifically from the Ahsoka show. And the high-res images are from Bantha Skull. So, shout out to them for dropping the actual good images, because Hasbro only streams in 720p in 2025.
In the big 2025.
But I don't even know why I pulled that image up. I guess just because that was like the one that it would let me. But let's go ahead and
So,
just everything's in
guys-
the box. We'll get into the.
Are you guys saying you don't use dial-up still? I'm the only.
Yeah, yeah. That's what it is.
I'm the only one. All right. Oh, well.
So, this was revealed in the fan stream on when was it? Wednesday. This past Wednesday,
Yes, that's right.
25th or not 25th, the 23rd or something. But yeah. I mean, nothing special. If you keep up with the leaks, we've already basically seen this figure. They did update the likeness. They did give it soft goods instead of hard plastic this time around, and they did update the belt as well, which is
I'll say
Interesting.
I'm glad to have kind of reserved judgment about this figure until we saw the finished product, instead of like,
That's the problem with the leaks.
yeah, you
Mhm.
just have to take all of those with a grain of salt, because you just don't know how it's going to look in the finished product. With the finished product.
I am gonna get rid of the banner because I don't want to cover up Zuboy's cute face too much.
Cover it up. This is better.
He's just a little head sticking up over the banner. there.
Yeah, I got to
Yeah.
peek over.
Exactly.
How are we feeling about this? Because I have my own. I guess we can kind of just go in order, so we can start off with Wilbon. How are you feeling, brother? How do you?
With the initial reveal, I was like, the soft goods, not great. But then I actually took a minute and I looked at the other Anakin on my shelf, and even with the soft goods, I'm still gonna pick this up just purely for the head sculpt alone, because that original head is not good at all.
Would you do a swap?
I would consider it, but I want to get the figure in hand before I would commit to that, I guess. So to
Yeah.
speak. I would want to see how it feels in hand and how it looks next to my Obi-Wan. If I put this next to my Obi-Wan and I really don't like how that soft goods looks next to it, then I'll probably do a swap. But
Yeah, I'm not going
Considering
to
it's-
spoil for anyone who hasn't seen. I won't spoil Robo's thoughts on this, but Robo brought up a good point in the weekly when he said that it was like, oh, you take this, you take the other one, you could just sell it, whatever, use it for fodder. But then, because this is soft goods, it's like, well, maybe the other is better, depending on what you like. For me, I think I'll probably like the other one better body-wise. Obviously, this head is much better, just because I like the hard plastic. But, and I guess Landspeeder Luke would be with me on that as well. But
the hard goods.
yeah,
I'm there as well because I have the original Anakin. I repainted the body because the color of the armor was like that weird blue color on the first release. The gloves were just cast in black.
It's just off. Everything is off about that figure.
Yeah. And the head sculpt was obviously the weakest part, but I put a custom head on it. I repainted the armor to be a little more accurate and everything. So for me, I'm good on this. I do like that. I would say this is Anakin's second most iconic outfit ever. So it's good to see that coming back out. But I think everyone has the same gripe with this, and it's those legs. Why are they reusing legs from 2013 on a 2025 mainline new media action figure?
Yeah, that's what's surprising to me is it's new media, but it's not getting that new media love.
Right.
We were watching these reveals live on Blitz Transmissions Tommy's channel. Like the very first thing I said when they pulled this up on the table, I was like, "Oh, it's the same legs." That was my first initial thing. I'm like, "Come on, man!"
Well, it's also the same arms too, so you get horizontal hinges on the wrists of a lightsaber wielder, which
is the glove the same? I didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
So
This one looks like it's painted better, though, right? That from the images, it looks like it's a better color.
The colors do look much better, and of course, the head sculpt is vastly improved. But yeah, everything else is. I'm not really liking it. I don't really like how high the chest armor is sitting. It feels like it's a little too high up on the neck or something.
Uncle Doug is spitting here.
Yeah, this is. And you could use the same logic for Darth Vader. It sucks that he doesn't have new legs. Not having new legs is what convinced me to get the. It's an SHF, right? That's what it is. It's not a Mayfix.
Which one? The Kenobi?
The SHF what?
Vader.
Yes.
Yeah.
SHF.
Yeah, because the old Vader legs, they're not as bad as some IG-88 or Jango Fett or something like that, but they're still not great. And
Let me grab my Anakin.
Yeah, I wanted to get a better quality leg, but I can't imagine this look will be made, by another company.
But the legs are from the legs are from the Revenge of the Sith body, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So he uses the same legs and same boots, but nobody else uses those boots, right?
Nope.
I don't think so, but I think it's on Attack of the Clones Anakin as well, right?
I believe so.
It's just all the Anakin figures have that, yeah.
Yeah, because the Attack of the Clones one is reuse of the Revenge of the Sith body with a new arm.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick.
See, I can only think from a
course the
production point of view is that why are we going to make new sculpt when we're only going to use it once?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I can understand.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that as, an excuse, but
they could pump out the Anakins, They could do Anakin.
Let's do a new sculpt for this Anakin, and then we can reissue Revenge of the Sith and Attack of the Clones with new heads.
And they could also do it for a Force Ghost, a new Force Ghost Anakin. They could do, I don't know if you've heard people talk about it, but they could do like a lava reflection Anakin from Revenge of the Sith for Mustafar.
Hold on, I got it right here.
Wasn't that the rumor for the?
That's what people have been saying.
Yeah, that was.
I still think that's waffling. I'm not gonna lie.
And like it has like an orange paint hits. The camera's not.
I think it's brown overspray on a factory reject.
See, it could be the lava collection.
There you go.
That's the newest subline.
That's how we're
collection and with lava.
We're gonna get a new Grievous, but only in the lava collection. We won't get a standard Grievous.
Obi-Wan with orange overspray, Vader with orange overspray. Man, it sells.
Can't wait.
I'm not gonna lie. I would buy Anakin and Obi-Wan in the lava look. Just them. I wouldn't buy anyone
else. The little
else.
platform.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great. Have like a little Mustafar diorama. That'd be sick.
So if like me, if you were going to buy this and swap heads, it may be better to swap tunic, right, over to this one if you want plastic.
There's some. I think it's a preference, obviously, but there's a couple things, at least from these pictures, I don't like. What I'm pointing out is it looks like they sewed it too tight, so his open with the maroon.
Yes.
color isn't showing as good. But I mean, you could customize that too, I guess. Just
Yeah,
clip
you
it
might
right
be able
there.
to adjust that and pull it down a little bit. And
But I don't know. It to me, I think the sculpt. I'm a soft goods guy. I usually like soft goods over hard goods, but in this case, it's so personal, man. Like you probably have to have them both in hand.
that's what I'm saying. I
yeah.
think I would reserve judgment until I have both figures in hand. And
Yeah, I'd be very interested to see how this compares.
Right.
yeah, but I ended up pre-ordering it. I think I'm in on it. Just purely, honestly, if worst case, it's just a head swap over to the other one. If I decide I like that one better.
The head's so good. We don't have enough good Anakin heads.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is this the best Anakin head in the line that we have thus far?
Oh, in the
Looking to be,
easily, yeah.
Yeah,
You-
because
I think this might be
alternative
the
is
best.
like the archive, and
This might be the
that's
best 6-inch.
not great.
Actually, no. I think this is the second best 6-inch Hayden Anakin. I still think the SHF Padawan Anakin has the best Hayden resemblance, but this is easily up there with it.
See, the reason why I was asking it as a question is because I know some people don't like it, but I really do like the Anakin head sculpt on the Force Ghost figure. You know,
It's decent. It's just
okay,
something's off about it.
well, it's specifically for that. Like he's like has the little smile. It's like for that scene. Like you wouldn't want them. I've seen some people take that head and put it on the archive Anakin body.
No,
but it's like that doesn't work.
Yeah,
but for that scene, I like it. Even though it should have had a Sebastian Shaw alternate head for sure.
I will say, since it's Hasbro and they glue on like the hair pieces as separate sculpts, I do think they'll probably reuse this head sculpt for Revenge of the Sith and just glue the longer hair piece on. So I mean, if this is the likeness that we're getting, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it looks pretty good. I don't think it's bad at all. But,
agreed.
So is all of us in on this?
No, this was
except you.
Yeah, he's got the
I got my
custom head
custom.
on
Yeah, you
there.
got your custom.
I don't need this.
But
Remember,
for
you
those
said you
of-
would do a swap, right?
Lightsaber.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
Robo, go ahead.
No, good. Do you have the shot with the lightsaber where he's standing straight up and down?
Yes.
That's my other.
Like this one? Or
No, with it laying beside him, and he's
Oh.
just neutral vanilla. Well, I guess that shows it right there.
Yeah.
He can almost touch his knees. Is that a Hayden proportions thing, or is that a figure?
Oh yeah, he's got long arms.
I think Courtney brought that up a little while back. Talking about how his arms are too long.
Yeah, I know the pic that the Robo's talking about. In that pic, that you definitely see that he has long arms. I think you posted it in the Out of the Basement server. I don't know if you have.
They may
it
not
saved.
send it out with the promotionals.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these are just all the promo images that they posted. So this is
There it
oh,
is.
this one
Actually-
right here. Yeah.
It could be butterfly joints. I can't even remember this figure. That's what I was looking for a minute ago. I thought I had it out here, but I think it's in the office. But
He does have
with the butterfly joints, it usually shoves the shoulders down a little bit too.
Yeah, it definitely does look like he has, as Matthew Shaver said, gorilla arms.
Yeah, I'm getting like Jango Fett, Black Series Jango Fett proportions from this, like stubby legs, long arms, silverback gorilla vibes.
So, so if you put a spacer in the torso joint to jack them up a little bit, but that would
Might
make
look
him too
better.
tall because that figure's already tall.
Yeah. But I mean, it might make the proportions look better.
Because
I
that's
will
what I
say,
did with Django, and it worked out a little better.
I will say, I do think the chest plate being raised up so much is throwing the proportions off.
Yeah,
Because you can
I
see
can
his
see
I
shoulder
can see
line
it.
is like right here. And then this
Yeah.
is raised up probably a quarter of an inch or so, which is a lot. On a
Yeah, that's what Bad
6-inch
Diesel
figure.
is saying here as well.
Yeah.
Almost makes it look like he has drop down, like shoulders.
It's like the
you know, he does.
SHF Stormtrooper. That's what it is. Hasbro's implementing that into the Black Series.
Dropping the head could fix some things too.
Mhm.
Yeah. I would be interested to see if you could drop this down.
It is weird how it sits so high like that.
Yeah, because I mean, on the original figure, it's with the plastic. It's
Right.
Is it part of,
Yeah.
is it part of the tunic on that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
These
It's
are all
all
sculpted
molded
together,
plastic.
and then the belt is sculpted to the skirt as well.
The head swap might be the way to go, like Robo was mentioning.
I agree.
Especially for those of us that want like a low effort fix on this.
It just
Yeah.
sucks that you gotta, this is not the only time that a lot of people are buying a figure just for a head,
Mhm.
kind of sucks.
Yeah, I hate that.
I will
But-
say this is coming from the perspective of people who have the original. I do think
Oh,
it's
yeah.
good that this outfit is a mainline as opposed to a super hard to find Target exclusive.
Especially because
Correct,
those
yeah.
exclusives were particularly hard, even
Oh, they
for
were,
Target
yes.
exclusives.
Mhm.
I'll never
But-
forget having to hunt. I went to like 6 different Targets that morning trying to get these figures.
I'm
that
with you.
wave.
Did you find it?
Yeah, it was like the 3rd or 4th store where I found even one, and then by the time I had to get to the 6th Target before I had the whole wave.
See, I went to like 6 or 7 Targets just like you, and I never found it. And then
Oh man,
I bought it on eBay for $50. It was the most I've ever spent on a Black Series figure. That and Revenge of the Sith Anakin. Anakin's the
I gotta
most.
say though, that's still a pretty good deal considering what these
Yeah, what it goes for
aftermarket
now.
prices.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah.
So
At least this is good for new collectors that totally miss out on that.
Yeah, for
Right.
sure.
So Wilbon, you pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
I passed. Fig, did you pre-order it?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but yes, I did.
I caved.
Robo, is that a pickup for you?
And yeah, I had said that phase 2 is more up my speed, and it is. But
Oh,
once I
that
saw the double trigger finger hands, I thought, okay, maybe I'll go ahead and grab it. But I'm not proud of it.
Robo's spoiling. We were talking about the
Yeah, we were talking about Anakin.
Well, he
Oh,
moved
dang
on
it.
with the, he moved on with the
Whoa,
pictures.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's Coffee's fault for putting it on screen. Confusing.
Yeah, you,
Robo.
you set Robo up for that. Come on now.
Yeah, I'm a visual kind of guy.
I mean-
I did pre-order Anakin.
You did,
I'm going to
okay.
do the head swap, and
Yeah.
I'm going to put the old head on here for action shots or tossing around, throwing around in the dirt and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Everyone who watches this knows by now. I'm not the most actiony guy when it comes to my figure poses. In the back, you could see they're just standing.
The action stays out of the figures.
Right. So I'm perfectly fine with the hard plastic, but I would think this would be popular for exactly what Robo just said. For the Robo.
Roby.
For the people who, you actually want him in an action pose. It's harder to do with that old figure with the rubber overlay. So might be better off for some people, for action shots at least. I'm sure Fig will put together some good shots with this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Zooboy, we know you pre-order everything, so
That's not true, but I did pre-order this.
Pre-ordering is free. I'll give Zoo that.
That is
gotta
true.
give that one to Zoo.
Gotta
Right,
give
now
that
we
one
can
to
actually move on to Captain Rex.
Yeah.
Well, I'm already done.
There you go. So phase 2 Rex also got revealed, which, even though they were disappointing, like we said, 2 heavy hitters, which is pretty cool. I was surprised by how he looks. I think he looks pretty good. I was considering grabbing this, honestly, even though I was like, nope, pass. But now I'm like, kind of.
I'm surprised
thinking
because,
about
like
it.
Robo was saying that he's a phase 2 kind of guy, like me. You're a phase 1 kind of guy. So
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
But he's. I get
it's
what
just like
You're
not
a
caring
theatrical
as much.
motivation is.
Yeah,
yeah.
right.
but
He's cutting back in general. so.
Yeah, I understand.
I do think he looks great. I love the 2023 body is amazing. I love that they used the new phase 1 helmet as a base for this, because even though I don't like removable helmets, I do think that it's probably the best removable helmet that they've done,
Because
because
you can't see the chin.
can't see the chin.
Yeah.
It is still a little big, but
I
it
can
is what it
forgive
is.
the size because they did such a good job with the chin part of it. It's a little off,
Kinda.
but
I feel like the likeness is better on the old Rex, though.
I agree.
I'll say that as well. It looks like old Tamara Morrison versus the how young the clones should be. He got a little too accelerated aging on that one.
So yeah, this is definitely based off the new Clone Trooper, the 2023 Clone Trooper head sculpt, and they redid the haircut and everything for Rex. I do agree. I think 59 Rex has a better head sculpt. I think that's again the best Tamira Morrison head sculpt in 6-inch scale. Period. And I wish they could have reused that one for this, but I also get why they did this avenue. I just think the details are like a little too soft on this head sculpt. It's here, let me pull this back up.
I will say this, based on the leaks, this looks a lot better though than I thought it was going to look, especially with those holsters.
They still missed the damn paint on the chest.
Yeah.
They couldn't get us all the paint apps. They had to short us on that.
Did they get the side of the helmet? Oh, they got the side of the helmet. Where's a good picture? Hold on.
Wait, have we seen the back? Have we
Right
seen
here.
the back of the helmet?
They got
Oh,
the side
nice.
of the helmet.
Oh, okay.
There, nice,
Yeah.
nice.
Oh, cool. They hit the vents.
Oh, they got the chin too. All right, so they got the helmet, but not
Right,
the
well,
chest.
it's just one little hit of black paint on the chest, and you're good to go.
I'm cool with this. I'm actually more happy with this than I thought I would be. So
Yeah,
I'm
with you.
I'm
That's a plus.
definitely picking it up for sure.
Because originally I think I was the only one here when they pipelined it where I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to get it. But after seeing it, I'm like, looks pretty good. I do like the Phase 1 look for Rex. So yeah, he'll look nice on the Clone Wars shelf.
Yeah. Still a Phase 2 guy, but I like it.
Yeah.
I think I'm a Phase 1 guy. I'm like Mr. Coffee. I like it.
Robo and I are going to
Phase 1s.
fight you and Coffee, and then Fig's going to be in the middle.
And we'll win because we have more visor to see out of.
I'm looking out of this T shape, this Boba Fett visor.
I
You can
gotta
see
give
right
that
here.
one to Robo, guys.
Yeah. Peripheral
There you go.
vision not working at all.
Nope.
We're stealing Fig. Fig's with us.
Yeah.
I will say I was scared about the plastic for the comma, and I'm not a fan of how it's how the belt's like moving out of the way for the leg articulation and everything, but it's fine. Also, he has the big holsters from the show, which are, whatever. They're trying to make it accurate to the show and what we see, so I guess it's fine. But
I would love to be a fly on the wall of Hasbro's creative decision room, whatever, and see how they make the decision as to which figures they're going to put soft goods on and which figures they're not going to, because what was it? Bakara has soft good comma, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And then Rex has, the plastic comma. So I wonder how they make that decision.
I think
What
it might have
body?
been the holsters.
What body is Bakara?
2023.
Is it?
Yeah, same bodies.
Yeah.
It's a weird
I wish you
choice.
hadn't pointed out the belt thing though. Now I'm looking at it like a.
Coffee's
It's like
got
smiling.
and he's got an eye for this stuff now, where it's like, oh no,
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
I ruined R2 for everybody.
yeah.
With
The Black
little
Series
paint-
R2.
the little paint dents or whatever.
He got me buying the SH figure arts just on that alone. That was enough.
Oh, I ended up getting it too. Dang it.
I like
Looks
the
like
Kenny
that-
Baker
that's
line.
so- That R2 is so good though.
I do. I will say, even though it is a plastic comma, it doesn't look like it's going to hinder it too
Yeah.
bad. I mean, you can't. If it was like a harder plastic, you would not be able to get this sort of wide leg stance.
Right.
Sort of.
And
pose.
like I said, for me, I have my Rex. I think. Let's see. Yeah, if I can reach it. I have all of my clones basically in this pose, which not
Just
very interesting
vanilla.
pose.
Yeah.
But I like them holding the helmet, and I like them having a blaster out, and that's it. Oh, and I just realized this is your custom, Coffee. This is not the other Rex. The other Rex I have away.
Heck yeah.
It's good.
But so Robo already said pick up. Wilbon, you pre-ordered.
Yep, I caved. I'm with Unc. I caved.
I passed, but I might pick it up and swap the helmet out for a printed one that's a little more in scale.
Even though it's sold out, like I imagine this will still be pretty easy to pick up because it's
Yeah.
main line. So
Fig, did you cave? Are you ashamed to admit?
I passed on this cloner bullshit.
Oh,
I'm messing. I pre-ordered it. I did.
Oh, you did?
Pre-order doesn't mean you're going to pay for. You're
That
gonna
is-
hold
Yeah.
There you go.
Facts.
Yeah.
See, Robo is speaking my language now. That's what I'm talking about.
Robo is spitting right now.
I got
For
200 pre-orders on Big Bad,
See, no,
and I'm not paying for 200 items. I'll tell you that.
it's better to have it, especially when you see something sell out really quick. It's like, oh, I'm glad I pre-ordered that just in case.
Yeah, I knew when you were talking about just a little side note on the weekly when you were talking about the new McFarlane wave. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna bet that Robo missed out on this pre-order because they went. I think they sold out in 6 minutes, which is I don't understand how that's even possible. But you gotta find it in store. I guess it sucks. It sucks.
But that's the thing about McFarlane, though, it's not too hard to find in store later on. It's kind of a, but there's just enough. They'll disappear eventually.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
But they're there for a while, and it's crazy. He's got some kind of magical thing going on.
When you said that you also see more platinums in store than regular, I'm like, I wish I lived near Robo. I want to go to Robo's store. My store never has platinums.
I see platinums all the time, Zoo. I see those fairly often.
Bro, you got to tell me what you see, and then
okay,
if you see something good, I got to be like, gotta get my MNF.
I usually hit Walmarts and Targets once a week, just in general. So I'll let you know what I see.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, overall, even though it was very low on the amount of reveals, they were pretty sweet, I guess. Also, one more thing, forgot to mention, he does have 2 trigger finger hands, which, I mean, thank God, finally.
Thankfully.
And, it being the 2023 body, he's got the knees.
Yeah. My shining example of their BS is Echo. We got 2 releases of Bad Batch Echo. And neither of them had a trigger finger for his one hand. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Straight up.
Thankfully, the factory got the note on this one. So.
They did.
But yeah, that's it for Black Series reveals. But moving on to the next. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I did want to talk about the TVC reveals, but if you want to do that later, because I know Robo's not interested. Robo's a 1/12 kind of guy.
I'm not either. So
yeah, we could do that one.
I gotta give that one to Anakin. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
We could do that when Robo has to go. Okay. If you want to save
there wasn't enough Tatooine stuff on that TV. So
oh,
we can get to that later.
I could rant about that. It's me usually being a very positive person. I do not like how Hasbro is made the cantina and then is like, all right, populate it with what you got.
Jeez.
Now we're all those TVC people that are whining about not getting their stuff finished. Yeah. We'll move on.
Yeah. So. Yesterday on Out of the Basement for their Lazy Sunday live stream, they had a little discussion on sort of pros, cons, what can improve about the Black Series in general and for the future. They had Brandon, aka Hero Collectibles, who works for marketing over in Hasbro, watching, taking notes, doing all that. And since we had Robo here, the OG of kind of the Black Series and 6-inch collecting in general, I wanted to kind of build off of their topic from yesterday.
Mooch off their content, like
we're
stealing content.
We stole viewers from them. We we make fun of them all the time. Now let's steal their content. We're gonna
Robo was on Monday night or on Out of the Basement first, so we're stealing their guest.
We're stealing a guest. Yeah,
I was on their stream.
We kind of have them hostage. We kind of have them hostage, though. We are their moderators, so they kind of just have to put up.
Yeah, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. Welcome to Out of the Real Basement. That's
exactly.
But I did want to cover the topic and just kind of build off of what they were saying. Obviously, Unk was on Lazy Sunday yesterday.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So he's going to just be re-talking about the same damn thing again, but it's all good.
Yeah, Fig was talking. We were talking yesterday, I think it was. And Fig was saying he's still got some more stuff to say. This is an interesting topic. I like it.
Yeah.
So, and it's good that this was brought up when Robo is on, because I'm interested to hear what Robo has to say about a lot of this.
For sure.
Yep. No, I didn't get to watch yesterday, so This is all new to me. This is all
Perfect.
off the
Perfect.
cuff.
Who needs
Yeah.
to watch those basement films?
Yeah, you got Figureball.
Yeah.
I knew that's what they were going to talk about because I watched the video last week. I think it was on one of the, but about Hasbro watching.
Yeah. And that's
Brandon.
cool. That's very cool that Brandon is
That's
watch
awesome.
that.
Yeah, shout out to Brandon.
Yeah.
But we are going to start off with the good. So we will start off with the pros. I did jot down a few things in the banners for us to touch on. If anybody has anything extra that they want to say when we're through the pros, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 7 like kind of categories in the pros. If anybody wants to add anything after that, feel free. But
Sure.
we're going to start off with character variety, which has noticeably improved in the past 2 years, I would say.
I would say them padding out some more EU stuff because they went from nearly 0 to several releases a year now. Is
Mhm.
really
We're finally
nice.
getting prequel heavy hitters such as the B2, the Droidica, including the Clone Wars. We're getting the Commando Droid, the Magna Guard. Like, finally we aren't 5 years deep with just a B1, because that came out in 2019 and then we didn't get, the Magna Guard till what, 2023?
Mhm.
So,
Right. Yeah.
just insane.
To a certain degree, I'm kind of glad we got those later versus earlier.
Right.
They would have been pretty bad if they came out in like 2015, 2016. So
And it's crazy because I remember the non-photoreal figures, but like the ones that didn't have likenesses, I'm saying. I remember at the time I was like, "Oh, these are great looking figures." Then you look back now and you're like, "Were they?"
Yeah.
We're
You know,
also,
still
technology
some.
improves over time. It's just, of course.
I mean,
we're
I
also
was
getting
gonna say-
more. Oh, go ahead, Fig.
I was just gonna add to that. There are still some of the older, like we've talked about before, Greedo.
I was going to
holds
say
up.
Greedo.
Such
Yep,
a
Greedo
great
holds
figure.
up for sure.
one of the better figures from that first
And-
wave. Of
Yeah, I was
Black
going to say that was the first wave, right?
I think that's
No,
probably the only one that still holds up to this day.
Yeah.
he was second wave.
Second
but-
wave. Okay.
Oh, first year, second wave.
Yeah, there you go.
But
Actually, no.
Yeah. to build off what you were saying, Coffee. I just wanted to say, listen, Bad Diesel, I'm trying to not speak over, but
Robo choking.
I wanted
Why
to
you
say,
little?
Coffee. I want to build off what you're saying with getting all those heavy hitting prequel characters in the line. I like that most of the prequel Jedi have been, most of the heavy hitter prequel Jedi have been made now.
The more
And-
well-known background.
Right, and all the CIS separatist droids as well, because now hopefully they can start to get into more characters like Sebulba, just other prequel characters, maybe a
Newt
Dexter
Gunray.
Jetster, right? A Newt Gunray, some Kaminoans.
Give me
Just-
Boss
Where's my
Nass.
Watto?
Yeah,
Watto.
Watto is up there for sure.
Wat
Yeah.
Tambor.
Watto needs to happen.
Covering the
Yeah.
droids, we're also getting more gaming figures. We got Darth Malgus, we got Bastila, we got Darth Malik. Who the fuck else have we gotten? I guess it's not as many as I thought, but the fact that we got those is great.
It's
Um,
Force Unleashed figures. It's Shadows of the Empire.
Oh, Star
figures.
Killer, yeah.
Yeah,
Dark
And
and
then
Elder.
we're
Knights of the
getting-
Republic figures.
We're getting more EU. We're getting a whole Shadows of the Empire subline. We're getting we got
Mine was
Joruus
blown
Sabaoth.
when they announced Shizor.
Yeah, we got Luke Skywalker, which is
Yeah, Thrawn
insane.
trilogy stuff with Jorah Sabaoth.
It just seems like they are really kind of locking in with character variety, and it's good to see.
Mhm.
Yep, do you need Kyle Katarn? There you go.
Yep.
But,
And I'm not sure if you, I'm sure you do have this listed based on what we were talking about, but I know Robo is with me on this. I know all of you guys are with me as well.
Mhm.
The one exception to this is I do think they're really excelling with character variety, but we do need to see some more love of the OT. We have not had many
Oh,
OT
of course.
characters for the past few years.
We got 2 to start the year. That
That is a
double
good start.
Last year's
Yeah, I mean-
output. We're already ahead of where we were last year.
Yeah,
Last year we only got Hammerhead.
we're having a minimum of 2 more as well.
Yeah, Han and
them,
Chewie.
Yeah.
Them redoing the whole A New Hope cast, like the main cast.
Oh yeah, and Kenobi, right?
Great. That's a rumor.
Yeah,
It's not official, but yes.
Okay.
I was obviously going to ask, like, Robo, just in general, where's your focus with Star Wars? Is it kind of all over, or do you have certain eras that you're about?
I like all over. As you were naming the gaming ones, I was like, oh, I when they were revealed, I had no idea. I didn't play a lot of the games.
Yeah.
Until later, but the comic books and the OT and prequels. Well, I get anything I like, but I find myself I didn't get any Acolyte, and I didn't get any Andor. I don't know, for some reason I can't get into figures of Andor. I love Andor, but it's almost like Star Wars
just not
SVU
toyetic.
or CSI or something.
Right.
I don't find myself wanting. And it's not because I hated the Acolyte either. I just didn't. The figures were just like Jedi, and then this,
And then little Basil.
yeah. And I'm going to end up with him. And I guess I'm waiting on some of the things, but the OT is right there. That's my big one. That's wide. I haven't bought a lot of stuff in the past year, but as soon as Luke and Leia and Hammerhead and some of those others, I was like, oh, I'm back into Star Wars. Woo.
Yeah.
Nice.
They're hitting
And
the
even-
good stuff.
Even the new media stuff that they do, you can always tell what's the more interesting stuff. Like for you yourself, I know I saw that you picked up Brutus, and then this little guy that I finally got, Neil.
Because they
It was an
were
icon, bro.
yeah, they were fun designs, and I've got
Yeah, they're just toys. Yeah, exactly.
I've got 3 whims for custom fodder.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have other stuff
Nice.
For sure.
but I've gotten all the other kids because those were fun designs. It wasn't just.
Gotcha.
I guess it is kids in clothes, but it wasn't just people in clothes.
Right. I loved Andor, and I loved the character Mon Mothma. I thought she was honestly my favorite part of the show, and I'm happy that she has a figure. But at the end of the day, she's just woman in dress
with no accessories.
and no accessories.
My politician figure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. I love it. It's just that I understand
Vote
why.
for Mom.
Yeah.
It was like getting Senator Palpatine as a figure. It's like, woo, Senator action.
and that's the thing. A lot of the OT characters is kid in clothes, girl in clothes, guy in vest.
I mean,
But
yeah.
there's a lot more background. There's 40 years of,
Right.
of
Yeah.
stuff
People in
going on.
clothes.
Right.
Yeah.
So character variety has been good. Of course, depending on what you like, it could always be improved. There's people who only want clone troopers. There's people who want every single prequel Jedi that we see in the films. There's people who only want the OT. There's people who only want the EU. I think they've striked a decent balance with character variety, and I'm excited to see what we get in the next few years. I think Wilbon or Fig mentioned it, but them doing a character like Sebulba shows that almost nothing is off the table. And it's exciting to see what we're going to get soon. But moving off of that, moving into sculpt work, I think they have striked a very good balance between articulation and sculpt. The articulation doesn't break the sculpt up too bad. I think they've done a great job, sculpting clothing. Just in general, I think the sculpt work is at a very good level, and I would like to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Yeah. It seems they're taking a lot of like design, like inspiration from imports lately. You're starting to see like a good example is like the new Luke, how like the arm can move up and down in the sleeve. Like that's something you saw a lot more from imports, but like we hadn't really seen anything like that in Black Series. So that's
Much
something
better than
interesting.
Jabim Obi-Wan.
Right. We were starting to see more like, I guess, articulation stuff from like you're starting to see that sort of inspiration like start to cross over towards TBS stuff.
I got the new layer right here, and they did a good job sculpting the dress on this one.
It's very similar to the Figure Arts Leia. Like you could tell it has that kind of Black Series feel to it, like that same sort of plastic, but it's like a Black Series take on a Figuarts in a way.
Right.
And that's what I like to see when there's a figure that they already have a good version of in SHF or Mayfex. For someone like Mr. Coffee to pick it up, it just means they're doing their job. That's what I want to see Black Series do more of. And even the Luke, you know, from the head down, I really like that figure. The head is the problem, of course.
Right.
But the figure itself, I really like how the figure is made instead of, you know, do I even have it with me? Yeah.
I think it's beyond serviceable. And if all you're stuck with is that TP Luke from 10 years ago or 9 years ago or whatever,
It's time to upgrade that thing.
It's beyond an upgrade.
Yeah, this ain't it.
Well,
Man, stop that. The tunic. You take the tunic off though, and that thing shines. That's a sexy.
Oh, yeah.
figure.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I got you, Robo. I got you.
Nice Luke cleavage going on right there.
oh,
Oh,
man.
There we go.
that's more than cleavage.
Luke Skywalker in parentheses striptease.
That's
Yeah,
shirtless.
we got a little bit
Shirtless
more
Luke.
down. There we go.
We got shirtless Luke.
Yeah,
in the line.
Doug,
Oh, bro.
this is for you, Doug. We got shirtless Luke.
Oh, God.
Oh my gosh.
Nice. Well, there's that. And, you know.
But and that goes into sculpting. I mean, they sculpted the pecs under there and the muscles.
That's true.
Yeah, see, they've been doing
Yeah.
that for a while. I feel like the sculpt has always been there. It's always been the implementation of the articulation, and then the paint work would. If you don't nail the paintwork over a good sculpt,
Mhm.
everything goes to hell.
Right.
That's like.
But then
like
there's Luke's head, so
yeah.
Yeah.
it's not all rainbows.
And you know what, Robo? The way you're talking about the paint as well, although I have my problems with the face, it almost bothers me more how off his hair color is. And that's paint, you know? I really dislike the new Luke's hair color. It's just that's not how Mark Hamill's hair looks in the film.
You look at that figure and you're like, who is that? That's not Mark Hamill.
Because
Who
the
is
shape's
that?
wrong too, and everything. It doesn't have
Yep.
any little bit of.
Yeah.
To steal my brother Nate's joke, if you haven't watched his review, they really missed the mark on that one.
Yeah.
This is bullshit. What kind of stream is this?
Yeah.
We were waiting for it.
Yeah.
But since we keep talking about Luke, I do want to build off of sculpt work and kind of go into the next topic, which is likeness. Now, obviously, we're sitting here shitting on the new Luke's head sculpt, but I will say, for the most part, I
This
do
is
think
supposed to be
they've
the
really,
positives.
I do think they've really locked in on likenesses. I said in the pre-show around 85 to 90% of them have been very solid, very, very good. I'm going to use the new Leia again as an example. I mean, this just kind of screams Carrie Fisher to me, personally. And,
Yeah.
you know, I love my imports, but honestly, that A New Hope SHF Leia, the more I look at the head sculpt, the skin tone's too pale, and it just doesn't really look like her to me that much. Like, I mean, I guess it's close, but it just doesn't really hit the mark. But I think the likeness on this one's great.
Wow.
Another one is like Peridia Ahsoka. That is a phenomenal Rosario Dawson likeness.
And
Thrawn,
that figure breaks my heart because it doesn't have that
I
thigh
know
swivel.
the articulation, but
We'll get into that.
like Zuboy said, the new Thrawn is amazing.
And the matte spray, factory not missing the note. I love it.
What's another? Just a couple examples of somewhat older likenesses. I mean, Mace Windu is still great. Count Dooku, that's another amazing one.
Dooku's better than the figure arts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
That's a big yeah.
What's your take, Robo, on Mace Windu? His likeness versus the figure arts? Because that's
okay. Because me and Fig are diehard SHF Mace Windu, and we go back and forth with Justin on this all the time. Because
I gotta give that to Justin because I think the Black Series likeness is better.
You're waffling.
I'm kind of on the fence. I would like to see the figure arts in hand before I made a call on that, because I don't have that one. So
I think I have
you don't.
I think I have the Clone Wars Black Series in the main display, but I have Anakin and Obi-Wan in clone armor too as the main display of those So I don't know if it was because of that. I need to go in there and look again because I don't remember the SHF being terrible.
Right.
It's standing on a shelf somewhere. Someday I'll have a display where I can look at it.
I know, Robo, you don't keep up with the leaks as much, and you've said before that you don't retain that. Have you seen the new Mace Windu? He has an angry face?
Oh, but then there's also a Palpatine head, is there? Or
Yes,
is it
that's what.
the CPAC or something.
Right, and I'm very interested to see how that Mace Windu looks because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but Fig and Coffee, I think a reason why you'd prefer the other Mace Windu is because it's more expressive as opposed to the Black Series.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Black Series has a great neutral Samuel Jackson likeness, but I love that the Figuarts has an angry head. Because when I think of Mace Windu, he's just pissed off 90% of the time.
He's not a happy dude.
He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to be wherever the hell he's at. He's always mad at Anakin. It's always
You are on this
so.
council, but we do not grant you the rank.
Yeah. So I always think of angry, pissed off expression, and I love that the Figuarts has that, and I think it nails it.
Dang, Padawans are always on his lawn.
Yep.
Just a grumpy man.
Yes.
This is another one from Seth Nico, the Phantom Menace Padme.
Oh, yeah.
If you got one that doesn't have wonky QC with the eye printing, I
got a bad face on mine.
I think you gotta do yourself a service, Wilbon, and buy yourself another Padme because
I might have
her
to.
likeness is so good, and it's just ruined if you have that eye issue.
Yeah, but I keep buying cool wrestling shit that looks like this. It's awesome. Oscar.
I think the likeness has gotten better too as they've dialed in the photo reel, and I know it goes up and down and shiny and not shiny, and they have to actually hit the eyes with the paint. But man, as soon as they started using the photo reel, as it's gotten better, I've liked figures more and more.
Yeah, Lazy Aardvark brings up a great one, Dedra Miro. I love her face.
Yeah,
The
like
likeness
this
is
is
phenomenal
good.
on that figure.
Yeah.
It's like not a super action-oriented character, but like she looks really good standing next to all the other officers, though. I like that.
For sure.
But yeah, likeness. I think they've hit a good point with them. You know, not everything can be perfect. Not everything's going to be 10 out of 10. But I do think 85 to 90% of them are great, if not amazing, honestly. So
Appreciate that, Hugh.
So, going off of likeness, next up, fan channel waves.
Big fan of this.
Yes, Justin
Yes,
and Nate
sir.
mentioned yesterday, I love being able to just go online when something goes up, slapping the pre-order button, and forgetting about it until it's time for it to come out. Don't get it twisted. The hunt is fun. It's awesome to go into a store and see a figure that you've been wanting on the peg. There's no feeling like it, but that doesn't happen every time you go to the store. You can spend, I'm sure everybody's done it before, you've spent hours going to multiple different stores trying to find that one figure, and you just can't find it anywhere. And it's annoying. And like they mentioned yesterday, it also feeds into some unhealthy collecting habits because you could be like, oh, I've been out for so long and I got nothing. Let me just pick this figure up just because I'm out and I see it.
I got to come home with something. No, you really don't.
Is that a reason?
Yeah, there you go. The
Skibidi. I know
I
it's the
think-
Skibidi
Skibidi
figure.
toilet.
That's a prime example.
I think fan channel is awesome. And not only not having to do the hunt, they have been pumping out some great stuff that probably wouldn't really sell that well in a retail, sitting on the pegs. You're not, a lot of people probably wouldn't go to the store and be like, oh, Sebulba, let me pick this up in the Black Series. But, everyone who sees these reveals and knows about fan channel and everything, they're going to be going on to Big Bad Toy Store and clicking pre-order and getting Sebulba and everything. So not only is it nice just for the peace of mind, but I do think we've gotten some amazing character selection out of fan channel specific stuff.
And
I think the stars for my boy Momo. That's how we got. That's how we got Hammerhead.
For sure. I know I've talked about this before on the show, but I'm of the opinion that that's where figure collecting is headed anyway. I think that retail is going to be less and less important overall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow. I'm not saying it's going to happen next year. But I could see it where Target and Walmart eventually, you know, they don't carry collector lines. They only carry, you know, toys for kids, not, you know, $25 action figures. At what price point also would it just not make sense? You know, if these become $35 figures like NECA, you know, the NECA is really only sold in the collector section of Target.
I would say a good example of this is like
Right.
that IG-12 and Grogu set. Like every Walmart I go to, they're lined. The pegs are lined up with those. They are not selling at all.
I know times have changed and prices have changed, but I remember being, you know, 10 years old, and my dad was like, "Pick one figure from you know, Toys R Us or whatever," but they were like $6 at the time, and then now, like if I feel like a mom is taking their kid to Target to get a figure, a $33 chrysanthemum is a lot, you know, for a kid. So,
I even saw a parent with their kid today because I'll go to Walmart and Target and to get stuff for work, and of course you got to check the figure aisle. You got to see what's there.
Of course, all the time.
And there was a mom and a kid, and like she ended up like it was like, okay, you can get one thing, and like everything was so expensive just in the aisle, they ended up just getting a thing of Play-Doh, and like that was what the kid could get. So like you said, that's a perfect example right there.
Yeah.
So I was going to add to this.
Go ahead, Figure.
Two, I think the brand of Star Wars is becoming. I hate to say it as a big fan of it, but I just think it's becoming less and less a brand for younger kids, and it's more for the older crowds now. You know, when I say older, I mean like the 20s and, you know, even maybe late teenagers. But I think that's going to start dwindling down the fandom, and that it's just inevitable with really anything. But so like that spot for those figures for Star Wars on the shelves, I feel is going to dwindle in retail because of that as well. And so fan channels is the way to go.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with everything you just said. And you know, I know Zach's joking. He's saying they go to McDonald's and get a TVC Happy Meal.
I mean,
but as someone who doesn't collect TVC, Robo, do you know how much those figures go for? Like, what's the retail price?
No, but I just kind of look at them on the way by.
Yeah, they're $17.99. That's kind of crazy for a tiny little figure. And I think that's why exactly what Fig is saying. I can't imagine there are many kids buying TVC. I wouldn't be surprised if TVC is almost solely adult collectors, because at least a Black Series figure, it's a bigger figure, but I can't see many parents buying these little figures for $18.
Zoo, it's not only the collection that's vintage, the collectors are vintage now too.
Yeah, that's what it is. Vintage collectors.
That's the thing, because I look over at the other side too. I mean, are they underneath the cheapy, the $5 point figures and stuff? They're doing that with Marvel. They're doing that with Star Wars. I don't know if that's what's supposed to be the cheap kids type stuff. But and I can't go back to when I was a kid, like you said, they're not really marketing Star Wars to kids at the moment. I think the last kids Star Wars movie was Episode 1, right?
I mean, really. Movie wise,
I guess Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith were like, I guess for like older kids or teenagers at that point.
And even Phantom Menace.
It followed the same formula as the OT. The original movie was kind of, you know, here's this universe, and then it got darker, and then it, you know, came back and up and around. But
we all love our politics in Episode 1. Kids love that. The discussion.
But then there's there's Jar Jar, and I don't know how many. You know, of Episode 1 was my first Star Wars, and
I mean,
but Force Awakens wasn't really like that. It was kind of, hey, let's cater to old again.
Right. Force Awakens felt like a typical blockbuster, you know, MCU type movie. But what Zach is saying, or sorry, not Zach, what Courtney is saying, I agree with this. Skeleton Crew.
Yep.
You know, that's like the new thing. Hopefully, I don't know. Does
Yeah.
anybody have any experience? If they know any, kids who have watched this,
No,
a nephew or something.
Not personally, no.
Yeah.
My best friend, his oldest son is 9 or 10 now, and they watched it, and I mean he liked it, but he was just like he doesn't want to go buy the figures of it. He's into other. There's too many other things that he already likes that he likes way more. I mean, he likes Star Wars, but it's not enough for him to buy product for it. So
I wonder. I know your grandson is a little young for that, but I wonder how, like, maybe in a few years.
Well, he loves the Jedi Adventures. You know that?
Yeah.
Show.
Yeah,
And,
that's for
but
kids.
it's because it's the colors. He's too young to really know what.
I mean,
You know.
I gotta
Right.
agree with the chat too. I mean, we got to think about Mando, and specifically with Mando Grogu, or
True.
as a lot of more casual fans call Baby Yoda.
The Baby Yoda
Technically,
show.
technically, I said movies.
Yeah,
I
no,
gotta give that
I-
one to Robo.
Yeah.
But
I know better than to get specific anymore.
Yes, true.
Because
But-
there is some Disney. There's some dark Disney Plus stuff. I mean, Andor's not bringing any kids
Right.
to.
No,
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's Mandalorian and Skeleton Crew. But man, it had so much '80s Stranger Things.
That's very
callback,
true.
throwback
Right.
stuff. That's
Yeah.
I think go over a lot of heads if you're too young.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's bringing that same wonder and magic and everything from that decade.
I do love about Skeleton Crew. It's one of those things where it's taking inspiration from something that's not Star Wars into modern Star
Yeah.
Wars. Because I feel like so much of it is like a snake eating itself with Star Wars,
Yeah.
where it's like this Star Wars is inspired by the Star Wars that came before it, and you end up
Yeah,
with
yeah.
like kind of a lesser product as a result.
Here's this guy's nephew, and he's related to this character, And I think I like Star Wars nowadays better when it just veers off and does its own thing for a little
Agreed.
while.
100%.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It can come
That's
back and
why-
touch a little bit, with Luke or Boba Fett or somebody, but keep on doing your own thing. And
Tell new
Do better.
stories.
That's why I love
Mhm.
Mando season 1. It was
Mhm.
a very,
Yeah.
not interconnected story. It didn't need to be this big, vast, we need Ahsoka Tano, we need Boba Fett, we need Luke Skywalker, we need, X, X, and X in the show. That's why I love Mando season 1. I also love Andor, because obviously, Cassian's in it, but it's nice to tell stories that aren't directly tied to something like the Skywalker saga and all that.
I just watched Mando season 1 again last week.
So
If I go back and watch anything, it's Mando, Rogue One, or Solo. I've watched those way more than most of the other stuff.
Solo was a good time. I think it gets. I
Yeah.
think it's a bad rap. It's a good movie.
I'm interested that you say Solo. I think Solo. There are some people, famously Justin from Out of the Basement does not like that movie at all. But it's I would say I'm more in the middle. I wouldn't really seek that movie out, but I enjoyed my time watching it, and I've watched it, a few times since then, and I had fun with it.
That's always a movie that, like, when I'm flipping channels, I'm
that's what I'm saying.
I'm flipping channels and it's on. I'm like, oh, I could watch this for 10 minutes and wait for dinner to be finished, or
Right. That's a great way to
wait for laundry to be done. I could watch Han Solo, fly a Millennium
Right.
Falcon for a few minutes. Yeah.
And I do love Paul Bettany in that movie. I love Paul Bettany in general. He's a great actor.
Right.
We are going to pull it back and move on to the next thing, but fan channel waves have been awesome. Keep them up. Love it, honestly. But
It wouldn't be Figureball if we didn't veer off.
if we
Yeah.
didn't just veer
Yeah.
off
Well,
and start
well,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
other stuff.
Well, the fan channel stuff is what we dreamed of back in the day whenever we first all started doing this and doing the store hunts and all that.
Yeah.
After you
Yeah.
do it
Yes.
6 nights a week, you're like, man, I wish there was an easier way to this because this is depressing.
Yeah.
That's why
Every now and then, but
collect how you like, but I just
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
There are some people out there who they say
we need the hunt.
Yeah, they do
Yeah.
not get things online. I'm like, I get if you prefer it, but missing out because people are like, nope, I'll find it in stores or I won't have it. I'm like,
That's wild.
I don't know. You could just
yeah. I'll look if I'm at the store, or today I'd heard something was there, so I did a run, but it's more nostalgia than anything. I've got it on
Right.
pre-order. I'm just trying to get it now,
Right,
like,
right.
It's
Yeah,
good
yeah.
as if you have it on pre-order, but then you find it in store. Then you can just cancel the pre-order. It's easy.
Yeah.
But,
I see this one. It's good. I'm gonna go ahead and get it. That's
right.
There you
Exactly.
go.
yeah. Zoo, I wonder if like the restricting the online purchasing is what keeps them from buying too much. Kind of like how you use your
Okay.
packaging justification to not army build, that sort of thing. So what if they're using that
They
as
would
like
just
an
go
artificial?
crazy?
They would just go
I
crazy and just order everything, and that keeps them like centered in a way that's just like their personal
if that's what keeps you-
guardrails anyway.
I
I don't
guess
know.
I could see that.
that's a good point.
But
at
moving
the
on
same
from
time, yeah.
oh
Oh,
no,
go
go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, again, to do it however you want, but I think Seth Nico, I was just reading his comment. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I feel it's more of that than anything.
Yeah.
And
yeah. They
Cypher
just
brings up a
spend
good
all their
point,
money
too.
on gas instead. There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
But moving on from fan channel, multi-pack pricing / availability. So we are gonna, when we get into the cons, there is another sort of thing that we have with the multi-packs. But speaking of this topic, which is the positive, I do like how many multi-packs they're doing. I do like seeing them do all these 2-packs, 3-packs, 4-packs, whatever. I think they can cap at 4. I don't think we need to get into 5+ figures in Black Series. People are already turned off by prices a lot with this line, and you're just asking for $110 multi-packs when you get into 5+.
I'm gonna slightly disagree with you there, Coffee.
I know
because-
you're gonna disagree. I'm talking about general,
right?
because
I
if they
understand.
come out with a 5-pack and it's $110, $115, it's just gonna be people fucking crying nonstop about it.
These
I'd be
prices
fine
are
with
out
it.
of control, but
Yeah.
you're getting 5 figures, bro.
Where I'm
Right.
coming from is Marvel Legends typically does what Robo. It's like 1 pack a year, right? The big 5-pack that they do. It's
Well, I
usually
don't know. They
Amazon
did a
exclusive,
couple in
right?
they did a couple that first year with the X-Men and
Okay,
the Spider-Man
yes,
set,
yeah.
but they slowed them down.
Yeah, and I always like that for 2 reasons. One, it's an avenue to get figures that they will normally never make. They're Marvel, like a lot of niche Marvel characters that would never happen in its own wave. And then 2, frankly, Amazon discounts those all the time. I've gotten them all on discount. So
Yeah.
with those Amazon exclusive 5-packs, I feel like if Star Wars did that, if that's how we get a real niche character like Dexter Jetster in the line, put him in a 5-pack of like Kamino.
Here's the counterpoint, brother. We got 1 4-pack in the past 2 years, and 2 of them were repacks for 2 characters.
That
people
is a
want.
good point.
So you already know, and that's
You don't wanna
just-
have a
just speaking
hostage
for
pack.
Star Wars specifically.
The
You already
hostage
know if they
4-pack.
do a 5-pack and Dexter Jetster's in there, they're making you buy
And Obi-Wan
probably
and
3
Anakin.
repacked figures
Yeah.
that you already have in your collection.
You're buy that Attack of the
Yeah,
Clones,
I
Obi-Wan
guess
is
you're
fine.
right. From speaking from experience of what we see in the Star Wars line do, you're 100% right, and I wouldn't like to see that. But for Marvel, I like how it's a lot of times it's new characters or it's the other characters just in different looks,
Mhm.
which I'd be in on for Star Wars. Even if it's the same character, if it's a different
Also-
look for Star Wars.
Another sort of counterpoint. I know you said that you picked them up. Amazon discounts them all the time. That's not necessarily a good. Like, it's good for us. It's good for the
Right.
consumers. Like,
Yeah, I
that's great
understand.
for us, but
It's a
that's
sign
not
that
necessarily a good
not
thing
moving
that
a
it's
lot of
going on
product.
clearance.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think for some reason it's a lot of those Amazon exclusive multi-packs, and we're not even just talking Marvel. I know McFarlane has a few. Even Star Wars. Remember that carbonized collection? The 2-packs that Amazon exclusive?
The
Oh, I
Ned
tried
B.
not to.
Yes,
Stormtrooper.
for some reason, Amazon multi-packs always go down in price all the time.
Yeah.
So
But
And circling back to
Junk.
the Dex, if they made Dexter in a 5-pack or 4-pack, they would put the old Django in there. And
oh no, don't put that out there.
they'll put
Don't bring that
2016
evil on
Django
me.
in it. They'll put the same old Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan with the 45-degree Y hips. They'll put
Don't bring that evil on me.
yeah.
Yeah,
And then since
that's
Dexter
a
Jetster's
true hostage
big,
pack.
they're gonna give him deluxe pricing in the pack. So the pack isn't gonna be 110; it's gonna be like 130. And then
Here we
All right,
go.
Yeah.
forget I said anything. I'm done.
Well, And with the Marvel Legends packs, you're getting 4 unique characters or 4 unknowns, 4 Z-list type characters,
Mhm.
but it's 4 reuse bodies with a new
Very
head
true.
and
It's
a
harder
paint
to
job.
do that for Star Wars.
And I feel like Star Wars has always been blasted for that because they can't reuse as much for all these different characters. Jedi, maybe,
I didn't even
but-
think of that, Robo,
the-
but that's a great
Yeah.
point.
The
Yeah,
way to
that's true.
do that would be clone trooper repaints. I feel like that's the way.
Oh,
to
like a
do it.
5-pack of,
Yes.
of different clones.
The perfect
Yes.
example of that
or,
is
or battle
redoing.
droids, or
Yep.
Yep.
Our stormtroopers.
A good
Stormtroopers,
4-pack. A good 4-pack they could do is the 2024 Phase 1 with the Attack of the Clones ranks on,
There
on
you
the
go. That's a
updated
good one.
body. That's a good
Perfect.
4-pack or 5-pack, whatever. If they want to include, like, let's say prequel Yoda with that, since he talks to I think it's the sergeant.
Like they did the Imperial Guard 4-pack. Like that's a good example
That's
as
another
well.
one.
I
where
love
it's
that.
just
So that was a great
palette,
set.
palette swap. Yeah.
But speaking of the pricing specifically, I do love that, the 2-packs, the 3-packs, you're getting a discount as if you were to buy, 2 or 3 separate figures. So the best example I can think of off the top of my head for a 2-pack is the Ahsoka Clone Trooper 2-pack, the Phase 1 501st and the 332nd, $45, full retail price. Or, you could have bought the 2 Clone Troopers for $50. The Phantom Menace 3-pack, you get Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Darth Maul for $70 as opposed to, $25 each. So you're getting slight discounts. I do like that they're doing that. Because we talked about it with the carbonized, they were charging fucking $70 for 2 figures with those
Crazy.
carbonized multi-pack, which is just insane. I love that you're getting a little discount, and I really like when it's 2 figures that you actually want for that discounted price. But I'm good with the multi-packs. I hope they keep them coming. When we get into the cons, I have it as the first thing, and I see people in the chat mentioning the quote unquote hostage packs. We're going to get to that in the cons. Multi-packs aren't perfect, but I do like how many they're doing. They're more open to the idea, and I do like the pricing of them. That's what this is specifically about, is the availability and the pricing.
And the other Legends, you don't get a discount for 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I can't remember G.I. Joe. I haven't bought a lot of multi-packs there, like the
They're not
Walmart Flint pack, or not Flint, Falcon pack.
the Night Force one with I forgot the other character. No, I believe they're not upcharged, which is great, but they're just the standard retail price.
Standard price.
So it's
Yep.
just Star Wars.
This is another one
Yeah.
from Germ. The B2 in Phase 1, $40. That's Black Series retail from 5 years ago.
That's great.
$20 a fig for 2
I think someone said
amazing figures.
someone posted those are currently on sale for like 25, right?
No,
Yeah.
that's the Phase 2 and B1.
Oh,
Okay,
Phase 2.
okay, you're right.
It-
Yeah.
it- If that B2 and Phase 1 hits that price, it might be over for me, boys. I already built those. I might be round 2.
But next up, multiple avenues for redone figures, and the prime example of this is the brand new Darth Maul. That figure just came out, and you got 3 different opportunities to get it however you want it. You got the Bloodfin with the soft goods skirt and the soft goods robe, and not only that, you have extra accessories like the drone, the like probe droid wristband, the probe droid itself, the binocs. You got the Phantom Menace 3-pack where you can get him with the robe and Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan with the soft goods as well, but he has the plastic skirt. Or you can just pay $25 and get the standard single release, no robe, hard plastic skirt, and you just get the figure. So I like that they are cycling back and updating these older figures, and they're giving you multiple avenues to get whatever kind you want. So
And
if
I think
you want
even-
them,
It was probably similar to what you were saying. I was going to say that I like that they're also revealing it before the first one comes out so people can make the decision.
Right.
It's not like Balin and Shin, where everyone bought the first pack, the first
Oh, geez.
figures, and then
and
they
then
said,
here's
oh,
them
here's
with the
another
robe
release
for the
clothes.
same price. Yeah.
Because imagine if they did that with Maul, everyone would be pissed. But because it was
guess,
revealed before the first one came out.
Timing is everything with perception with this stuff, because
Yeah.
like if both were announced like you said before they came out, it's like I can pick, do I want them with the cloak or without it? So
Another example of that is Dagan Gera.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
The single release came out without the arm, with the the piece of plastic that covers it. And then thankfully, thank God, they announced it before the figure started hitting in the US, but you could get the one in the 2-pack with the Force Ghost arm or whatever. And it's good that they, like you said, that they're announcing it before the figures are hitting, because Balin and Shin is like the main example of like straight scummer shit from them. Having those come out, and then 6 months later, they're like, oh, here's the same figures with cloaks for the same exact price.
Appreciate you, Rocky.
Yep, later, Rocky. But
Peace.
See ya.
I do love them making a new sculpt, and you have multiple ways to get it. And also, it's good for them. It's good that they do this, because this is kind of their way of not, getting mileage out of the same sculpt by doing credit collection, carbonized, and all that kind of, lame ass gimmick crap. So I do like that they're offering this. They need to continue the trend of it. And like you said, Zuboy, they need to continue announcing them before any like single release variant hits or whatever.
Mhm.
So
I know you're not as into the games, Robo, like you mentioned before, but did you do any of that with Dagon? Did you cancel one for the other, or just passing on?
No, I didn't even pre-order the first time around.
Okay.
I've gotten to 3-4 years ago, I would have been like, okay, pre-order everything, and I need everything, and I'll review everything. But these days, it's kind of like, if I don't know them, it's kind of like,
Pick and choose.
yeah, I just pre-order and buy what I'm attached to, what I have feelings for.
That's kind of where I'm at too, Robo. Where
Yeah.
It's
I'm cutting back in certain areas. If you can only have so much stuff, Eventually,
Yeah.
it's like it's a space thing.
it does help that I've built this out here, my studios and everything, and I've had to kind of take. I finally had to look around and go, well, I have stuff. What do I want to put in this space, instead of just piling more stuff on my stuff?
Yeah.
10 years like I have been. So it's become very apparent. I'm very aware of everything I pre-order and get these days.
That's when
And
you
let's-
wind up having to put Batmobiles on your floor, and you have a whole garage
Yeah,
Oh my
on your
gosh.
floor.
yeah. I find I enjoy the stuff now that I'm getting less stuff, more spread out. I enjoy it more. It's not,
Yeah.
hey, I opened this. That's great. What's next? Haha.
Yeah,
That
no,
makes me
seriously.
So,
I've started doing the same. I'm more selective on what I'm getting, and I definitely enjoy it more. So I get more enjoyment out of it. I play with it a little longer, do more photography with figures. Where in the past I'd get like 4 or 5 and only do a few pictures of 2. And those other 3 would just go on the shelf, and it's like, I mean, they
Yeah.
look cool, but I don't know. It's more enjoyable for sure.
Yeah. Now visually, Force Arm looks cool, and it was almost like, oh, well, that's neat. I may get that, but then I thought, where am I going to put it? It's going to end up in a tub after I mess with it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That figure stayed together after hitting the floor, so
Hey, Skibidi toilet quality guarantee.
Yeah.
that's right.
Great for the kiddos. They can throw it against the wall and it'll be all right.
There you go.
But like I mentioned, with them doing the multiple avenues for the same figures that aren't the gimmicky shit, thankfully they have been cutting back on gimmick sublines like carbonized,
See you, Joe.
credit collection. Later, Jonah. Carbonized and credit collection. Unfortunately, we do have Holocom.
I like the little pucks.
Oh yeah, the pucks are good.
I had to get
Hey.
one. I had to get one
Yeah.
for the puck.
If no one,
Especially because they're on clearance. I mean,
yeah, I was
love
gonna
them.
say I don't
Yeah.
know if they still are, but if anyone wants a puck, OSHA was like $2 at Walmart.
Yeah.
$2.
Yeah, you cannot beat that. I don't know what other Black Series figure that's ever existed that's been $2.
I almost thought about getting like a bunch of them just to hand out pucks at ICC Con.
Honestly,
then-
that's cheaper than stickers, man.
But
Here's your
but the
mission.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the problem is that if you wanted free shipping, you need to get $35 worth. I'm like, do I want to get that many
No.
pucks?
My thing
Spend
is
$70 on pucks.
the pucks are cool, and I do like the little kind of text blurbs that they come with in Orabesh and everything, but they're too expensive. Like I know it's electronics and everything like that, but just because it's a Black Series, sculpt, the light doesn't travel all the way through. There's a lot of a sculpt that has to pass through, and they're just expensive. They've all gone on clearance. I mean, like, it's great that you can pick the pucks up for cheap, but I still I can't get behind Holocom. Thankfully we don't have, all three of them together at, one time. It is mainly just Holocom. And I didn't put this down in the notes, but I do like that they are doing more in-universe repaints of clone troopers. Like, I think a good subline, even though it hasn't hit the idea of it as good, is Clones of the Republic. We can get into like why it hasn't been hitting like it should, but I do think
flawed in execution at times.
Yes, very flawed execution. But
I kind of mentioned that yesterday as well. That it's kind of it's in its early stages for that. Clones of the Republic, and even the 2 multi-packs are kind of making a comeback. So if you go off the rest of the line in history, typically it does get better as time goes on.
Right.
So I think those 2 packs and the Clone of the Republic line are going to start getting better. At least I hope. But going off of what we've seen with the line in general, that's a good sign.
Yeah. But I'm all for them cutting back on the gimmicks. They can they can get plenty of mileage out of doing in-universe stuff. I mean, like, they got the 2023 clone sculpt. Repaint the living shit out of that, and you don't got to do carbonize and all this. And again, with the multiple avenues for them doing newer figures, just keep that coming.
They also got to do the right ones, though, because I know I liked it, but a lot of people, they're like, what the hell with that comic book gris? It's not. What is that?
It's just because that was the only way to get. Yeah, like, if that was a single pack, I don't think anybody would have cared as much. It's just that you had to buy a multi-pack for $45, $50 or whatever to get a prequel Yoda with a chair.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, oh my gosh.
I also wanted to say, specifically for the Holocom, because Robo was saying he likes the pucks. If you do something like, if I remember correctly, I think you did it on a play day, Robo. Didn't someone send you a translucent Palpatine?
Luke. Oh, wait.
Because I know
the Palpatine's from years ago, and I can't even remember where I got that from. Somebody was doing Force Ghosts and hologram top things, but then Luke sent me a table, and I think one of the pucks fits in the.
Yeah, I remember it looked perfectly, and then I know now Nate from Out of the Basement, he printed a one of Luke's holograms that Luke made on his Patreon. And it looks great.
It's because it doesn't have all that articulation.
Right.
It's literally just a hollow Darth Sidious.
It's a clear, solid piece.
Yeah. So it's great, up. Just like that. Yeah.
Somebody just said it's something about the pucks being role play Black Series too, and that's what I kind of thought about the credit collection with the credits.
Yeah.
The money that came with it. But that wore off real quick. I wasn't buying a bunch of them.
Right. You just need the one, really.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's more, pros, I guess, with the Black Series, but those are kind of like the heavy hitters that I think they've been doing a very good job of recently. But we're getting into the negative. Let's get all the Black Series shitters in here right now for the con segment. Time to get negative. This is what drives that engagement.
Unfortunately.
So, swinging back to multi-packs, we're getting
Coffee.
Hostage packs.
Before you get into that, because I wanted to ask Robo just his overall thoughts on the line.
Oh, it's pretty good.
I think I'm there with you.
No,
it's good.
Like I said, I'm a lot pickier and choosier, but that's only because they seem to be doing a good job of different eras, different movies, different things, a little something for everyone. And I'm not someone who buys everything anymore, so
stick to
I've been like I said, I didn't buy much last year, but they seem to be coming back around on that kind of thing, which is good. Here and there, they need to focus on, and from what I understand, that's not completely their call of what they focus on. New media,
right?
Yeah,
so
it's similar. I know, it's kind of the opposite for you and me for Marvel. other than your standard 90s X-Men, I'm not an X-Men guy. I'm more Avengers. So
Well,
this new Nemesis wave for Marvel.
We can't all be right.
Yeah. So I know like the Nemesis wave that's coming out that has a lot of X-Men characters. I'm not getting that wave at all. That's just an easy skip, that wave. But I know for other people, that's, they really like that. So I like when they do things like that because, I think Wilbon has brought this up multiple times where if they do a wave of something, it's just, I don't want it. Easy skip that whole wave.
Yeah.
More money in my pocket for something else that I do want.
And that's the way to look at it. You don't get online and go, these were not made for me. This company sucks. This company sucks. These figures suck.
Yeah.
Get on. Go somewhere else. Do something.
Act
But-
like
Put your
wave.
energy.
Pass.
Put your energy into something you do like instead of
Yeah.
freaking out about that. Yeah.
They'll come back around. There'll be more stuff.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll
yeah.
do this most recent fan stream, they had that Maximum Series Spider-Man. That's right up my alley. That's
Yeah,
what I
see?
collect for Marvel.
Right. There you go.
But getting into hostage packs, we're swinging back around. They got some good with multi-packs, but it's not perfect. Perfect example of this, getting a slightly updated Bush Leia to get that super desirable Shadows of the Empire Luke Skywalker in the Coruscant Guard outfit.
Man.
Come on.
Man.
Does Boosh have pins in the knees or not? Is that
Yep, it does.
They do. They
Oh,
just
trust-
photoshopped it.
Contrary
we're-
to what the Photoshop picture indicates, yes, they do.
We're getting to that one. We got the deceptive practices down.
Yeah.
I promise. But what's another good example of a straight up hostage
Honestly,
pack?
even though I like it, the last command pack has
Yes,
just a straight up
yes,
repack of the
I'm
Luke.
sorry,
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like that. If you want, they should have done a Joris and Luke 2-pack. You shouldn't have to buy a repack of a Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker and Mara Jade just to get Joru's Sabayoth
And
and Luke
to-
Skywalker.
To be frank, I wish that since they threw Mara Jade in with the alt head, I wish that alt head was just with the original Mara Jade release.
Yeah,
like
100%.
that would have been great.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to remember. I haven't opened it yet, so I was.
Yeah, just a straight up Return of the Jedi Luke. And it's worse because that flap doesn't come off, unlike the old 40th.
And the face is terrible on that.
Dude, it's the
figure.
size of a cereal box.
Yeah. I
Get the
don't
Black
like
Series
that
cereal box.
Luke that came with that set. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Is this isn't the new body? I don't have a new body.
No.
It is.
It's the new
It's
body.
the new
It's just
body.
that-
It's just the chest piece is glued down, so you can't switch it to the other one. And
Yeah.
then the face is different. Like the head's I don't
it's
know
different
what they
but
did.
worse.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah.
With
Also,
that, but it's somehow worse.
That was a case of them announcing that 6 months after the 40th Return of the Jedi Luke came out. So it's like a lot of people already bought the figure, and then they're like, hey, if you want Joru Sabayoth and Luke Skywalker, you got to buy this 4-pack with them.
So
And
it
the
goes
thing is,
back to the timing.
Yeah.
Right. I imagine the same type of people who would want a Thrawn trilogy box set wanted a new Luke from Return of the Jedi. So just a lot of double dippers there,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
sucks.
Me included. Yeah.
Another
Especially-
one. I was gonna say,
Go ahead.
not that we can go back to that 4-pack, but to add to hostage pack, I think the latest what is it, the clone ones? The Obi-Wan
Oh, the
with
Obi.
the 212.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, even then, Yoda and Gree. I really don't like that if you wanted a prequel Yoda with a chair, you had to buy a $45, $50 2-pack to get Commander Green, depending on where you bought. If you got it from Hasbro, it was $45. If you got it from Disney Store, it was $50. And not to mention, you also had to pay shipping, most people. So it was actually more like
Randomly
six-
gave shipping
it
to
was,
some
yeah,
people.
it was more like a $60 2-pack if you wanted a prequel Yoda, which is just,
Hold up,
I
Mr.
ended up-
Coffee is counting shipping and a cost of a figure. You got
Oh shit! I knew what happened exactly when it happened.
But no, the hostage, quote unquote hostage pack situation is it's annoying. It's not.
I
Good.
think Robo was going to say something.
I like Gree, but I ended up skipping that pack because I didn't need that Gree.
Yeah.
I would have liked Yoda, but I was just like, okay. I have the Figuarts
Yep.
There's another
Figure
figure
arts
arts
is better
coming.
anyways.
Well, there's another figure arts coming, but
Yeah.
now that I'm like, well, that's going to cost nearly the same, and I could have got a clone,
Yeah.
Right.
but I don't know. I'll wait for the figure arts.
But what's going to
Yeah.
be better, the Black
Based
Series
Robo,
or the
honestly.
figure
Yeah.
arts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find God and buy the figure arts.
Yeah, yeah. That's the
But,
line.
no,
Say the line.
the Black
Bart.
Series prequel Yoda is a very fun figure, but at the end of the day, you had to get it in a multi-pack, and it is reuse of that Empire Strikes Back smaller Yoda. I mean, it can still get all the poses you want out of it, but like, I don't know. It has its issues. It's not perfect, but
It's like a little gremlin figure. It's like
yeah.
It's
Also,
closer to that than a
sorry.
Yoda in my eyes.
I'm sorry. The chair sucks. The Black Series chair, like, great idea. I love that they included it. The execution was just not good. I have mine sitting on the figure arts chair. It's just, it's not a good chair. It's fine, I guess. But the perfect multi-pack, like I mentioned earlier, Phase 1 501st, 332nd, 2 clone troopers, you know, and like Fig said, the Obi-Wan and the 212th, the Green Yoda, and even the Mace Windu and the purple 187th, you shouldn't have to buy 4 Mace Windus to get
No.
purple 187s.
Or before we knew that it was going to be single packed, a C3PO headed battle droid to get a super.
Yep.
To get to
I
get a
mean,
B2.
facts. Yep.
That's another good
Yeah.
one.
I know somebody who army built the 2-packs just to army build the super battle droid.
That sucks, especially because it's so specific.
Should've known
with the
better.
dirt on it.
Yeah.
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 I mean, there's a lot of times we've said it's like, oh, they have to re-release this as a single. That's a unique mold, and then sometimes
They don't.
they'll either wait.
Yeah.
You know
or
what? The
Sometimes it
easiest
doesn't happen.
one, the easiest thing for that Robo for me is the B1 security, the B1 pilot, the B1 commander. It's a strip of paint. I don't know why they haven't released those in the line. It's so.
So we never
strange.
even got all the Scarif ranks. We
Oh,
got
yeah, we
two,
did.
didn't we?
Yeah, true. It's weird.
And making
All
one
these-
of those
all these years later.
Walmart exclusive was really weird too.
Well, what's weirder is I don't think any company made all 3. I think there was more, but the 3 were the main ones, except the model kits, and you had to do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Here's another one that just came to mind. Now, back in the day when it came out, it probably wasn't viewed as a hostage pack, but nowadays, it definitely is viewed that way because 2 of the figures suck. Having to buy that Rogue One, Jin, and Cassian 3-pack for the only way to get a Black Series Death Trooper specialist. That is another one where
I'm
it's like
100%
they know
with
what
you
they
on
were doing with that one.
Mm.
I
They know what they were
recently-
doing.
I recently bought that pack to get the commander because it was cheaper to buy the full set than to buy just the regular commander off people. And now those are still in box. I'm trying to get rid of them. Nobody wants them.
No one's gonna buy 'em.
Horrible.
I would give them away, but nobody wants those
That-
2.
you know what? That might-
trash figures.
We might have to have the wheel. We have some sort of giveaway at some point. That might have to be in the giveaway. That's like that'll be like the loser giveaway. We'll have like a
Just sign
winner
'em.
and a loser, and then the loser gets the Rogue One.
Right.
Yeah.
The Rogue One bad figures. Yeah.
And the runner-up gets a Constable Zuvio mint on box.
Yeah. The Walgreens exclusive. Right.
Let's go.
But enough about the hostage packs. They're annoying. No good. Next up. Perfect for the new Anakin Skywalker. Decade plus old reuse. What are they thinking releasing a figure in 2025 that has tooling from 12 years ago? I can't get behind it. It's scummy. I don't know. I feel like scummy may be too harsh if they are listening to this, but it's not okay. It's not good. And don't get the idea that because it's sold out that people think it's fine, because I have seen nothing but criticism towards people and that whole debacle. Know that it sold out because it's Anakin Skywalker. It did not sell out because, oh, them 12-year-old legs. That's not that bad. No.
They got to get another year out of it like they did Maul and R2. And they used the X-Wing pilot a couple times too, didn't they?
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
archive
Quite a few.
Luke. Yep.
Dave?
Even where it didn't make sense, like Wedge, doesn't.
And they did,
Wedge is not
and-
as small.
Yeah,
as it.
yeah.
And Talk Merrick.
short
That
Wedge.
was
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
last time, I think.
Yeah, that was even worse than Wedge. Yeah.
We got Trapper Wolf Dave Filoni on the
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
X-Wing
That's
Link
about the,
line.
it's just such a weird figure.
Yeah.
See, next year they'll start all the new Anakins. Well, isn't
Oh,
Revenge of the Sith 150th anniversure this year or something?
Yeah.
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 150th. Damn.
That's what it feels like.
I'm old.
Yeah. When
I
they
knew I
said
was
10
old,
years
but
of
dang.
Force Awakens, I thought, no, that just came. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Force Awakens
dude.
came out last
Yeah.
week. What are you talking about?
yeah.
Suddenly my knees hurt even more. Thank
No.
It's
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
you got to see Robo. There is a friend of the channel, Psycho Emerald. He was born when Revenge of the Sith came out, so that's crazy to me that he's
Yeah, yeah.
Was that
Bro's old
2005?
yeah,
Yeah.
2005.
2005.
He's an adult now. There are adults that were born when Revenge
God,
of
I
the
got
Sith
kids
came out.
older than him.
I mean, I
All my
can't
kids are
talk
older
much
than him,
because
actually, now that I do the math. Yeah.
I can't talk much because I was born in 2001. So.
Yeah, here he is. Psycho was 10 when The Force Awakens came out. That
is
insane. I hate my
Yeah, that's
brain.
wild. But another
What's-
one oh go ahead, Robo.
No, go ahead. I was just going to make it was a shorter time between Revenge of the Sith and Force Awakens than it was Jedi and Episode
Yeah.
1.
Mhm.
And it didn't feel like that long
That's-
between Jedi and
Wow.
Episode 1.
That's interesting to think about.
I was just gonna say another example of the decade-old reuse is Bouch Leia with Shadows of the Empire Luke. You have to
all
buy.
those
Those
And
legs.
yes, they did update the head sculpt. They did paint the helmet differently or whatever. But still,
Helmet's a different sculpt.
you're buying a 80%. Oh, it's a different sculpt.
Yeah.
You're still buying a 80% decade-old figure to get your Luke Skywalker on the new body from something that you want and all that. It's
I may
just
come around. I may come around on that 2-pack, but I'm not pre-ordering. I want to wait for that to hit clearance. Hopefully.
I had
Gotta
to have
use the
Luke.
honey coupon, bro.
I had to have it. so-
Hey, if the honey coupons work, I think that's a scam though.
why didn't
now,
they do
but-
a disguise Lando with Luke 2-pack?
yeah,
That's all they had
yeah.
to do.
And if you didn't want him as Lando, just put the helmet on. And look, you have
Yeah.
2 guards. You could have bought 2 sets, 3 sets, and had an army of guards. Just
All
put
they
the
had to
helmets
do-
on.
I
we
legitimately think it's because, besides like the scummy stuff, they're only making Shadows of the Empire figures that released in the 3.75 back in the day, and there was no Lando. So I don't think they'll release ones that.
But there was Leia in a blue jumpsuit.
Yeah, true, and
That would
not
have been
gonna get
better.
that in
They're
my
like-
series.
They're like, Shizor is brand new. We can't do 2 new ones. You guys are asking
Yeah.
for way too much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's weird though is they're not doing retro packaging for Shadows of the Empire. When that's like,
yeah, they
that
just
would get
threw 'em in the. Yeah, I
Hardbacks.
would have bought 2. I would have bought 2 of each, man. Look, hold on. I got the old card backs right here. Okay.
in
Oh,
arm's
please.
reach. Look at that.
Yeah, they're desk buddies
A
practically.
holographic,
Yeah,
man.
I mean that's all they had to do is put them on these card backs.
Wilbon,
then
rip
for
that
2.
open on stream right now.
Right now.
No, I love my Snuva, my Chewbacca.
Snoop.
I love Snoop.
I mean, I got. Oh,
Hey,
mine's not
Oh,
as
he's
cool,
got it.
but
nah, Robo's got the Black Series leak.
Ooh.
Man.
Yeah.
Robo's actually
Leak.
from factory floor. He's the leaker.
The leak.
Robo is your Robo.
What's your
but yeah, decade plus old reuse, no good. They could have held. Honestly, they could have held the Anakin off a little bit longer, and I'm sure they're doing new legs for Revenge of the Sith Anakin.
Yeah,
Should've just done it with that.
is that? I'm interested to hear what we all think about that because I'm with you. I think they will do new legs for Anakin for
Yes.
Revenge of the Sith.
I hope
It's
so.
his most iconic appearance. I would hope they're doing it. My
hope.
My sort of double back defense on them doing it for Anakin is from the waist up. It's a modern figure. It has butterfly joints. It has, even though the wrists are horizontal and everything, he does have stuff like butterfly joints. He has the modern neck articulation with the ball in the torso and the dumbbell joint at the top of the neck into the head. all that. It's just the legs specifically are like the, oh my god, why? The 12-year-old reuse. But it is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. Sometimes it's just, and I mean, we're complaining about it, but he sold out on multiple retailers. So.
And see, that's the thing. Like, will it change as long as figures sell out? Like,
I do think though, for a lot of that, it's like how that Obi-Wan pack sold out with just a repack, basically. These Clone Wars figures for Anakin and Obi-Wan were very hard to get, so a lot of people,
yes.
We know, Dante's toys. He was going to get that Obi-Wan, and you advised him to wait. And
that was the right call.
Yeah. And then a week later, they put the 2-pack up for pre-order.
Right.
So thanking me for that.
It just makes sense that to get those out in the line. It just sucks because by making it new, they would have got the old collectors and new collectors.
Right.
Because it's the same thing with Vader. Vader from the waist up, great. I like Vader a lot. He has the butterfly joints, the newer Vader, I mean. But then you have the old legs, 2013 legs. So,
come on.
I have a.
Oh, speaking of Brandon, hello there.
Hey,
hello there, Brandon.
Welcome to the
What's
stream.
up, Brandon?
Unfortunately, you joined while we're in the negatives.
You're gonna have to go back and listen to the positives.
You're gonna have to watch the replay.
Yeah.
Speaking of, though, I got to go.
All right, Robo.
Yeah.
Run. But are you going to be on for a little bit?
Oh yeah.
I asked.
Oh yeah. We're probably still going to be talking about this.
4 hours,
Okay.
dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're just getting
I
started.
just got to
on
run
this
across town and then I'll be back. So
You got the
you'll be back.
StreamYard link, so yep.
All right.
Hop in whenever.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Sweet.
All right.
See you
later.
We'll see you later. Have a good one.
See you for now.
Yep.
Guys, don't leave. We promise he's coming back, okay? Don't leave. He will be back.
If everybody leaves the stream, you see this?
Yeah. This was known beforehand. Robo has
Yes.
has commitments in life.
He does have stuff to go do, but it sounds like he will be coming back.
Yeah.
But yes, decade plus.
Troy's head down. It's a dark joke right now.
Don't leave, guys. Don't leave.
Don't
Cornelio's out. Everyone's going
like,
live
comment,
now.
and subscribe first.
Come on.
Honestly, lazy aardvark's spitting though. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly.
that's true.
He's gonna come back during the brain rot and just.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna be like. Nah.
The zoo perk will be happening.
He will be
That's
back.
good.
We promise he
There you
will
go.
be back.
Yeah. There you go.
But
I'll be back.
So again, just since Brandon's here, we got to lock in. Decade plus old reuse. Nobody likes it. Not good. Don't get the wrong impression because Anakin sold out. It is because it is a
Highly desired
character, and it's like I said earlier, it's like his second most iconic appearance. The first release was extremely hard to get because it was a freaking Target exclusive that they had on like Father's Day end caps or whatever instead of the toy aisle. Don't get the right idea from it. People do not like the old reuse. And moving on to that, new media oversaturation, mainly The Mandalorian. I will say with this one, we know Hasbro has very, very, very strict guidelines from Lucasfilm specifically on what has to be put out. We know when shows come out, they need merchandising alongside it, and that includes the figure lines like Black Series and TVC. It's just sometimes it feels like it's a little too much, but this does go back into a pro of character variety. It really feels like they aren't going as overboard on new media stuff, and they are starting to release more from, older shows or older films that we do like the prequel trilogy and the OT and everything like that. But I still think it's kind of wild that we have 42 Galaxy Packaging mural releases for The Mandalorian, and that's not including multi-packs, which don't get counted in the mural. So it's more like 50 plus Mando releases, and we only have 6 figures from The Phantom Menace. We only have 7 or 8 from Attack of the Clones. We're
One
Oh,
only
for Revenge of the Sith.
2. Bakar's coming. But
True.
Still, and we know more is going to come down the road, but it's crazy that we only have 2 mural packaging Revenge of the Sith figures, and then not only is it Mando, we have 17 Kenobi figures. Right now we have 17 or 18 Ahsoka figures with more to come. And that's not even including season 2 stuff. That's, and they're going to make a bunch of season. It just sometimes it feels like it's too much of the new media. And again, we know like you guys have to make that stuff. We completely understand that, but it just sometimes it feels like it's too much at certain points.
And
I also
to that.
Go ahead, Fig, go ahead.
Wasn't Luke, the new Luke, Farm Boy Luke, number 9?
Yeah, number 9 in a new
out of the New Hope 77. Like that's
for Star Wars,
right? Like
yeah.
the Star Wars movie,
Empire Strikes
Star
Back
Wars.
ESB has 4.
Oh,
4.
Yeah, this
All
is
right.
kind of.
I'm
talking about it's disheartening.
Give us Lobot. I demand it.
Yeah, we demand OT trash right now.
Yeah,
I want 9 nub. That's the 5-pack I want. Give us an OT 5-pack. Lobot, 9 num, all these OT that
Give us the Glup 5-pack on.
Yeah, there you go.
And I can't agree with what Gamerzone is saying. And a lot of these new media figures are getting priority and money when it comes to new tooling. I think it's crazy that Clone Wars Anakin, I mean, even then, he's a mainline figure from new media. You would expect the new tooling on him, and he's getting, pushed back. Another example that me and Justin talk about all the time, and he mentioned it yesterday, the Skeleton Crew kids, they are all brand new unique sculpts that come with backpacks, flashlights, accessories, and they all have like an amazing amount of paint detail on them. And then we have little Annie, and we're like scrapping to get him. He has almost no paint on him. He only has his backpack as an accessory and everything. It just feels so like an out of whack balance from time to time, and it can just get like frustrating sometimes. That's one of my main things is Anakin and the Skeleton Crew figures.
Yeah.
The Skeleton Crew, the Skeleton Crew kids are phenomenal Black Series figures. I just wish that little Anakin could be on that same level. You could have gave him a couple tools when he's working on the pod racer. They didn't have to, or like the Naboo helmet, like the N1 Starfighter helmet. They could have just gave him that.
Do you know what's also weird about this?
I'm sorry, Zoo. Yeah.
I was just going to say, obviously, we're not stupid. All of us understand that there is a certain level of new media they have to do.
Yes.
We get
right. That's what we're trying to drill in. We know they have to make something.
Right.
Like
the thing that I don't understand is that there are characters, and I talked about this a little bit in the pre-show, but there are characters where they're just not made, and they're new media figures that either A, are desirable, or B, they're important characters to that media and don't have a figure, but they're making other new media figures. So if you're going to make 1 million Obi-Wan from the Obi-Wan show, make a Leia. If you're going to cut back one of those Obi-Wans, or right. I'll give you a perfect example. I know a lot of people don't know who he is. I don't even remember his name. There is a dinosaur bounty hunter from Obi-Wan.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that's a cool. You could buy him. You could put him right.
That's like Brutus. That would have been like Brutus almost.
He would have been an excellent figure.
But
where people
instead, we got one Jack.
Right,
and we got one Jack.
Which, of course, granted, he was easy reused.
One Jack is cool. I like one Jack. Not my favorite figure, but I like one Jack.
And the Max Rebo experience saying Carson Teva. I know some people are split. Some people don't give a shit. Some people really do want him. But I think
he's pretty prevalent. It's like kind of crazy that they
he's kind of
right.
He's in all the shows. Like,
and you know who else is Wilbon? I know other people aren't going to like it, but Peli Motto,
I'm in on Peli if they make her, bro. They just need to do it. I've got her droids. Where's Peli?
Germ's fitting right now. I'm sorry.
They make 1,000 Mandalorian
bro,
figures.
I need my fat body fucking X-Wing pilot, man.
Oh yeah, let's get Porkins from.
They make 1,000.
Sure. Hey, give me my selfie series, bro.
Why do they make so many Mandalorian characters? Why do they make so many Mandalorian characters, but they don't make the recurring characters that are in multiple seasons, multiple shows, Book of Boba Fett, like Carson Teva or Hal Runner?
Or O'Callaghan.
Yeah, exactly.
Where is he?
Where
is
Where is
Toro
he?
Calican?
Honestly, Toro's one of those ones where I'm shocked they didn't make him at this point. Honestly, if that makes sense.
Where is
Where-
Frog Lady though? That's the
Where's
thing. It's,
the Deveronian guy? That
yeah,
was
these
in-
are aliens. Like, see, I feel like most of these are alien characters that like you could buy for a cantina. They're fun sculpts, like Neil. You know, like I feel like that's the new media stuff.
I just call him Mr. Krabs because he's red and he's Clancy Brown. So
Right.
Like
these are
Mr.
the
Krabs.
fun. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I would definitely buy a Deveronian. You know, I don't care who it was.
Oh,
A Deveronian sculpt in Black Series
Where's
would be
Wade?
So cool. Exactly.
Said nobody.
Wade.
he sacrificed everything. He was such
Wade-
an emotional loss. How did
Wade
not
and
figure
Toro.
that?
I know Fig always memes with Toro, but Wade and Toro Calican are exactly the type of new media figures I'm talking about that should not be made. The figures, you know,
guys in clothes.
right?
It's an Andor figure. It's a guy in clothes.
It's an Andor figure, except Andor's good. So
Yeah, exactly.
What
like-
is it? I don't even forgot what Toro says. I want to make my way with you, man. You know? Or whatever the hell he says.
look at Cornholio. So Cornholio, who is Toro? That's what I'm saying, bro.
Honestly,
I would have been with
Cornholio's
you.
spitting right now.
I would have been with you if I didn't know Fig, because Fig is the only reason I even know Toro Calican. Although I would have forgot him immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wade.
We're just swapping now.
If I think to build off what Coffee's saying, definitely, you know, slow down on the new media. But if you have to make a certain new media, maybe, you know, other figures are more desirable than what's been coming. If you're gonna make rando mandos, make the Judge. You don't need to do ones that are so similar. It's not like the paint would be, just paint it green instead of blue. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't gonna lie.
Zach is spitting right now. Where's
People
the
may not
mods?
agree with this, but when they have to do their new media obligations, I kind of like when they do what they did with Skeleton Crew and Acolyte and just kind of get them all out in one go.
I'm
shoot
with
them out and then like
We're done.
move on.
Just let me pass on a whole wave, and I'm happy about that.
And then,
And we can
you
move
know,
on
down
to the
the
good
road-
stuff.
Down the road, they could put like one here or one there if they want to. If it's a, you know, if so,
like what they're doing with Acolyte.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to
Yep.
release,
right, and
possibly release the Stranger, and
I'm
People
cool
that
with
want
the
him can get him, and that's one less figure I have to worry about buying.
yeah,
It's great.
But it's not like they're second of multiple waves. Like majority of it was in one wave. Like Coffee was saying, get them all out. If you want them, go get them. If not, we all pass, and we're good.
That's why you know what I know a lot of collectors would not be on board with this. I'm interested to hear if you guys would be, but I would be down with themed waves, even if it's not new media. So what I mean is, give me don't wait for the 40th anniversary. Give me an Empire Strikes Back wave just in 2025. You know,
Yeah,
there's no
okay.
anniversary. I don't care. Just give me an Empire wave. Give me a New Hope wave. Give me a Return of the Jedi wave.
You can put them
And-
on those cards later. It just like you said, a Phantom Menace wave, an Attack of the Clones wave. Like,
Right.
I'm down
Yeah.
for that.
So just like they had a Skeleton Crew wave, I would love to see a wave of just any form of OT stuff
Or PT.
instead of just, oh, we'll have our one OT figure and we'll be so happy. Just
the holiday special wave, Zoo. I can't wait for that.
All right, now
Lumpy.
we're spitting.
Lumpy.
Lumpy.
But yes,
No, we need
Lumpy
no, we
for
need-
Black Series win.
We need the Wookiee that was like, Mr. Coffee. I was like this.
Oh yeah.
That was.
Yeah. watching the VR, watching the VR
Watching the
porn.
Wookiee porn.
Yeah, we need the actual. Exactly. Yeah. Honestly, though, I know Wilbon's memeing, but for vintage collection, give me Akmina. I would love
Straight
to have
up.
the Cantina.
Oh, that'd be
She'd
great.
Yeah.
No, straight up, I really would buy all those holiday special figures and put them in my cantina.
Yeah.
1000%.
How about a 4-pack of the circus hologram characters?
Dude, that would be awesome. Holocom. Make them holocom, bro.
But Yes,
For reals.
new media oversaturation is a thing. Again, we know you guys have to make stuff, like whether it's contractual obligation, Lucasfilm breathing on your neck to make it, whatever, we get it. It's just sometimes it feels like it's a bit much. I mean, even last year, we got fucking Christ, we got 2 different releases of Balin and Shin each. We got, you know, the Shriek-Hawk 2-pack. We got the single packs Target and Walmart exclusive.
Endless Mandalorians.
We got the Enoch and Night Trooper 2-pack.
Yep.
We got, and that's not including like mainline fan channel waves of stuff.
Also,
we got the whole Book of Boba Fett wave as well. If you
I want to say there, you know, we're obviously none of us are in the know here, so we don't know. For all we know, Hasbro is told by Lucasfilm, you need to make 62 new media figures this year. It has to be that number at least.
Right.
So maybe they can cut back.
Or
but that's
maybe
why
specific characters like
right.
The Mandalorian. We want this many different Mandalorian figures on the market.
Right.
Obviously, I could be waffling when I say this, but I almost like don't think that's the case because it's like, why are they coming out with Book of Boba Fett figures 2 years later? I don't feel like Lucasfilm is like, you guys need to fucking make fucking Cad Bane and the Tusken Chieftain from fucking Book of Boba Fett right now in 2024.
A year after the show is aired on Disney Plus.
Yeah,
all right,
This is one of those ones where it's annoying, but like we also understand what they have to do. It feels like it's too much, and of course it's like this kind of ties into what somebody was saying yesterday on Out of the Basement. We aren't Hasbro logistics. We aren't their financial people. We aren't the people who we're just giving feedback and how we feel about this. It's not our job to figure out how they can do it, if that makes sense.
All right, Coffee.
Harper Quandrax brings up a good point that like the new media is going to slow down, so we should see a decline in like newer shows.
Well, that's why even if you don't look at Lukeness's list, you know, because I know even Lukeness himself has said multiple times in his video that take it with a grain of salt. Even if you don't look at Lukeness's list and you just go on by what Yakface is on his master list, that's why I think we're seeing some Rebels figures. We're seeing some Clone Wars figures.
It's about time.
And I will say they have gotten better about it in 2024.
Oh,
it was still a lot, but the fact that we're getting a lot of those heavy hitters beside them really helps.
All right, I know
that pain or that sting or whatever.
I know I'm going to be shooting myself in the foot here and Wilbon because we're both collect 3.75.
Why are you shooting myself? Why are you shooting me in the foot too?
But listen, no, I'm going to do it for the good of the Black Series line. All right, Wilbon, okay. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Coffee and Fig are going to be happy with this. What Hasbro needs to do is put some more new media focus for 3.75 and get that new media shit out of the Black Series.
Listen,
we need the client. We need the client.
TVC only gets like 5 new molds a year, but the amount of fucking people from the TVC side who are like, give us new media this, give us new media that, give us this, give us that, give us this, give us that. Give it to them, please. Like, give them
because
more.
Here's the thing. If I'm collecting, like, this is not me. I don't collect 3.75 like that. I collect it for dioramas now and like Wilbon said, accessories for the other stuff, vehicles, creatures, stuff like that.
The figures are the accessories in my eyes.
But
they
if you were
they should complement an existing
vehicle
or dio.
Like Hasbro, if you release an Echo base playset this year, I'm all in on Hoth stuff. So that's what I'm saying. But
they are pissed off they don't have the Skeleton Crew kids. They're pissed off they don't have the client.
That's exactly my point.
They don't have this.
We need Neil. Yeah.
If you were someone like Bosk's Bounty, you know, who only collects 3.75, you have a Dexter Jetster already. I know it's not the most updated sculpt, but you have all these characters, so you want to continue your collection with the new media. So I don't understand. It feels like it's reversed. I guess the reason why is because Black Series is the character-focused line, and 3.75 is all world building.
Which is
but
true.
I feel like I think there would be some people who would be pissed on both sides, but I think overall, both lines would probably be better off if 3.75 TVC focused more on new media and Black Series focused more on legacy stuff, because there are no 6-inch figures until Black Series, and we don't have anything in this scale until, and then obviously import companies. But
I will say, if they go a little overboard on new media on the TVC side, it's just going to turn into Black Series again,
right?
Where
Of
they're
course,
just
we don't
complaining that they're not getting X, Y, and Z from different movies. I do see a lot of 3.75.
Never say never.
Never say never. On
please,
Dexter
Brandon. I would love that.
Hey,
Dexter would be so good.
Listen, Brandon, I know this is a common sentiment from Black Series collectors, but something like Sebulba is a dream come true.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is wild to say about a character like Sebulba. Yes. But
legitimately, I never thought that would happen for Black Series.
We need more. The prequels have such rich character design that we just need more. Newt Gunray.
Watto.
Paulo the Lesser, Geonosians, Wat Tambor.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Coffee,
Paulo the Lesser.
Because a lot of 3.75-inch collectors do the same thing that Wilbon and I do, which is collect for the playsets, collect for this stuff. I was not interested in any new media stuff for TVC. I was like, I'm not buying any new media for TVC. But you know what? Then they released the new media playsets. All of a sudden, a little spoiler for what one of my snags.
Wessel's another good one.
But look, now I had a reason for this new media, because I got this.
That's another thing with new media is TVC can get stuff like the Razor Crest for a HasLab. They can get blurgs very easily. They can get the N1 Starfighter. They can get
right. And so you know what? The client actually makes sense in 3.75 because you have other little areas to go with him. We have little.
They have a Navarro playset.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
The client actually has somewhere to go, like the Black Series, where he just stands on a shelf.
Yeah, you have to print Luke's desk.
You gotta put them
exactly.
You gotta put them in Jabba's or your Cantina, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If you have one of those displays.
And again, I do want to say that
it's not the same.
I do want to say that maybe I'm not the best person to talk about this, and definitely I know Coffee and Fig aren't, because none of us collect TVC as our main line. Even Wilbon and I think neither of us would call
I would consider us
collectors.
I would consider myself more of a dabbler in TVC. I think you've got more of it now than I do in terms of like the displays and the dioramas and stuff.
Right. And Howlrunner, I know he's was never on the Razor Crest, but I guess that depends on how screen accurate you want to be, because I know for me it's still a play set for Mandalorian to put Mando figures in. So I understand, maybe you don't want to if it's so screen accurate, but then you have people like Wilbon and I who put other people.
Don't tag Zoo for this, because I can't tell you how many fucking TVC run accounts are specifically using the Razor Crest as an example. They're like, we have the Razor Crest, but we don't have the client.
Bro, you don't remember the deleted scene where he flies the Razor Crest?
It's not even just like tying in with the vehicle specifically. It's the one account that we won't name, but everybody knows who it is. They are literally like, we have specifically. They didn't mention the Navarro playset. They didn't mention any of that. They were like, we have the Razor Crest and the Mando N1 Starfighter in TVC, but we don't have the client in Black Series.
You mean this really toxic Instagram creator? All right, I'll say it. It's Robo. That jerk.
Wait, Instagram. Wait, hold on. Instagram content creator? You mean Tangy Fungus?
Hey.
No, all right, that's not real.
Don't you be saying that about our Tangy.
No, it's Fig. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's me.
I feel like we've covered enough of. Let's move on to the next topic, and I feel like I love Star Wars 08, guys.
Yeah,
Star Wars 83 is my favorite.
Star Wars 03 is the best, guys. Come on.
I understand what real quick, just to end that discussion. I understand what Howlrunner is saying, because Howlrunner is saying, let an actual 3.75 collector speak and stuff like that, but. I just feel like I do collect 3.75. It's just that I'm not a TVC only collector. So I feel like I want figures that go with other figures for playsets. For Black Series, I don't care. I want a Kyle Katarn. He would not go with anybody, but it's a character.
Lies, deception.
Yeah.
My advice to people that are unsatisfied with one scale or another would be to collect the things you think are cool in both scales and
That's
just
not
find a way.
That's not
find
the
a way to
amount of
make it
plastic
work.
that I want you.
Wait,
Fuck.
hold on.
Why would you even suggest that?
Hold on. Wait, we might need to get Bat Diesel on because I'm. Are you saying you can collect both scales?
Oh,
Shut up, you dumb fuck! You can't fucking do that. Why would you even suggest that?
I didn't know you
J
could collect both
fucking
scales.
K. If you want a fucking blurg, buy the TVC blurg. Like holy crap!
Bro,
Like,
Robot
it's
Blue's-
insane. And you know what? Throwing it into both scales. If there's something you want from fucking Hot Toys, like Dark Empire Luke,
Do it.
just
I'm gonna-
collect.
I'm gonna get
just
my
get
Dark-
what you want.
I'm gonna get the Dark Empire Luke to go with my new Dark Emperor Palpatine that Robot got.
It doesn't.
We'll go
It
together in
doesn't.
perfect scale, bro.
To feed into this, there doesn't need to be some unnecessary. It's fucking toys. There doesn't need to be this unnecessary fucking scale war. Just buy what you want.
Buy
And
the cool shit.
Try to use fact and logic and
I never buy
reasoning to know that certain
3.75
things.
figures. They suck.
Try to use facts and logic and reasoning to realize that certain things just aren't going to come out in the scale that you collect, and just buy what you want. Stop coming after people because they don't collect the scale that you collect.
I gotta say, I Wilbon does too. We give Psycho shit for how he collects for some of the stuff, not caring about scale. But honestly, he's kind of right in some ways.
It's a peaceful life.
Psycho just sees a figure. He's like, I want that. He buys it. He has a 6-inch Mario and a 3.75-inch Luigi. Whatever.
The funny thing is, a lot of these people
That makes my brain hurt, but sure.
Yeah,
A lot of
it's
these
just
people
complaining
that like, oh, we don't have this in Black Series. Like, let's say the Mando N1 Starfighter. You know they're gonna drop it. The price is gonna be insane because it's gonna be fucking huge.
It's gonna be
And
like
the same people who are
$700.
crying that they don't have it, and they're like, oh, well, it's overpriced. I can't even afford it. I'm not gonna buy it. Pass. Like,
I gotta interject, and this is totally off topic, but Troy was dissing my little cute space marine. Is this a cute little space marine? Is that a cute little space marine? That's 6 inches of heat, baby, right
Hell
there.
yeah.
Okay, continue.
Coffee, I don't know if you saw
Amazing.
this, but on a Yak Face post where he was like, I don't remember. It might have been. Do people leave comments on the master list? I don't know if that's where I saw it. It was on something. Okay. It might have been.
I think you can leave comments.
But someone was talking about what's the point of Rebels figures when we don't have a Ghost, but the other scale does. And I was like, do you know how big and how much money a Ghost would be?
Why would I buy
Black
Sebulba when he doesn't even have his pod racer?
Yeah, people said that too. Right.
Shut
It's
the
just
hell up. Would you buy a fucking $400 Sebulba's pod racer? No, you wouldn't. Well,
you know how big the
of
Ghost
course we're
would be
gonna
in
have-
6-inch scale? Though?
We're gonna have those few people who are like, actually, I would. We're speaking for most people.
Oh yeah, I'd buy a pod racer.
I would too.
I'd love that.
Yeah.
But
I'd buy one, but
people don't buy the stat because it's not blue. So
right.
I'd buy it if it was blue.
Bad Diesel spitting. Why buy a clone trooper when I don't even have a
Yeah,
gunship?
exactly.
Yeah, laugh on- Why did I buy my Anakin with no
100%.
pod racer?
Why buy an AT-AT pilot without an AT?
All right, you know what? Honestly, for a long time, Steven, I actually was on that train. I was like, what do I need an AT-AT pilot for? Obviously, it doesn't make sense in 6-inch. I eventually did buy an AT-AT pilot, but for a long
Okay.
time, I was like,
Wait, just buy the Micro Galaxy Squadron.
We've done-
yeah, I'll just put him on top.
We've done our
Put 'em on
usual
top,
MNF off-topic spewing, even though I feel like that was a good conversation. In the fucking scale war,
Yeah, we're
if
good.
there's
we're
something
good.
you want, just buy it. But we'll move on to the next point.
True. Facts.
Let
Why
those
buy
spit.
Return of the Jedi Luke without a Rancor?
No!
Oh,
We're gonna move on to the next thing. Bring back thigh swivel, and the main point from this: do not take away articulation. Justin was high key fucking spitting yesterday when he was like, all these people were not campaigning or against thigh swivel while it was there, but then when they take it away, all of a sudden they're defending the action of it and they're saying that it's fine and that they don't care. Low key, brother was spitting with that one.
it's a line.
It's a line. If you think if you're like, oh, I'm so glad they took that shit away because it breaks the sculpt up so much. Guess what? You don't have to fucking use it.
You don't
It's a
have to
fucking
articulate
line.
it.
If you don't
Yeah.
have
Okay.
it articulated, the sculpt looks fine.
I'm gonna defend you, and I'm gonna defend Bat Diesel because I know he's a big proponent of the springback thigh swivel. I am someone who does not care about thigh swivel. But if you're in the same boat as me and you don't care about thigh swivel, clearly there are many people who do care. So if you don't personally want it, there are other people that do. So I'm all on the train of bringing back thigh swivel because I don't care, but other people care, and it doesn't change the figure.
No,
Right. It's
no
not like
offense.
it's not like we're getting any more out of it by them taking away thigh swivel.
Right.
So, like, if anything, it's just hurting articulation for
Right.
most people.
And also,
Listen.
I was just going to say there are.
Okay,
I-
yeah, go ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick, there are figures like I was actually team no thigh swivel for a bit because of Malgus. I was like, oh, you could still move him, so it's fine. But then they started releasing other figures that weren't like Malgus, where you couldn't move the leg, and then I was like, okay, well, that's the problem. Then,
All right,
you know?
Renault as is spitting.
There we go.
No, this is no offense to Hasbro, to Brandon specifically.
My dolls need it.
I don't care whatever excuse they come up with for it. It feels like we know for a fact that it is to just cut back on costs. It is less pieces, easier to manufacture, easier just all around. It's a money saving thing, and we know that. And it just bring it back. Every figure should have it. It should not be this random pick and choose who gets thigh swivel. You guys do a great job of hiding it on the clone troopers and the stormtroopers and armored characters, but I can't tell you how many figures I have gotten recently that are just straight up unfun to play with because they are lacking thigh swivel. The new Cassian is an example.
That new Luke, that new Ahsoka.
And here's the thing.
Kills it for me.
They're not even really saving money when they're giving all these figures boot swivel, because those were all sculpted. The whole lower leg was just sculpted as one piece until you get to the pin for the foot. So it's like you just move the articulation somewhere worse. I mean, like, cool, give us boot swivel and thigh swivel. I'll take it both. I love Kiadi Mundi, how he has thigh swivel, knee swivel, boot swivel, all of that. But like, if it's one or the other, I'm gonna say give us the thigh swivel back, honestly.
I'm telling you guys, Kiadi Mundi is the peak figure in this entire line.
I mean, he was my number one.
Falcon is spitting. Imperial Armored Commandos are so unfun to mess with. They can't get it. I'm sorry, they cannot pose good at all. Peridia Ahsoka is another one. It's Ahsoka. She it is an action-oriented character. No thigh swivel is just so painful. And
it's unthinkable to me.
Another thing for her is the plastic on the Leku are so hard. You can't move them out of the way. So like she can rotate her head this much in both directions without you heating it up and moving it out of the way. Hasbro
typically has such soft plastics that it's so weird that that's the case where it's not soft plastic and it's too hard to actually move around.
I know what happened. They ran out of the plastic. They had to ask Todd's factory for the harder plastic.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Another one is the new Cassian. That's a great figure, but like, why does his fucking pants are one color? You're not like, what are you breaking up a pouch? Like, I don't know. Bring back thigh swivel. Do not take articulation away. And it really does just come off as it's bad way for money to be saved on the production end.
I think it's so weird because I will still defend that Malgus that I thought that the no thigh swivel was fine.
That was executed well. That's
right. But that's
I don't know what happened since then.
I assumed that's the way it was going to be. I was like, okay, Hasbro found a way where you can not lose articulation, but make the sculpt look slightly better.
And I think it didn't do that. The new Hera also doesn't have thigh swivel, and it's the similar case where like the joints on the hips are just wider, so it has like the.
It is Hera, bro.
Yeah.
So.
The hip joints are just wider, so you can swing her legs left and right, but You don't
All right.
need to have them faced the other way.
All right, for science, we're gonna have to bring up Mary Elizabeth Winstead's hips and then Rosario Dawson's hips, and we'll see if they could have done the same thing for Ahsoka.
Fucking hell.
I was
That's in the MNFOF, right?
That's a BBL plethora right there.
Yeah, let's.
Oh my God.
But yes, do not take away articulation. Taking away thigh swivel literally makes a lot of these figures just not enjoyable to mess around with.
You want to see
why does the new Luke not have it?
That's my point. I was gonna say, is you want to see how bad it is for a good lightsaber pose? Watch Out of the Base. Watch Nate's review of that Luke at the end. He poses him, and he's like on a Y stance, and it looks so just odd. It looks like non-natural because he doesn't have that thigh swivel. You have to use the boots, and it just takes you out of the pose. I mean,
it looks unnatural.
Yeah,
that's so disappointing.
Unnatural. Yeah,
yeah, sure. You can't rotate your thighs like that much in real life, but guess what? It's a fucking action figure.
It's not a real person. It's a toy.
Bro, I thought I was.
Here's another crazy thing. Hot toys have thigh swivel. Granted, it's covered by clothes, but if it was that unnatural of an articulation point, they probably wouldn't have them on them.
Have you seen what Pletho was talking about, where he said some import collectors don't like thigh swivel?
See, but here's the thing: how they engineer it with the imports is there's another piece on the inside of the leg, so you can still get a lot of rotation and mileage out of those joints without having the cut in it. But it's Hasbro we're talking about. It's a budget line. I'm not expecting them to do that. Thigh swivel just gets the same point across, and it's cheaper on their end to do something like that.
Yeah, like just messing around with my new Mafex in hand. I could see like the way if Hasbro could do that, like Malgus, it would be terrible, but I don't know.
That would just be more complicated, and it gets the same point across with the same amount of pieces.
Yeah, it just might as well
less less work for them. But yes, it's I don't know. And Psycho is spitting. People comment on the thigh swivel like being unnatural. You can't fucking rotate your fucking leg 90 degrees to the left or to the right and have that look natural. You're gonna look like a damn fucking penguin waddling around if you do that. It's not.
Boot swivel isn't a thing either. Humans don't do that.
Figure. It's a fucking action figure.
Guys, hold on. We also can't swap hands and heads, so no more alternate hands and heads.
No, yeah, well, they're already doing that, Zoo. I mean, they're already ahead of that.
You can't swap your head?
Yeah. Check this out, Paul.
What if Coffee actually did that? This is how we found that he's been an android this whole time.
Hey, guess what? You also can't fucking rotate your head 360 degrees. So
Wait, let me try it,
guys.
Fucking snap your neck on stream. But
bro,
to be serious,
bro?
To be serious, bring back thigh swivel. Do not take articulation points away from us. Continue to improve how you engineer things, but do not take away. I don't want to hear that there's vocal people on both sides. No, bring back thigh swivel. 90% of the people.
There's very fine people on both sides, Mr. Coffee.
Fucking hell.
90% of the people I see arguing with thigh swivel say they don't care. And if you don't care, then why would you advocate against it? Just if you don't like it, don't use it. Right.
You just care in the opposite direction.
If you don't like it, don't use it.
Also, the other thing, I don't know why this reminded me of what you said, Coffee, but real quick, I just want to say another thing that I like how they have been doing. So this goes back to the pros a bit, but I just want to tell Hasbro, like, please keep doing this. It looks like hopefully we're mostly done with the super shiny era of the Black Series, where every face looks sweaty.
Yeah, they're doing good recently.
Yeah, I'm very happy that they're doing the matte spray. The factory finally got the note, so hopefully they keep the note. Hopefully Chris doesn't go on any more vacations, so things get confused.
Brandon, if you're still here, I promise we were being positive for a while.
Yeah.
You just joined at the wrong time. When you get to the replay, I promise we were positive with Robo.
we're also just a bunch of whiners on this show, right?
Yeah.
And we're waffling hardcore too. Like, please don't take my Toro Callahan suggestion serious, or pretty much that whole half an hour.
Do not
you know
give
what-
us Rothgar Ding, please.
You know what they're
Oh,
going to
yeah,
do?
don't.
You know what they're going to do, Fig? They're going to find your old comment where you talked about having a wave of Toro Calican and all this. And they're going to say, they're going to announce in their live stream, and they're going to say, we saw this highly requested by a prominent member of the Black Series community online. We got Rothgar Dang, we got Toro Calican, Wade.
And Wade, all in one way. That's the fan channel wave right there.
I feel like Fig has to buy that. If it comes out,
Oh,
you have
I will. I will day one buy. I tell you right now.
Speaking of which,
Calican.
shout out to Brandon for actually having an ear to the ground and watching
Yeah.
streams like this and actually taking down notes
Yeah,
and
this
getting
is
feedback
a big,
to
this is a
give
big
people.
big time commitment to listen to us
Yeah.
waffling.
Yeah, and I gotta give that to Coffee, and I also want to add on to that. I am someone who is a Marvel Legends collector. I think that Dan Yoon from the Marvel Legends team is a community manager. I love that he interacts with people on Twitter. He tells people what's coming for a stream. The Marvel team has nice, getting information to fans in a much easier way than the Star Wars team. So I appreciate you watching this for sure, Brandon, and talking with Justin and Out of the Basement and all of that, because I feel like the Star Wars Black Series team doesn't typically have their ear to the ground, at least visibly. Maybe they watch the stuff. We know that they likely do that, but
Which is
don't
why Brandon
actually
is
do
goated
it.
for actually
Yeah.
watching this shit. Also, Renoaz and Falcon are spitting, brother. I hope you can fucking clock in or add this to your time card or something, because you deserve to be paid for listening to shit like this.
1000%.
100%.
Also, just for if you go back to the replay to watch, we spent the first 45 minutes doing the intro and going over Anakin and Rex. So if you just want to go straight to the
meat of
of our conversation,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Skip all that trash where we were saying hello to our viewers. Fuck the viewers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
Fucking
about
hell.
that.
Jesus.
Nah, I love all of you who watch,
Yeah.
especially Renoa.
Well, some of you.
Moving on to the next point. Swappable / alt heads and helmets. No more removable helmets. This is probably one of my biggest gripes and critiques with the line currently.
The head.
I do. Oh, look who's back. And we were still on the same segment.
We were
There
still
we
on
go.
the same thing.
Hey.
There we go.
I tried to
All right.
hurry.
This is perfect that Robo's back for this specific thing, because I really want to hear what Robo has to say about this.
So swappable
Yeah.
/ alt heads and helmets. No more removable helmets.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how annoying it is to see the Phase 2 Clone Trooper on the 2023 body, a body that is so close to perfection, and the helmet just kind of fucking throws it all off for me. I've had to put printed helmets on too many different Clone Troopers. So here's the thing. Proportions get out of whack. They turn into bobbleheads. The new Gree is the perfect example. His helmet touches his shoulders and his head is like this big. And you can't even take the helmet off. A really good example is the 2020 clone. When those first came out, and the stormtroopers, they can get warped to hell when they are glued onto the head sculpts. They can look terrible straight out of the box.
Yeah.
Another one is Boba Return of the Jedi Boba.
Oh
Fett,
god,
Axe
that
Woes.
helmet.
The warping can just be so bad. And yes, you can apply heat to it and fix it, but you really shouldn't have to do that.
And honestly,
you should be able to take your
sometimes-
figure straight out the box and have it be good.
Sometimes I feel like, I don't know, for me, my Return of the Jedi Boba Fett, it was very warped. That was before I'm pretty sure that came out before I even knew Out of the Basement, if I remember correctly. But actually, Robo did it on his video. He heated up the thing, so I was like, okay, I'll do that, and it worked. It was perfect. But for the newer Mandos that Fig just brought up, the what is it, the Fleet Commander, and I've
Fleet
heated
Commander's
those up.
another one.
I have done that, and the helmets like fall off. You turn the guy upside down, they still fall off, and it's
Sabine.
yeah. Sabine's
Fucking-
another one. It's just
fucking
My first
Psycho
Sabine
is
did
killing
that
me.
where it just fall off and it wouldn't cover her chin. The second Sabine I bought fit tight covered. So I don't know if it's a shape thing or
and that sucks because if my Sabine was like that, it's still bad, but it's not like falling off bad. I probably would have bought another one because I like the character Sabine enough. But for the Mandalorian Fleet Commander, I'm not going to go buy another one for the helmet. You know, I don't care. It's just a generic guy.
Here's another perfect example of like a negative for removable helmets is look at the Black Series Bo-Katan. The hair is so squished to the head and it looks terrible all because the damn head has to fit into a helmet.
It makes both look bad, the helmet and the head. Like none of them.
TVC, I'm sorry, if TVC can get it, Black Series can get it. I understand it may save a few cents on production to have, you know, the softer plastic removable helmets that are hollow to put the head sculpts in, but I mean, you already got the sculpt. Just fill it with plastic and put the little ball joint, you know, peg hole connector. Just please. My main example, like I said, is the Phase 2 Clone Trooper helmet, and I know Cook is right here with me. The BS clone helmet looks like absolute garbage. Please, realistic, solid sculpt. I know who the frick else said something about it. Bly, I believe. Yeah, removable helmets are just bad.
Yep.
They are prone to warping. They throw proportions off. And also, you can get paint rub on the head. Depending on how tight a helmet is, you can rub paint off the face.
I don't know
Like
if any of you
Captain
guys
Rex.
have. Yeah, I also don't know if any of you guys have the Mando build-up pack with the removable helmet that doesn't look like Pedro Pascal at all.
Gosh.
Yeah.
But that helmet is so tight on that figure.
It's bad.
I don't even, sometimes when I'm taking it off, I don't even know like how I'm doing it. It's just, you have to pry that helmet off. It is so tight.
Maybe the worst execution of a removable helmet in the entire line. It's really bad.
Yeah. And I think the reason why is because if you look at that figure and then you look at the Beskar Mando, the helmet size isn't really different. So they didn't change the helmet size, which, you know, at least that's good. But because of that, the face is so squished, it doesn't look like Pedro Pascal at all.
And when you have it on, it's like it pushes it out way too wide, and you can, the chin is really bad sticking out the bottom of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Also,
it's a big chinner.
The main issue, like you just said, Z-Boy, the chins. The chins are out of control. The
Coffee
funniest
hates chins, confirmed.
The funniest thing ever to me is that the only ARC trooper that looks good with their helmet on is Fives, and it's because he has a black goatee. So when you have the helmet on, the black goatee blends in with everything, and you can't really see it. That will always be like the funniest thing ever to me. I know on the new clone they did a running change on the helmet to make it cover the chin up even more. But like I said, with someone like Greet, it just makes the head look too big. It's just completely funky. And I know people are like, oh, well, I like that he has the helmet on, and I know there's a human head under there. Shut the hell up.
There's no feet inside those shoes.
I mean, exactly.
I gotta give that one to Robo. There's
Right,
no hands in those gloves.
You know what? If every single Black Series figure does not have full anatomy, then I'm done. I'm done with that.
We gotta have completely removable clothes over here. Full.
That original
fully accurate.
Luke is almost there, but
if Luke can do it,
that was a step in the right direction.
You know what, though, Fig? I'm pretty sure this Luke. Yeah, this Luke doesn't have nipples.
Anatomically incorrect.
There's no nipples.
Here's the thing, Howl Runner. It's like that because they engineer the ball joint. What's the fucking word I'm trying? I can't think of the word. They engineer it to do that. They don't want you doing that. If they engineered it to be swappable, it would be swappable.
They
Like
did
one
for
Marvel Legends
the
collector.
Princess Leia head. It's engineered to pop
it's the
out.
tolerances. That's the word. They engineer the ball joint tolerances to be like that, to where you can't remove them with heat. If they engineered them differently, you would be able to swap it, like the new Leia, like Starkiller, etc. All these figures. If it was engineered that way, you could take it off.
If you're a Marvel Legends collector, you know how easy it is to swap heads.
Swap heads, yeah.
So Star Wars, you know, they're both made by Hasbro. They could do it. It's just that, you know, for some reason
they purposely do
does it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's also the whole. I've heard Lucasfilm kind of has a on that,
Yeah,
that
thing.
type of
Yeah.
joints and what can come off and what can't, and because there for a bit, like Qui-Gon, you can't pull that head off, and it's like double
Mhm.
Yeah.
mushroomed and everything else just to keep from trying to get that head off.
It's weird though, because then for some figures, they have it. I guess because it's fan
Yeah.
channel. But look at
Yeah.
Padme has her alt hand, and then the Attack of the Clones release had that too. That was the original.
And
Yeah,
Palpatine
but
with
then-
all the alternate heads. for
Yoda's
him.
alternate head. So
Yeah.
there's like some
Yeah.
instances where they.
But then why
Because
did they?
the new ball joint at the wrist is one of my new favorite things. It's like
Oh, yeah. For
I
sure.
love that.
I
Put
love
that
the
on
ball.
every figure, please.
Why did they hide the hand for Han Solo in the con exclusive?
You know what? I've seen people.
Point.
I think I brought this up before. People have thrown that out because they did not know, and it sucks.
Yeah.
And that's I
Oh,
love
yeah,
that
the-
hand. That's
all
a
the
very
people
People
who
see a
threw the
picture of it,
hand
it's
away.
like, hey, where'd you get that custom pointing hand?
yeah.
It was in the package.
It sucks.
It kind
Look
of goes
in the
with what we were
box before
talking
you throw
about.
it away.
Yeah. But it kind of goes with what we were talking about. I was like, it's like almost they were hiding it because of the whole like.
Yeah,
rumor.
like Robo said, the Lucas.
Yeah, like they don't want to show limbs in the box. It's
I mean,
weird.
would
look
love
at
him.
Archive Anakin. They purposely put the head sculpt under
Behind
the
the-
little
yep.
corner where you can't see it if it's in the box.
I would love to know. I assume that Brandon would not be able to answer since he currently works for Hasbro. But I would love to ask like an ex-employee or something if that's an actual Lucasfilm mandate where we can't have exposed heads and hands in the pack.
It almost just
Love
sounds
to know.
too insane to be true. If I'm
right.
like
Right, but then-
that, to me, that's just always sounded like a conspiracy theory. But there's like
Yeah, yeah,
evidence to back it up.
Right. Well, you know,
it's
like
so
gone
it's
around
weird.
so long that people believe it, or like
Yeah.
me. That's how my
Right.
brain thinks now.
Right.
It automatically goes to that because that's what I've said for 10 years, or that's what I've
yeah.
heard, read, seen.
Right.
Because
It's-
the only double joints after the first little bit is under the cloth robes.
Yeah.
Because Lucasfilm wants singles. It doesn't break as much. It's always been the,
Huh?
what you see, what you read.
See,
wow.
it's crazy here. It's like, why would they care so much about that? And then you watch their shows and they have like design changes. They can't do consistent looks for like clone troopers, for example. But then when it comes to them action figures, they're like, you guys cannot have any swappable parts seen in the package.
Yeah.
They need single joints because they don't break the sculpt up. It just sounds like,
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how
it just
it's
sounds
funny, though?
crazy. I don't know.
It's
Maybe
funny,
Dave
though,
Filoni
how-
is just really picky about how he wants his action figures to look, man.
It's funny how
That
they
too.
there's workaround loopholes because, like Troy Dodson is saying with DC's no guns thing, Warner Brothers technically because it's not even just DC. But the thing that I find very funny about that is that now all they have to do, McFarlane, which I guess they found out they could do, is just say not a toy. But the thing is nothing else has changed. It's still released in the same manner. It's not like it's the McFarlane Toy Store exclusive. They're still in other things. And the only difference is it just says not a toy.
And it
I don't
goes to, yeah, well, no, it doesn't go to the actual toy aisle, does it?
Well, actually, yeah, you might be right about that. I think
I
it
think
goes
they
to
said
like the
it's
collector
electronic
aisle.
section or that Target
Yeah.
collector
Yeah.
Yeah.
part
Because-
over on the side.
I know the new Captain Cold, that's not an exclusive. It's nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you look on it, it says not a toy. And it's a freeze gun. It's not even a real gun.
It's a trigger weapon because they did it to the Batman 66, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or the
I don't
freeze gun, the big rifle.
Even then, here's my thing with the helmets. They already have the removable helmet on a lot of these, like the clone troopers. They have it off to the side. You can do the same damn thing with a swap. Like have the
Yeah.
head sculpt on it and put the swappable helmet off to the side. You don't need to have the clone trooper helmet on and then have the fucking decapitated Tamira Morrison head next to it. The swappable hands, it does make more sense. But
Holding the helmet, it looks the same. That
Yep.
hole, no hole underneath it.
Yeah.
mhm.
Or
Right.
hollow, I guess. No.
Even in TVC, I don't know if you guys have seen the the alternate heads for some of the figures. The peg is in the head, not the neck.
Yeah.
So even still, it doesn't bother me. You could still have them holding it where you don't see the peg because it's so small.
Yeah, but I
So-
mean, if we're going off like TVC, they do make sure to. It's again with those tolerances, they make it so the bottom doesn't come out of the neck, but you can take the top piece off.
Yeah.
Right.
But yes, swappable / alt heads and helmets. No more removable helmets. They're wonky. They get warped. The proportions are off.
Yep.
They paint
Another,
rub, chin show. They just I don't like them.
And
Instead
I
of
would
making
say-
concessions for both of them and meeting in the middle somewhere, just make both good.
There you
So-
go.
Yeah, very true.
And
Yeah.
swap them on.
Because that's
And-
the thing with Bo-Katan that Coffee was talking about before. Her head sculpt is
Mhm.
worse because of her hair, but the helmet is massively oversized. So both have a problem.
Yeah.
When the Mafex Bo-Katan has neither of those issues, and her head looks
Dude,
great.
I love that Mayfair. The helmet is so good. The head
It's
sculpt
so
isn't
great.
hindered by the freaking hair having to be squished.
It is. It ruined Bo-Katan's helmet for me because when you see them side by side, you see how thin her helmet is supposed to be, and then the
Right.
Black Series is like she put a bucket on her head.
it's way too wide. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it works for someone like Boba Fett because, like, when you watch the OT,
Mhm.
that's like a legit bucket on his head. Like, it is
Right. He has a
huge.
big helmet.
Yeah.
But for everybody else, just stop. Get some help, please.
Stop
But,
it.
um,
Get some help. No, I
Moving
think,
on.
but
Oh,
don't
go
go. A bad example of the non-removable helmets is like that Return of the Jedi Boba Fett, where it was like warped in the packaging.
Yeah, that
Don't-
was-
It's like
that way,
squished to his damn chin
yeah,
like this.
Get a solid piece, not like a helmet over like a weird head underneath, because then that causes other issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes in line with the warping when they first did the 2020 Stormtroopers. Those first couple runs, the
Yes.
warps were so
Mm.
bad.
So
Yeah.
Because
wonky.
on the head, it's got all.
So bad.
I remember I was super scared when I ordered my first 2020 Stormtrooper because I was like, please, please, no warping, please.
Please let
Please
this be a
don't
normal
warp.
helmet.
Please. But moving on from that, more accessories. Specifically for me, alt hands. I know I see a lot of people who are like, oh, we need alt heads. I'm not as, I'll take it. I'm not saying I don't want it, but for me, with Black Series, it's more so alt hands. I'm gonna have to add one after this that I forgot to do, but here was my proposition with alt hands. I was talking to Zooboy about this, and I'm sure 100 other people have said this before me. They just need to make generic molds, because I know the molds is what's expensive. We don't need import levels 5-6 pairs of swappable hands. We don't need that. Jedi just need a force hand, so for male and female, and then guess what? If it's Mace Windu or people in different skin colors, just cast them in that plastic and just keep reusing the same mold. And blaster wielders just need a neutral hand. I hate having someone like the new Princess Leia holding her pistol with one hand and then her other hand is a fucking Lego grip. It's a damn C grip that you can't like just have it at ease on her side. You can't do anything with it. So what I did is I put the Death Star plans in her hand because I'm like, well, she might as well be holding something.
Right.
I can't find a pose that works. All that's like all we need. Just make the molds and then just keep casting them in the different skin tones. If you have to, you can paint them differently if it's like someone with a gloved hand or something. But we don't need 5-6 pairs of hands. We just need a force hand for the Jedi and like a neutral at ease hand for blaster wielders.
Like
Someone
Dagobah
Thrawn
Luke.
is perfect.
Dagobah Luke, I think, is a great standard of what to go by for Jedi because he only has one or two alt hands. I think he has two.
Yeah.
And
And they're great.
He has like
Yeah,
the
that-
force hand like that. And
Yeah,
he has
and
the
then-
flat palm for.
So you can
for
do that.
balancing.
Like
Yeah.
it's
And-
in like this. Yeah.
right, and the thing that I don't really understand because they do it sometimes is like Ki-Adi-Mundi is a perfect example of if you really aren't going to do alt hands, Ki-Adi-Mundi's hands are multi-purpose, expressive, not C grips.
Here-
I love
Here's
the way
thing
his
with
force.
that though is if you like try to grit, like Ahsoka is the perfect example.
Yes.
where they kind of did the middle ground,
Right.
But it's like Falcon is saying it makes the grip so loose when they're trying to, if they have like a double saber and they're trying to hold it like Ahsoka. So I'm more of like just just give us the extra. Just get
Yeah, for sure. That's
we're
definitely
asking for one
preferable.
hand here. We're not asking for pairs. We're asking for one hand. That's it.
Also, to go to the heads, I know I said this about 3 different topics. I keep saying I'm interested to what Robo has to say, but I know Robo from listening to you talk in the past that you're not the biggest fan of when the only head is like a super angry gridded head or something like that,
Or screaming.
So yeah, screaming.
Screaming,
Yeah.
yes.
Right.
Screaming is
So-
the worst, honestly.
So that's where I think that an alt head would go well. If anyone has seen the Street Fighter figures, all of those figures come with a calm head and an angry head. So, because, depending on the pose you have them in, an angry head would not make sense, or a calm head would not make sense. Like, if you put one of those, the Luke Skywalker figure where he has like just a blank face in an action pose, he's just chilling. He's calm.
Dude, and then he has the C grip, and you're trying to do a force gesture, and he's just like,
right. He's force choking. But then it's the opposite. If you have a figure with an only angry head, like I can't even think of an example right now, to be honest. But I know my Daredevil figure. I have him displayed with the angry head, but he's in an action pose. If he wasn't in an action pose, an angry only head would very much limit its usefulness, especially because he's like gritting his teeth. So
cheesing.
Yeah,
I have another thing to add. I don't like when Jedi who don't use a blaster come with a trigger finger. Also, why does fucking C-3PO have trigger fingers?
You know what?
That has to be like the toy making guideline.
He did have the blicky on the Rise of Skywalker one.
You know what the problem is, Coffee? It's not just Hasbro. If you look at the new Robo, I don't know if you've seen it yet, but the new promo pics came out from the McFarlane Dark Flash, and he's running, but he has a trigger finger pose. So he's just like weird. Running while like having the shooting pose right there.
He's been doing that for years, though. At least the collector editions are getting a little bit better with the extra hands,
for sure.
But the one that caught me, was it Padme that had 2 different hands for 2 different guns?
Yeah,
that blew my mind. I was like, something you can stretch out to put on a different gun. You get another trigger finger hand. I know the gun shape's different, but
I feel like the only reason they did that is because they had to. Like they were like, "There's no way one hand is so much thicker."
The other gun was
Howl Runner, bro. I'm not giving Mace Windu a fucking blaster, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
this is kind of waffling in my opinion.
I'm okay. I want trigger fingers. I'm not saying get rid of them. I just
right
for certain characters it doesn't make sense.
I don't know about you guys.
I'm not giving Kiadi Mundi the blicky, bro.
I've never read a Flash comic where Flash is decides to screw his speed powers and starts using an Anakin.
I'm not saying for someone to not give it to like
justice into his own hands.
I'm not saying to not give it to Luke Skywalker who uses a blaster in every single movie. I'm talking about Mace Windu and Kiadi Mundi.
Oh,
I don't think Kiadi
does use a blaster in every movie.
Yeah, he does.
I never thought about that. Wow.
Yeah, I'm talking about people like Mace Windu.
Luke loves the blicky, bro.
Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Cornholio's. I don't mind them when they look natural on the lightsaber, like the
if they have like the ignition button or something.
Yeah.
Or you can angle it down a little bit.
Right.
But I also don't want them to go to the distance of, was it Figure Arts for a little while doing alternate heads where it was just looking to the left? It was
yes. Leia's one of the bad ones because she has her neutral head and then she has neutral head with the eyes looking to the left. It's like, what is the point of doing that?
I get wanting to be a little bit more dynamic in posing, but change the expression or something.
Or you could just do this with the head, with
just turn it.
It's not make him look.
But there you go.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, I take back everything I said. Todd is goated.
Wait. Is he using just the rogue's weapons? Is that a freeze gun?
I think it is a freeze gun.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Bro, he's kind of like decking out like the comic Punisher there with the white. Like a crossover.
What's all these extra lines on the costume? No, comic book. Oh, wait, those are guns.
He's got the
Yeah,
gun.
that's a
there.
gun.
Is that
While
the
while
Glock?
he's
Gun,
taking
gun.
matters into his own hands, I don't know.
He's
Wally,
got
what
the
are you
Glock
doing?
right there, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this this is
Robo?
Barry.
What
The
is
other
up
one
with
was
all
Wally.
the lightning, like etched in lightning bolts? That's weird
Yeah,
to me.
But yes,
I get it,
We're-
but I don't like it.
We're not asking
Yeah.
for Mafex Mando 2.0, where you get 11 pairs of swappable hands. Give us a Force Gesture hand for Jedi and a neutral hand for Blaster Wielder.
That's why I like how you explained it before, and it's kind of what Falcon is saying here. If you make one universal force push hand, that could be used on so many Jedi. Change the skin tone. Marvel Legends does the same thing. How many? I don't remember the last time I got a Marvel Legends female character that didn't have those slightly open. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like that was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah. So just
Yeah.
that's they just come with
Well,
every figure.
how-
So
I can only imagine, like Robo, for example, how many trays or whatever you keep your accessories of Marvel Legend hands you have.
People suggested that for Quicksilver, he didn't come with running hands or flat palms, and everybody was like, "Well, use Zero from the 5-pack. He came with flat white hands." And I've been searching trays for days.
Yeah.
I can't find those hands. It's just I have to find the right one.
Oh man.
but
I have I have not trays, but I have 5 bins like this wide, I guess, full of just hands, and I couldn't tell you where probably 67% of those are from now at this point.
No,
that's
no,
the problem. You don't know.
No, yellow, white.
Yeah.
I don't know that, and weapons and random accessories, and because I was looking for Colossus hands for a custom I'm doing, and I went through all the trays, and today I went in there to grab something else, looked down on a table, and it was sitting on top of the table. And Colossus came out how many years ago?
What, are you
Several.
talking about
The 2-pack with Juggernaut.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that's
quite a
been
while.
yeah.
It's funny how that happens. Coffee could speak from experience being over my house, but on my shelves behind me, I have countless accessories just laying down in front of the figures just for storage right now. I need to put them. I have accessory bins. I have to sort them all.
Mhm.
And I thought I'm a Doctor Who fan, and one of the newest Doctors had the screwdriver and sonic screwdriver, and I thought I lost it. I gave up. This was last year. The other day, I just found it on the shelf. I was like, oh, I guess it's been there this whole time. I don't know. So you find these little accessories,
But when
they're
you're
so
looking
small.
for it, you can't find it.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
I tore my room apart looking for that. Little did I know it was on the shelf, but I was looking all over the floor, got down on my hands and knees, never found it.
yeah.
It was on the shelf the whole time.
But yes, more accessories in general, mainly alt hands, like we said.
Yep.
Just make a couple generic molds. You don't gotta do pairs of hands. We don't need all that. Just something, please. That's also with the swappable helmets instead of removable. This is another big gripe of mine. I just can't stand the seat grips. For it just kills posing for me a lot of the times. Now, if it's a Jedi, it's cool to have them two-handing the lightsaber or something,
Right.
but it's mainly blaster wielders and stuff like that, where I'm just if they don't have a two-handed blaster, it's just annoying. But
Because
next up,
I just got the Mafex Forlom, and he came with relaxed hands, unlike the Black Series Forlom. And I still use the relaxed hand to hold the rifle, because it still has a little bit to it. It's not gripping, but I do the same for Black Series.
I mean, here's an example. If you don't look at that hand. If that was a C grip, this pose would just be, to me, it would be it would just look so much more generic. Yeah, exactly.
I love this Forlom. I'm not gonna lie. It was
Coffee.
overpriced,
I
but
don't
love it.
I don't know.
It was $100. It better be damn good, but
I know.
I do
I
like
have
it more
mine-
than the Black Series.
I'm
I don't-
coming on the slow boat. So
Yeah.
I don't know, Coffee, if you did this as a separate topic, but I was going to say part of the one we just did. Are we going to talk about the lightsabers?
Yes, I'm gonna add that right
okay.
now, and we'll do that after this one.
Okay.
But Yes. Up next, deceptive practices, photoshopping pin. These are the two biggest examples: is photoshopping pins and misleading Emperor soft goods.
Now, Robo, have you seen the new Emperor?
I was about to pull up a
We'll
picture
get
of it.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll pull
No.
up the Amazon listing, but I already have the.
I like refreshers though,
Yeah, I already
Yeah,
have.
but I
The,
know exactly what that pins.
I have
Mhm.
as an example. I'll pull it up. I do have Pulse for the.
Do you have Nate's picks too?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll pull-
This is bad.
So this has been since we're in what about this way?
There we go. Yeah.
So I can't tell you how many people I've seen, oh, Leia's coming with pinless double joints. Yeah, let's go.
And you can't blame them.
No.
It's right there. There's no.
It's right there. Yeah. This is just
doesn't
blatant
lie.
false advertising.
That's
honestly.
that's the problem right there.
Straight up.
I hate it, and
photoshopping that out.
Hasbro has been doing it with the Marvel figures as well. The weird thing is on stream, Dan will correct it. That's why I don't understand why it's done, because I think one of the first ones I noticed personally was Gore the God Butcher, the comic version. The packaging for that did not have pins, but the figure did. But on stream, Dan was like, yeah, the figure does have pins. It's not that way on the packaging. And I'm like, why do it? The only people it will fool are people who don't watch the streams, people who, the casual collectors. They say, oh, Gore the God Butcher in store, I'll pick that up. And it sucks. And then they see it doesn't have pins. But I guess maybe the argument is casual collectors don't care about pins anyway. It's only the hardcore collectors who care.
But that's the thing, though.
They just shouldn't do it at all, though.
Yes, it's still messed up.
The hardcore, more in-tune collectors are the people watching these reveals and everything, and they're
Right.
the people who are going to notice them doing stuff like this.
The layman is not going to see any of that.
Yeah,
at all.
like sometimes it just feels like I don't know who they're trying to fool. That's just kind of what it can come off as. Sometimes.
For Star Wars specifically, I don't really care about pins, because unless it's a really egregious example like Anakin and Vader, but that's more so the legs are just bad legs. My whole thing about pins is two things. One, if the figure, it can't stand properly. So like the old Jean Grey from Marvel Legends, it made the legs so gummy and I hated it. The other way is if it's like Spider-Man where it's red on one side, blue on the other. That's the issue. But for something like Star Wars, it doesn't bother me much. But what does bother me is false advertising. So just say there's no pins. It's fine. Yeah. I have both of the, obviously I don't have the new Bouchelet.
Say that there are pins, yeah.
Yeah, I have this Obi-Wan, and there's pins in it, and I'm fine with this figure. It's just, why
do it?
Take it away.
Why the deception in general?
Yeah.
And the other one,
it feels gross.
The other one was A New Hope Leia. They did that too. I saw people, they were like, oh, we're finally getting pinless double joints. And then somebody noticed, no, that's the same sort of base sculpt as the original Leia's legs. So it's going to have pins. And it's just creating a bad precedent. That's all it's doing. It's not helping anyone. And you have to go out of your way to do this stuff. You have to go out of your way to alter the images and get it out. I don't really care if it makes the promo images look better. It's just it's straight up just false advertising at the end.
Yeah.
Because these aren't prints. These aren't prototypes that could be just stuck together. They're posing them. That they're factory pieces.
But here's the here's the Palpatine with Throne reissue.
Man, looks great. I can't wait to get mine in hand with these amazing robes, bro.
They did update the photo reel. Look at that nice stitched hood. Also, somebody in the Lazy Sunday chat yesterday, they were like, "Oh, what if they reuse the promo images?" These are fresh promo images. They looked up the old ones. These are all new promo images, but people started getting the figure in hand, and this is what it looks like.
God,
what is going on?
That's so awful.
What the hell?
So
Go back, because what is the? I mean, what's going on? Is the hood sewn down or?
Yeah. So
Yes.
you can. I don't know if it's translating well on stream, but there are stitches in the hood, and they did stitch the back of it down, like onto
Gotcha.
the back of it. And there's also stitches running along the sleeves and the sides over here.
Just
to help it
stitching all
flow.
over the robes. I really
Yeah.
like these robes, the original robes.
And
Yeah,
then
they're on the archive one. They're great.
Yeah.
on this one, they made it out of a single ply material with
Mhm.
with no stitching whatsoever in the hood, along the sides, the sleeves, everywhere. So this is another just blatant false
Good
advertising.
lord!
Yeah, it's bad. Here's him in the
It's so
Yeah.
silly.
Hey! It's dipped down a little bit up top.
Why does it look like he's dancing?
it's literally the robot chicken emperor. It's not
Yeah.
or it's Calabar from Halloween Town. It's not Emperor Palpatine.
It,
And
it looks like it's been cut out with dull ass scissors on the.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's so weird because I almost think that this is like the first time I think we've ever seen Hasbro do it's a completely separate robe. You know, there's no
Yeah.
stitching. It's a worse quality fabric.
Well,
This
this
is
is-
not. I don't.
you know what
know.
this reminds me of?
The factory missed the note to do the stitching, man.
That's what it
Dude,
is.
The original
This
wasn't like
rem-
that.
No, it
No,
wasn't.
it's not.
that's
This is a
what's saying.
whole new. Yeah, it's a whole new thing. This reminds me of the SHF Kenobi Vader because in the promo images he had a very nice, clean cape. It didn't look funky. It didn't look like it was bulky or whatever. And then people were getting the figure in hand, and he has a million wires in it. The cape is way too bulky around the neck. It's way too bulky around the whole body and everything. That kind of like irritated me when I opened it. I was like, why does the cape look like ass? I want the cape that was in the promo images.
Yeah,
But
That's so bad.
now
and
that
then
has
they've done
come
it again with
come
the
to Black
reissue,
Series.
right? The redo.
No, the Kenobi Vader, thankfully, or not the New Hope Classic version. Thankfully, they used the proper cape in those promo images, so people knew what they were getting into with that one.
Mhm.
But
Oh, so it was thick in the promo images then.
yes, yeah,
It wasn't okay.
but yeah, this is like deceptive. This is like the definition of deceptive. This is messed up. They made a whole new batch of promo images with the stitched robe in it and everything, and then this is what people are getting in hand. The skin tones are better. The photoreal is better. The paint on the throne is still fine. Everything is still good, but the robes specifically. And the worst part is like, yes, you can go to Ollie's or Ross and get an Archive Emperor for $10 or whatever, but you shouldn't have to buy another figure for a serviceable robe.
Because see, that's why I almost canceled this when I saw it. But I was like, you know what? Those heads are significantly better in my opinion. So again, just like that Anakin, it's the case of buying another figure just for the heads. And I know they're not forcing me to do that, but
I know, yeah.
it still
No,
sucks.
this is like unacceptable.
I was going to get rid of my Archive Palpatine because I was like, oh, I'll just have 2 throne Palpatines, so I don't need the Archive anymore. But now I can't do that because these robes are trash.
And
it's
it doesn't
like,
even hang down. That seam line or that sewing line right there is just holding the sleeve around, right? I mean, it's running.
Yeah,
up,
it's,
but-
yeah, it's so weird.
Huh.
Yeah.
What
I didn't even
know.
know this was a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
it's
shocked
sad.
when Nate posted these pictures. I think it was in the Out of Basement Discord, and I was just like, what
Yeah.
the hell? This is so weird.
It's sad, honestly. I just don't get it. I really don't.
Yeah, you have to buy, 2 Palpatines to get the best version. It's just
I
not
vowed,
good.
Later,
I
Cook.
vowed never to buy another
Yeah, Cook.
Palpatine after I paid the $200 for the figure arts. Never.
There you go.
Good thing you don't need to at that point.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Figure Arts is a permanent desk figure for me. I love the sculpt.
I ended up getting somebody to cast the hood so I could have both.
I can't believe they did that. not to get too off topic, but that was also scumbag shit.
That's bullshit.
Mhm.
And they're doing the thing with Spider-Ham in the new pack.
Yep. I remember you talking about that in the
Wow.
Yeah, one
Robo,
torso.
Yeah,
You
Robo
could've
was
had
like, just give
Spider.
a separate torso. Like,
Yeah.
that's all.
One more torso piece. That's it.
But they're like,
Psycho, you would
nah.
be surprised. Coffee has a nice sized desk, and he fits a lot of figures on there. Not like mine, where it's like a
He
complete
just
mess.
reaches and grabs all these different
Yeah.
things. All the
Yeah, I
time.
have a corner desk, so it's like very wide on this end and then even wider on this. Like I have my 3D printer on my desk, and then I have like I can fit a lot of shit on my desk.
That's
but-
why Coffee never looks straight, because he's just distracted by all the stuff to his.
He's just looking at toys the whole time.
Plastic
Yeah.
figures.
But yeah, stop with the deceptive practices. I don't know if it's like a communication issue. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I know Zooboy mentioned it earlier. It's like, sure, casual collectors don't care about pins and everything like that, but the people
This, I
who are
feel like-
seeing people
yeah.
who are seeing this are not your they are like your hardcore collectors. They are the people who are going to give you infinite amount of shit for doing stuff.
But I feel like if you got this Palpatine in hand, you would be like, "What the hell is this hood?"
Dude, even sitting in the
Don't-
chair,
Yeah.
what was it? Like the hood like hits the top and it just kind of like moves out to the side like that.
Oh.
It doesn't even like sit proper.
Oh.
It's,
Yeah,
Because when you started that sentence, I thought you were going to say the throne holds it down at
Nope.
least.
it,
No.
it like goes around
yeah,
the
he
top
still
of
has
it.
like this.
I mean,
Yeah, it looks-
Yeah.
These are even worse than those Kenobi show hoods. Those were really bad too, but this is so much worse.
Original Leia with the soft goods had kind
Yeah.
Oh
of
god.
Yes,
Control.
yes.
Oh, you know
like
what's
some flying
awful?
nun stuff.
I know, Robo, you said. I know you said you didn't pick any of these up, but the Acolyte figures, their hoods are down, but if you put them up, they look atrocious. But they're not meant to be put up. Like the way the figures are designed, you're not meant to put the hoods up. But if you did, they look crazy bad.
I don't think they put the hood up in the show, did they? At all?
No.
Or just running
And
around?
I don't even. There's no promo pics with them in the hood up, because it's not meant to. But if you did do that, it's just awful.
Do their hoods even go up? That's the question.
Yeah, it's the High Republic.
They're sewn
robe.
down in
They
the
don't
show
have-
too.
Yeah, exactly.
This is another picture from Nate right here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Go on top of Palpatine.
Yeah.
Palpatine.
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper.
But seriously, stop with the. It's got to be a communication thing. I don't know what's going on.
Chris was on vacation again.
Again?
That's what happened.
Again. But, oh fuck, not like that. Okay.
Whoa.
But yes. That's it for the cons. I mean, we were on the cons way longer than the pros, but
Well, that's kind of the tone of our show, to be honest.
Well,
with you
no.
at times.
I do want to say.
oh wait, hold on. I have to add the.
Oh yeah, the lightsaber. Yeah, we
Yeah.
got to get into that. But I do want to say, overall, we are satisfied with the line. We're happy with
Oh
the
yes,
line.
Yeah.
yes.
It's just
Yes.
that there are, you could be critical of something while still being, happy with it.
A fan of it.
In fact, being
Like
critical,
it.
I mean, this coming from me is going to sound assy, but the being critical means you care, a lot
Yeah.
about it. But there's also a point
Right.
where, where
Yes. If you're always being negative, then it's like, all
Yeah.
right.
Then
I
you
don't want to
get
name
the-
names,
the-
but there are YouTube channels out there that are always negative. And
You get the negative Nancy name thrown around a little bit with
yeah.
some of the
like you, Wilbon, because you hate everything. So that's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, here's another one. Lit / unlit hilts. No more removable blades.
Now, I did not realize this, although it's super obvious if I just thought about it a bit. But Nate was talking about yesterday out of the basement. The thing that they would do would be what they do in TVC, which the whole lightsaber would be one color molded. And
That's
they would
how they do it for imports as
Mhm.
well. As it's all
And-
cast in that translucent whatever plastic, and they just paint the hilt.
I've luckily only had this issue with one TVC figure, but I've seen some people have QC issues where the lightsaber hilt is like not painted right, so you just see like the green or blue, whatever, coming through, and that sucks. But that's a QC issue. That shouldn't stop, them from doing this. And the big thing about this is if you're someone, who displays your figures, out of box or on a shelf or something like that, they're going to fall. Everyone has falls every now and then. If a lightsaber wielder falls, that will snap almost assuredly. And that's a problem. So, my TVC figures fall, there's no issue because there's no point of contact where that's breaking. So
I've never had one break.
Never, really.
Never.
That's crazy.
When it comes to this, and I was when you brought this up, my first thought was to go to the Luke that I just got. That one feels very solid compared to some of the old ones.
The new sabers are much thicker, for sure.
Yes, much.
I was with you, Robo, where none of mine ever broke, but I have a younger cousin, and granted, he's younger. He's 13. He has like 7 or 8 Black Series Jedi that their sabers broke. But for me, I never had one break until last year. My Darth Nihilus fell, and that broke, and that sucks. That's an expensive figure.
I feel like that's a very common one that breaks. I know Mike Case had the same thing happen to him.
And now I have my I pre-ordered the reissue of Nihilus, which I was going to skip on, but now I'm like, no, I need a new saber for Nihilus. So it sucks, but
sort of like my main critique with it isn't even like the blade snap, because I've only had like 2 or 3 break, which is not bad. But my thing is I like how Figuarts does it, where you have the unlit hilt that has the peg on it to peg on their, to peg onto them, and then you have the lit hilt that doesn't have a big ass peg sticking out of the side of it, so that it makes saber gripping easier.
For sure,
that's my main thing.
The giant peg sticking out of the lightsaber, like on Mace Windu, where it's like the giant peg sticking out. Fifth brother.
Ayla Secura is a big one for me, because like that peg is just unnecessarily.
You got to turn it so you can't see it. Is like the only thing. I mean, it's the only way to display it.
Yeah.
No, I haven't had any break, but I do have a few that are kind of floppy. They're holding them, and they kind of hang. They kind of tag at the thin point.
That's like Raiden saying.
Yeah, like I said, the Luke is solid, but I opened up the Mafex Luke, and I was like, oh, 3 lightsabers. I can display however I want. Done.
Yeah.
That saber is like one ignited, one not fired.
Yeah. I think that's the best saber, like green saber they've done for a Luke figure that I've seen out of 1/12. It's awesome.
The Mafex Luke.
Yeah, the new Mafex one.
Yeah. We don't need what Mafex does, where they do that all the time. They give you the 3 separate sabers, but definitely that's another thing for me, where it's like, if TVC can do it, like why can't Black Series? You know what I mean? Like, I know
Black
it's
Series
expensive,
did it with the Yoda now. So they
did.
Kylo Ren as well.
We do have it in the line, Yoda, which
that old Kylo Ren.
Yeah, and the old Kylo Ren as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've proven they could do it, and that Kylo Ren saber even had a bunch of paint on it too. Like, they could do that stuff. I
think that would be a size thing, though, right? I mean, for 3 3/4 and Yoda, it'd be a tiny ass pin to go into a tiny.
It is mainly a size thing for those ones, but it's like with the imports. No,
and it's like Kylo Ren.
Not me again. That's just me working it out.
Because remember the original Kylo Ren saber, in order to get around that, it was like the weird,
the prongs, yeah.
But that is Hasbro's sort of justification for doing it for TVC, and the Yoda is like, the peg would be too small. We have to cast it and paint it.
I'm sorry, real quick, I just have to address a comment. Darth Trev says, yes, Zoo, we see the fit, because I keep adjusting. That's Trev, that's because I pulled a muscle in my back today, so I have to get in a good sitting position to where it's not bugging me.
Okay.
The comment made me laugh.
So now we're done with the cons. We're to the final topic. What can improve?
Wait. Going back to something I heard when I was driving. Yes to Lobot. Yes to Carson, because I collect other toy collectors too, from wrestling and
Yes.
stuff like that.
There you
And
go.
that's a big reason. I know, like, some people don't care, but the fact that he's an actual, like, the actor Paul who plays Carson Teva is a collector. I always think that's really cool, and it would be fun for him, and then, like, through other people, to get a figure of himself. I mean, you know, that's what Selfie Series was for a lot of people. It was fun to have a little figure of themselves, and I'm sure Robo, you love.
Appreciate you,
T-Rex.
dog.
I'm sure Robo, when you get like the customs of yourself that people have made,
Yeah.
that's always fun.
Yeah.
So,
It was weird at first, but I've gotten to where it's like, oh, okay, that's cool. I'm not going to complain about this.
mm,
But something else you talked about shoving media to TVC and having classics of this, them putting the new media in the Black Series, to me, it feels like they have confidence in selling in Black Series,
mhm.
that they put it there because it seems more likely, even though it doesn't, because they're still hanging out at my Walmarts and stuff. This is purely from their, the marketing and everything else.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I would be interested to see if TVC collectors would put their money where their mouth is, because I see it online all the time where people want characters like the Client, like Balin and Shin before they were announced, Marak, stuff like that. But if it was switched and TVC was new media focused and Black Series wasn't, I wonder if after a few months or years even, we'd have TVC collectors.
It would swap back.
It'd be like, man, Black Series.
Yeah.
When is our Dexter Jester coming? Black Series just got one. Like,
I feel like it's just both factions just not happy that they feel like they're missing something.
Here's my thing. I feel like we're dealing just like the TVC collectors who like hate the Black Series. I feel like it's mainly dealing with a very vocal minority,
right?
If that makes sense, as opposed to like this is what everybody wants.
And plus, I don't know because which one sells better, this one, back and forth, because I only look at it as I'm getting to the good stuff. Today I did go to a Walmart where there was quite a bit of TVC, and as I glanced, I saw like skiff guards and characters that we don't have in Black Series, and I thought, whoa, they're ramping up or something. Oh well, whatever. And I got over here to look at Vader and Mando.
The A-listers.
The A-list is rotting on the pegs.
Yeah. But they did have the new Andor and a couple of others. Somebody said Skeleton Crew did not last long at I haven't seen those at Walmart yet.
Yeah, I saw them one time in person, never again. People picking those up.
A K9 was kind of hard to
get. My area, they're pegging them in a little bit, but
Oh really?
KB. God, what am I talking about?
K9.
K2S.
K9. You said Doctor Who a minute ago. That's what I'm
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What is your
Howlrunner? I've seen plenty of TVC show up at Ross and Ollie's.
Oh,
Howlrunner
It happens to
I
both
got Ross.
scales. I don't know if you saw the picture, but there was plenty of pictures of Clone Trooper, Starkiller, Hunter, etc. at Ross, like that full wave.
Yep.
I also don't know Howlrunner if you used.
I picked up the TVC Ahsoka at Ross. I picked up Padawan Anakin at Ross.
Even that Chrysandin.
I got the clones Anakin. I've seen him at Ross. Like, they show up, bro.
Big Bad Toy Store currently still. Wilbon bought them months ago. I bought them a little bit ago too. But Big Bad Toy Store still has random TVC figures on sale for under $10. Like the one that I was holding out for was Bo-Katan for $6. I picked that up recently.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if you want a recent example, X-Wing Pilot Luke was on Walmart for $2.50. That whole wave with Jod and everything, which is brand new, was on clearance on Walmart for $10 a figure, I think. Something like that.
Like I said, if you want recent examples on Big Bad, there's a significant amount right now. Right now, you can go buy some if you want.
Exactly.
Let me find the picture.
And also, no line is immune from clearance.
Yeah,
every toy line has stuff that goes to clearance.
Look at all the Black Series figures that Walmart discounted ridiculous amounts.
That's what I was using as an example.
Yeah,
Let me find the picture.
There's so many that were like 15 and under, 10 and under.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're, and honestly, a lot of toy lines, if your stuff never goes to clearance, it's a sign that they're not producing a lot of it.
There's a
But
prime
I get this for
example.
$5 or 10.
Yeah.
10.
Yeah.
I think it
See,
was 10.
a lot of those.
Yep.
'Cause that was a Walmart exclusive, wasn't it? I
Mhm.
think so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So a lot of those Walmart exclusives, they went on deep clearance like that.
I mean, look, you're gonna tell me these are old figures? Season 3 bow for $10.85. K2
Nah,
who
it'll come
just
in.
came out for $12.
Some of those are new media. They're not desirable characters. It's still in the line. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on, didn't we get
This
this
is
X-Wing pilot
clearance.
Luke for pretty cheap?
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
look at Cobb Vanth. He's for like fucking $8 on Amazon.
You talk
or
about
something.
peg warming. He's really
Yeah.
peg warming on those.
I don't.
Granted,
I honestly,
He's
this
an unnecessary deluxe.
I
but-
will
The
add
Cobb
this to the. I'll add this to the argument here. Not like there really is one, but just from both sides of it. Me personally, in my area, I've seen more desirable figures from TVC go to clearance versus more desirable figures from the Black Series at clearance.
that's what always makes me realize
just
and think.
Saying.
As much as we all, we have a nice community with quite a bit of people. I'm not talking about the Figureball community. I'm talking about like the Black Series online community as a whole. It just makes me realize that it's not 100%, representative of the entire collectors of the line.
Right.
Because Cobb Vanth, I saw people. He was on everyone's like want list for TBC, and then yet he's hitting clearance on every retailer right now. So I don't know. Maybe it's like Coffee said that we'll get the client in TVC, and then he'll be a peg warmer. No one wants him, even though so many people.
Clearance
say,
happens in both lines.
Certain collectors
I
will be very happy.
I really don't think anybody needs to grasp at straws and make excuses for it. It happens. It's not
Clearance happens to every
Yeah.
toy line. It's not. You're not special, baby. You're
Yeah.
not. I'm sorry.
It's funny because every time a figure goes on clearance, I see people say, "Oh, line's dying."
Yeah.
That's just.
The Black
Yeah.
Series is
True.
over.
I don't know when a microwave goes on sale. I don't say that microwaves are dying.
Yeah, when I got when I got my KitchenAid mixer at Costco marked down like $200, I wasn't like KitchenAid is going out of business, guys. That's not how it works, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy. You ever seen a microwave commercial?
No, not a damn one.
Never. Man,
I mean,
that's just a market you want to get into.
Yeah.
But
Zero advertising.
first up, more small vehicles.
Oh, and
more
see, now you're
creatures.
speaking my name. Creatures. I'm the zoo boy.
Mainly creatures. Small vehicles we're running low on because when you
Black
get into
Series mini rigs, baby.
when you get into 1/12 scale, vehicles are very difficult.
Yes,
Um,
very
Look
hard
at
to
this.
sell.
Look at this little Nix I got from Toxic Collector.
I have an idea for
Oh, I love this so much.
that's from Outlaws, right?
Yep, Star Wars Outlaws. Just little custom Nix.
Still need to go back and play that.
I have an idea for that I think would make a great small vehicle in the
Ayo?
line.
Hey yo.
It'd be Toro Callahan and the speed.
Yeah, there you go. You know, Brandon, I know obviously you can't talk
Oh,
about
we'll let
leaks and
'em know.
stuff like that, but I know Embo's dog was leaked. If I would love to see a lot of dogs, like there are
Oh,
a lot of
yeah.
Star Wars type dog creatures, like the Massive from
Yeah.
yes.
Attack of the Clones and
How
Book of Boba
Yes.
Fett.
about 1/12 scale Loth Cats? Let's get some of those.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. Both cats.
Maybe with some of these Rebels figures, you throw in a little Loth Cat in there.
All right, hold on, Wilbon.
I might have to give this one to Doug too. I think a blurg with an
blurg.
updated Durasteel Mando from the Black Series would be. I think
that'd
that
be
would
sick.
be a
You
great
know I
release.
gotta do it.
Blurg's nice and compact.
You had to do it to him.
Yeah.
Osnick.
We-
Squeeze Osnick for Robo.
I'm sorry, this one doesn't
That's
squeeze. but
that's his custom one.
here we go.
Yeah, get Osnick out.
This is Courtney's actually. It still has the label on it.
Oh heck.
I thought somebody else did that real quick. I didn't know. I thought you went. Woo!
Yeah, I bought these expensive customs because I just figure we'll never get something like this. But In fact, Robo, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I might have seen this on your play day, and that's where I first saw it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's
A
how
little bit
I
expensive, but damn, it looks good.
that's how I found the Lothcat, and then the same company, Aces Film Models, was selling the puffer pig, so I got both.
Oh, really? I hadn't gone back and looked in a while because I don't need to spend that kind of money on
Yeah, I'll show you another one
little
that came.
little things.
It was the 3 of them for $150. That's what I got. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But the other one was this Gonki from the Bad
That's
Batch.
so cool.
Brandon, there's a couple suggestions in the chat. We got some people saying the Nexu, the Boga from Revenge of
Ooh,
the
the
Sith,
Boga would be
Boga.
nice.
the Acklay, Nexu, and Reek, which those are kind of big, but
I feel like the Nexu is
Could work.
Yeah, the Nexu, I think
is very feasible.
I would love the Acklay and Reek,
Yeah.
but I think honestly, I feel like even TVC wouldn't release them now. We got them once in 2002 in 3.75 and never again. I don't think they would be made again in TVC, let alone Black Series. I would love them. I'd easily buy them in Black
Oh,
Series.
I had the Nexu. It's all packed now, but I had the Nexu on my Attack of the Clones shelf. It's like I feel like it's overscaled a little bit for 3.75, so it kind of works for Black Series.
Mhm. And yeah, Tangy the Mastiff for sure. Mastiff would be a great one.
yeah.
With
Grievous's
Grievous's cycle of death.
that was going to be my
Small
suggestion
vehicle?
for
Wheel
a
bike.
vehicle is the
Yeah.
Grievous wheel bike
I just think that'd make such a cool act, like a
with
Like a toy.
General Grievous.
well, yeah, that would be idea. But not only is it like kind of iconic to me, it is, and from that scene, but it'd be just a fun vehicle because it's so like unique, and if it
Make it-
had
Make it blue, right?
make it blue, yeah.
Yeah, and see if we're talking about vehicles, very easy. Coffee's got the picks up. So
Commander Neo and the Bark Speeder. You already know the cloner's going to shell that money out.
we've
Well,
talked
it's
about
not-
this
It's
before,
not
but
blue. You got to make it blue.
we gave
Oh, yeah, there
we
you
gave OT or Hasbro rather. Hasbro gave OT collectors a chance. Didn't buy the vehicles. They gave sequel collectors and you know what was it? It was from Solo, like Disney collectors a chance. They didn't buy vehicles.
Ray's Speeder. They did.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
They did.
Ian
They gave
Fistness
prequel.
Speeder.
They gave prequel
I mean-
collectors a chance. They didn't buy the Stap and the Bloodfin. Now you got to give cloners a chance and see if they'll buy the Bark. If they don't, then vehicles are done for Black Series.
We're
But
done.
Yeah, if
give
they don't, we're
cloners a
cooked.
chance.
Dylan
Yeah.
is cooking.
The Kadu.
The Kadu,
Yeah.
the Dooku Speeder, and the Anakin swoop
Ooh.
bike. And guess what? They can reuse the mold for the swoop bike and repack a Mando on it.
Yeah, I was about to
found-
say put that Glavis ringworm Mando on it.
Yeah.
I know another creature, an Eope. That's new media. It's in a bunch of new media. It's in Obi-Wan.
New media.
I would
There's
love
a-
an Eope.
There's a couple of suggestions, Brandon, in terms of small vehicles and some creatures.
Oh, and you know what? Honestly, even though we already have it, I'm sure many collectors would take a Tauntaun. A new
A
one.
new one, yeah.
Oh,
The brand
yeah.
new
I don't have the
Tauntaun.
old one, so I'm in.
We have
Yeah.
we have GI Trooper and Seth Nico, and I'm sure a bunch
Mhm.
of other people wanting a
Yeah,
dewback reissue.
dewbacks. Yeah,
Maybe
You
a
have to go to-
dewback with
you
an
have
updated Sand Trooper.
you have to
Copy,
go to
how
a
do you-
convention these days to get a dewback.
How do you feel about a Tauntaun? Because I know you don't have the current one.
I would get a Tauntaun if they reissued it or updated it.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I know like the way your display is very hex stand like, so obviously there's no Tauntaun in a hex stand.
Right.
But if that
Man
would
Speeder
work.
Luke? No, I'm just
Yeah.
Big hex for a tauntaun.
It would be.
Yeah.
And the old ones, I still like them, but they kind of give off a little bit of Tonka toy vibes in some ways.
Yeah, I
me-
see what you mean.
I mean, they're still cool. I love them. I have a couple, and they look great overall. But like with today's standards for
Right.
the line,
Mhm.
they could really knock it out of the park with that. So
You have to kind of rear them back to keep them up. But
yeah,
Yep, that's
Yeah.
exactly how mine's on display.
yeah, you got to use
Here
that
we go.
tail.
Kashyyyk ATRT.
Oh,
Yes,
there we
sir.
go.
ATRT pilot. That's
I'd be
another
in on
one.
that.
Not that big. If Hot Toys can do it, Black Series can do it.
When
I
Hot
want-
Toys
I-
announced that, I was like, what
I-
the hell?
And I'm gonna say this: I don't want the blue one. I want the green one. Hasbro.
Wilbon's on the
I think-
theatrical.
I think this is honestly like the standard issue ATRT. Because I mean, I remember this from the Lego Clone Trooper like battle pack from back in the day. I think in the Clone Wars, this is what they're riding in the season 1 episode with Mace Windu. I think this is like the standard issue colors. So
the Clone Wars one was just made up, right? It's fake. It's not real.
I mean,
Well, I don't know if you know, Wilbon. All of Star Wars is made up. It's actually not a documentary.
What?
all right, Z-Boy, nobody
What?
asked. Nobody asked.
What? I
You
thought
got
it
Robo
happened-
telling you to stop. You know it's bad.
I thought it happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Come on.
I gotta give that one to Wilbon, honestly. That's true.
But yeah, there's a few suggestions from us in the chat on some vehicles and creatures. Robo, you got
Bantha-
anything?
Bantha's
specific?
still my biggie.
Ooh, that's a great
Would you
one.
want it to be? They talked about this yesterday. Would you want it to be plastic or flocked?
Okay, flock. That's not the Is it the proper term for that? Because I think a flocked is like very
rooted.
short.
Rooted hair, yeah.
Rooted.
Yeah, I'd go for that. Because
Well, you know what? You and I are used to combing beards, so
Yeah.
I think we'd be used to combing. a
Robo
bantha.
wants to brush his bantha every day.
but it's also that's probably adding to cost because of having to do that. But packing it seems like it'd get more compressed. You could push it,
Right.
into a smaller type package instead of a big plastic shell. But a big plastic shell, they could just make hollow underneath. Do you need moving legs under a shell
No.
of
I
plastic
would be
hair?
fine if it had no articulation.
In fact, that
Yeah.
gives me an idea.
Oh, here we go.
You don't need a figure, do you? You just need a face and a tuft of.
I mean,
the froze.
Yeah, well, Robo, have you seen Landspeeder Luke's little Rancor, where it's like just the Rancor head coming out of like the?
It's like coming out of the wall, out of like the
Someday,
door, like,
yeah.
there's a claw around the
Yeah.
the
I've been
cage.
eyeballing that for years, and
Yep.
I've never pulled the trigger.
I love that. I want to
Yeah.
print that for sure.
I just can't paint for shit, so I
I
would
know.
print that. I would print that in brown.
That's my
It would
problem.
just-
We're
It
gonna
would just be bad. Yeah.
we're just gonna have to pay Coffee to paint it for all of us.
All right.
Coffee's gonna have to. He's gonna have to be painting those things for like a year. Just a bunch of.
All right, I
Rancor
still
heads.
have Nate's 8d8.
Yeah.
I think you stole it. At this point, Nate's like, you just threw up the
Yeah,
Coffee,
it's
but
just
Coffee
yours
stole
now.
it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have it done by ICCC. But no. Yeah. There was a couple suggestions.
what about
I'm
a
gonna-
Jedi Starfighter with the new Anakin? Oh wait, that's not small. Sorry.
Yeah,
Lazy
I was
Aardvark
gonna say
is
that'd have to
spitting.
be a HasLab.
Yeah, I know.
Lazy Aardvark is spitting. This is the one right here.
That'd be sick.
I mean,
Yeah.
I gotta give that one to Aardvark. But I'm gonna build off what Justin and Nate were saying yesterday. We talked about this earlier. Don't forget the OT.
Yeah.
Please don't. The fact that we got one OT figure last year was painful to say.
Well, you know what, Coffee? The reason why we only got one is because collectors like you didn't really like it. You put it like what 8 or 9 in your top 10.
See, that's the problem. You didn't appreciate Momon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I put Momo at 10, so that's why Hasbro is like, fuck you guys, we're not making it anymore. My specific list, they listen
Yeah.
to me only.
Straight up.
That's
You know,
what it is.
they're
I wish they
probably
listened
right
to
to.
me only because we would have had unlit and lit hilts. We would have had all hands and swap
Ruined it for
heads and
everybody.
everything.
That's true.
We
Robo's
can trace all of this back to Mr. Coffee's top 10 list.
That's right.
All right.
I was patient 0 for the OT drought.
Yeah.
But no, they're already cooking this year with the new Luke and Leia, and then we have Han and Chewie on the way as well.
Yeah, like I said, they doubled the output already. in the
And
one
And
month
Obi,
of the
Obi,
year.
I know it's not
Obi-Wan.
confirmed,
But
but Obi-Wan, yeah,
Obi-Wan.
exactly.
That-
fixed,
That's
right?
not
Obi-Wan
that's not
is
canon. That's not canon. I don't believe
It's not
that yet.
canon.
removed.
Brother, just buy the figure arts. Jeez.
Find
Well,
God.
yeah. Especially the new
Why the figure
re-release
arts?
because he has the the whole reason the whole soft good robe now. That's so awesome.
You know, I
I
gotta
mean,
now that you've bought Luke and Leia, you know what? All of you, Robo included. Now that you,
I didn't
you
buy
guys,
Luke. I didn't
well,
buy
yeah,
that shit.
I know you didn't, but but
buy that shit.
since you guys have great representation of these original trilogy main cast in import, Are you gonna get the new Black Series Han, the new Black Series Chewie, if they do make a new Black Series Obi-Wan?
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like any of the Chewies have nailed it.
No,
No,
Not yet.
Okay.
no.
The figure arts is too small and tree-like, or kind of gangly. And then the Black Series has been big the whole time.
Yeah.
And kind of stiff, I guess.
Yeah, and he can't even
45
barely
of them.
hold his crossbow.
Yeah.
Or his crossbow.
Yeah, it's because
So
the
we'll
arms
see.
don't even hit 90.
Yeah.
And then
They
Han,
They changed the torso at some point, but it wasn't
yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah.
You guys know I'd be in on, of course, because I don't have all
Han,
these imports. But
I'm reaching to the point with Han where, like, I think I'll buy it, but I do like the SHF, the reissue. I think the head sculpt is great, and I already like the SHF Han body. Like, my main issue with the SHF Han is the head sculpt. I think it's more like an Empire Strikes Back Harrison Ford. So I think the updated head sculpt has me like, I don't know with the Black Series, but Chewie, 1000%, I'm getting both. Like, I already have an SHF Chewie in the display. I have the reissue pre-ordered, and I'm going to pick up a Black Series of the new Chewie.
So you know me, I'm going to be printing that entire Death Star thing that Luke.
yeah,
posted.
so you need different
So
versions.
I need all the Hans, I need all the Lukes, all the Leias.
I wouldn't be
need a bunch of
surprised
them.
because you have so many. I wouldn't be surprised if you pick up that Luke at some point. Maybe if it goes on sale.
Oh,
or something.
I'm pretty sure I will. Yeah, I'm waiting on that to be a clearance pickup.
Yeah.
That's just a me not wanting to pay full price for it, but eventually for dios and stuff, I will need more than 2 Luke Skywalkers.
Well, you got to vote with your wallet, and you don't like the OT, so it's perfect.
I can't stand, especially A New Hope. I hate that movie.
I like this Leia, dude. It's good.
It's better. It's the best one.
Yeah, for sure.
I still don't think it's perfect, but it's
The
good.
legs.
It's good.
The legs are rough.
The legs are the most annoying
the
part.
likeness is good, and
it's
the legs.
yeah.
The legs are covered up with the dress.
I know it's not a
Exactly.
big.
The proportions are so good too. Like
I know
it's
it's
like
not
the
a-
perfect height.
Yeah,
Yep.
I know it's not a big deal because I'm not going to be pulling up Leia's dress, but
Hey yo.
it does bug me that her legs are.
You
white.
know you are.
They're all just white plastic, but the way I have her posed on the shelf, you don't see her legs. So
Yeah.
it's
Did
whatever.
she fall into a tub of bleach? What happened to her leg?
Here's my thing with the figure arts. I do think the dress sculpt it's a little sharper, which is what you expect from an import. And I like how they cut it in 3, like the front has 2 different cuts in it, and then the back is slightly wider than the Black Series. I feel like one of my main issues with the Black Series Leia is the back is so tight that it keeps scrunching her legs together. But
I also do like that, like you can have some sass with that figure arts Leia too.
because the
Like
whole hands and
right, yeah.
But I do think
nice.
I do think my main things with the Black Series, the height and the proportions are so much better. The likeness is so much better, and I think the hood looks way better on the Black Series one. The figure is
Agreed.
like sticks
too
out a
wide.
little bit too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Zach brings up a valid point too. So
Straight up. Yeah. Gotta give that one to Zach.
Do we see her legs in the movie? I was trying to remember during the review.
So actually, when she's laying in I was looking up pictures of her. When she's laying down in the thing, you can't like see her legs, but through the dress, you can see
skin.
her skin tone of the legs. Yeah. So,
I was guessing because it's been a long time, but I was guessing, and I could have easily looked it up, but that's not my style. I'd rather just talk shit. And people yell at me in comments. But I couldn't remember, but if it was going to be any scene, I figured it was that scene.
Mhm.
Right.
So Mac, I was sorry to interrupt you, Fig, but I was saying the same thing. I wanted to swap the legs. Apparently, you can't. I don't know. It might have been Bat Diesel who said it. I'm not sure, but the legs are actually a slightly different.
they're slightly
weirdly.
retooled.
Yeah.
From the
Yeah.
knee
They're
up,
slightly
right?
different.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Knee down's the same. because I said the legs were the same, and somebody came back with Mike Case going off on Out of the
Yes.
Basement about the hips being different.
Yep, it's just the knee down is the same, but
up top they made it thinner to go under the plastic instead of the
yeah.
and
You
the
know, that
crotch-
must be I was wondering what the reason for that must be it. What you just said, but
yeah,
I just it does suck that that was my plan when I got the leg. I was like, oh, easy, I'll just swap the legs. But now, I mean, I'm sure you can. You just got to shave it down a bit, but
I don't know how well this is gonna show up on stream because the image fucking sucks.
Hey,
But
yeah,
you can
I
see
gotcha.
the
I
boot
see it.
and then you
Yeah.
see your leg. But,
it's silent.
Yeah, like,
Cubby,
Oh, Leia.
yeah, I think you gotta bring that image back. I didn't really see what you were talking.
Yeah,
about.
hang on, hang on.
All right,
Hang on.
come on now.
Hang on.
Oh no, hold on.
I don't blame Luke. That's all I'm saying.
We gotta see
yeah.
the back of her knees. That's what we.
Yeah,
That's what we gotta-
yeah,
Oh my.
yeah.
That's the new bit.
But at the same time, are you going to see her legs on that?
Right.
figure?
That's why at the end of the
Right,
day, it
yeah.
doesn't bug
Yeah.
me because
Yeah,
I have her posed on the shelf. Yeah, I can't even see her legs. How she's on.
and
the
Yeah.
shelf,
because
so.
she's a plastic, like the
Yeah.
hard goods, you can't give her like the bending down pose for.
Yeah, you can't pose it with the
R2, so-
R2
She was
doing the Death
kneeling.
Star plans thing.
Oh, Zach.
You'd have to have
Damn.
R2 up going up
Jesus,
the ramp.
Zach.
No,
Aw, that.
no, brother.
Jeez.
Damn. That was like me saying, I hope Sebastian Shaw comes out. CCC.
Brothers, too
Aw,
soon,
damn.
guys.
Man,
But
It'll always be too soon for that. Come on.
yeah.
yeah, don't forget the OT. There we go. That's the.
We
that's
love
kinda
our
the-
we love our OT. I can't
Yes,
wait for
that's-
Alec Guinness to be at ICC.
And see,
Oh
that's
my-
the thing. Again, I think it's.
Come on.
I think it's very similar to how a lot of people don't understand the cloner joke. I think a lot of people hear that we love the OT and they think that means that's all we want.
That means I
No.
hate the Clone Wars. No, that's actually just
No,
me. That's
I,
not these
I
guys.
actually
Yeah.
I love how much prequel they've
Yeah.
been doing.
For me, Star Wars is the OT first and foremost. That's what I think of when Star Wars is those original 3 films. That doesn't mean though that's all I like. It's just that that's my favorite part.
It's
Your
okay to have
favorite, yeah.
favorites.
Yeah.
Here's the thing: keep the train running with the PT. Just don't do one original
Yeah.
trilogy.
Keep the
figure.
PT, but also don't
Break
forget
that.
about
And,
Loba.
and,
Don't forget
and
about
keep making
Nine Nova.
clones because as much as I don't like all the random clone repaints, people buy them. People like them. If that keeps the line going, that's fine. It's just
Take
not for
that money,
me.
put it into new sculpts for new characters.
Yep,
for-
exactly.
right.
Take
That's
that
right.
cloner
Yep.
money. Take that cloner money. Put it right into Lobot. There we
That's
go.
right.
Come on.
Yeah.
man.
9 nub. Let's
Oh,
go.
this is a good question, Zach.
Next week.
Yeah,
Next
Michael
week.
Havens is coming. He the guest after Robo.
Ooh,
Got to follow.
I have a
Robo.
question about ICC regarding our guest, Mr. Robo. Is
I've
that
got a
like
hotel
maybe-
book. Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah.
Oh, let's go.
That's awesome, man.
Hell yeah!
That's sweet.
I need to go back and check. Have they sent out the things whether you can get in or not? Did you have to apply to?
Yeah, you had
You
to
had to
apply.
apply.
Yeah, you had to apply.
And it was like you only had like one day or not even a full day to do it.
Not
Yeah,
even a
it was
day.
weird.
Yeah.
I got the notification and Coffee and Wilbon had texted me and they were like, make sure you apply. And I was like, okay, I'll do it tomorrow night. And then I was like, you know what? I'll do it tonight. Tomorrow, the next morning, applications were closed.
Applications were full.
So
in-
if I had
in less
waited-
than 24 hours.
Yeah, if I had waited, I would not have been able to
So
apply. But
here's
luckily,
the
I
thing.
applied.
They only they're only giving out 80 press badges for the whole con, and apparently they only accepted like 105 or so applications.
Yeah, so like 20 people are being declined.
Yeah.
That means it'll probably
really?
be us.
It'll probably be us. Yeah.
Oh, wait, so they haven't announced who, or they haven't sent out who.
No, it's
Right.
They're not
they
doing it
said
until
not
late
until
April.
like April. Yeah,
Yeah.
which is insane.
See, I don't like that because then it's like, how long should I wait to buy another pass?
Well, that's why you
Yeah.
got to do what Coffee and I are doing, which is just buy it, and then they'll refund you. They said they'll refund you if you get
Okay.
accepted.
All right. I need to do that then.
Yeah, it was kind of wild.
Yeah,
That's,
I missed
it's
it
not the same,
completely.
but San Diego used to do that. They used to wait until like a few weeks before the show, and it's like, if I don't have a press pass, you can't get a ticket. You can't get you're done. But you need to have plane and hotel taken care of by then. So it's like, whatever.
Yeah, that seems so weird that San Diego Comic-Con, like the biggest, arguably the biggest. Yeah. No, the biggest. It's not arguably that they would have that kind of shenanigans going on.
Yeah, they've gotten better, but
well, that's awesome. I'm happy to hear that you're going, man. That's so. Cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be legendary.
Right,
yeah, it says order confirmed. So yeah, I haven't heard anything back since.
But
well, there you go.
Yeah,
but yeah, y'all talking about it in the basement and everybody. Yeah, I thought
it's because
and I'm a state away. Nashville. I can't remember how long it is, but it's a drive. I'll drive that.
It's Murfreesboro this year. It's 20 minutes away.
It's right outside Nashville.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, my grandparents live in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, so it all kind of works out for me.
Are we firing up Grandpa and Grandma Wilbon all the way?
Maybe so. These are all my friends. Like 25 people show up.
That's so awesome though, because the con is going to be like insane this year. It's a way bigger venue. There's like way more people coming. I know we have Zavi from the chat. He's coming all the way in from the UK to come.
Dang.
So, yeah.
We've talked a lot of people into going.
It's become the yearly get together. It seems that's kind of been the meeting place.
Yeah, for sure.
Those stupid basement babies are going to be there. God.
All right, I'm canceling my ticket.
The freaking Black Series Cantina or half of
we're not about
those
that.
Clowns.
That Tommy guy is going.
Yeah, you know, I heard that this is going to be Fig Fury's first year, and I'm not down with that. I'm not into. I gotta go, boys.
Okay, Hunter.
I wonder if we're gonna get a noise complaint before 9 p.m. this year.
I'm sure.
Kinds of bits.
You know what? I'm gonna make it a bit, or not a bit, but I'm gonna confirm that I will have more than one Coke Oreo this year. It'll be more than one.
Oh my
gosh! All right, you guys want to get into snags?
Yeah,
sure.
We're done with the news and everything. All right.
That was a good topic. We discussed that for quite a bit.
All right, play in the clip.
A fine addition to my collection.
Oh, it never gets old.
We're having our guest go first.
Yeah, let's let Robo go.
Hell yeah!
Bam.
So what we picked up?
Yeah, anything doesn't have to be just Star Wars. There we
go.
You got your Scooby toilet.
Because it's going to be a custom, but I can't get it back on. So
you broke it.
It was just a camera. I'll figure out a Marvel Legends character for this.
Yeah.
You know who? I don't know. Right off the bat, it looks like it would be a what's Fisk? Wilson's Fisk character, the Rose. Look like it make
the Rose.
Kind of
Rose.
Yeah, because I didn't get the actual figure that came out because I thought I don't like the suit body that Marvel Legends does.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This or maybe a Norman Osborn head.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, I was thinking of Bruce Wayne. So.
The Willem Dafoe head on there,
or Tony Stark
that comes with
we're all
the Marvel Legends Willem Dafoe head.
Yeah.
Don't make me. Am I going to have to go get more skibbity?
You're out, Norman.
Just to make all these characters.
Yeah. Only on MNF.
Bruce Wayne head.
Right.
But only on MNF do we have Robo talking about skibbity toilet figures.
Skibbity toilet.
I'm so upset that Cook has left.
Yeah, I was about to say this is Cook should.
He'll get it on the replay.
Yeah, he'll get the replay. Yeah. Well, actually, Cook said he just had to leave chat. He might still be watching.
Maybe. He's a mailman, bro. He's got them early.
He's got those routes to meet.
Yeah, he's got them routes. He's
got the stuff I got this week.
Oh,
we're in
that toy store I got.
Oh, sick!
Nice.
Price. Many faces.
it's one of my guilty pleasures, I guess. I love the Filmation.
Triclops.
The classic,
Yeah.
the retro
Yeah.
stuff. That's cool.
I don't
I have the Skeletor one. That's the only one I got.
Skeletor's badass. I got another Skeletor and I got another He-Man because they're so cool. But and I wasn't big into She-Ra, but I always loved Hordak. And if you get Hordak,
Then you gotta get
Yeah.
you gotta have She-Ra. So I'm caught up with those, I think. And then today I got this Lando on clearance.
Heck yeah.
I love that General Lando figure. I go wave at him in Target every time.
It does.
Robo's doing his part, clearing out the pegs.
For 764, yeah, that's fine.
And like you said, that's good fodder for a custom.
It's actually the best, and it's the best Lando figure.
I agree with
overall
Fig,
as a figure
100%.
goes.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
It's also my personal favorite look for Lando. I like that look.
He blows up the Death Star wearing that. I mean, come on.
True. Whatever.
We still need him in his Han vest, though, don't
We
we?
do.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
What's with him wearing Han's clothes? I don't get
Right
it.
after he got frozen in
weird.
carbonite, Lando's like,
He
you know
just
what?
raids his wardrobe
Yeah.
immediately.
No,
Yeah.
you
Let
guys
me
know
take
the
that.
story with that, right? It was because originally Han Solo wasn't that wardrobe choice got chosen because originally Han was supposed to not come back alive, so he was like basically the new Han Solo. That's
he was
kinda
just
the-
gonna take Han's
He
stuff.
was like
That's
just
it.
taking his personality, taking his clothes.
Huh.
That's
Well,
funny.
see, I picture it as since Solo showed Lando's closet, with all the capes
Oh,
and
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
When Han finally got the Falcon, he just tossed all that out the window. So when Lando went looking, he had to steal Han's clothes.
The only
He goes
thing there
hunting
is
for all his
vest.
clothes, and it's
Yeah.
just nothing but vests.
He's like, "What is this? Where's my cape?"
I need that comic. Was it Marvel that makes the Star Wars comics? Put that comic out. I don't know.
All right,
Yeah,
hold on.
yeah.
Listen, honestly, Hell Runner, I gotta say it. I do want more Landos. Lando is a great character. He's a
Lando's
great
awesome.
figure.
They just
The-
need to not overproduce
Yes,
him.
that's the problem.
That's
Hasbro
all.
just needs to not overproduce. him.
Stop double packing him in cases.
I'll be real. I'd buy a Billy D. Williams Colt 45. His advertisement with the Colt 45 J.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I would buy that figure for him.
I know it won't happen, but I want a McFarlane, Billy D. Williams, Harvey Dent. It won't
Oh, I
happen.
want that. I want
Gimme.
that, Zoo.
Hey, man,
Hell
don't tell
yeah.
Todd not to do something because
He might.
He'll take that as a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Todd, please, we don't want Black Canary and Zatanna. Please don't do them, Todd.
Yeah, Todd won't do it. Todd can't do it.
Yeah,
Todd don't know
exactly.
how to do it.
He can't
Haha.
do it. Yeah.
It was last week I found the new Spider-Man wave for Marvel Legends. I
Ooh.
found 3 of them, but they're already over in the space. Today I went back and found Spider-Boy.
No, nice. I'm waiting for this wave to hit from Amazon. I'm excited for that.
I've been piecing it together since Target seems to be getting them, and I got Chameleon.
I saw him,
Psycho.
I saw him swinging on the pegs the other day.
I cannot wait for Chameleon. I know it's very specific animated series, but
Yeah.
I've been building a Sinister 16 for a long time, and Chameleon is one of the few left that I didn't have. So I'm very hyped for that.
Plus, first one was dude in suit,
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
white mask. So, and I have no attachment to the animated series. I just
Mhm.
kind of like that design.
Yeah.
Mm,
I've never seen the Spider-Man animated series either.
What?
But yeah, I know.
Dude,
It's on my list. I'll watch it eventually. But
90s cartoons I miss.
yeah, I know for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of them. I need to go back and watch a lot of them. But and I have the rest of the series, and a buddy in Salt Lake got me Agent Venom, so I should have that full wave sometime
Nice.
soon.
Yeah, I'm hyped for that wave.
That-
And I'm one away. I'm Captain America away from completing the Secret Wars set.
Oh, I replaced all of my display Captain America, Iron Man, all of that went off the shelf for the new Secret Wars. Those are great quality figures.
I was going to skip them because I have Iron Man and Captain America.
Yep, I
and
thought about
symbiote.
skipping Iron
Yeah.
Man, especially.
Yeah, but somebody handed them to me at Legion's Con, and okay, these are better. These are good.
Especially for me, because I don't know what you are, Robo, but for me, I am gold and red for Iron Man, not yellow, because I know on the comic it looked yellow, but like in universe it would be gold, so that's why I like the gold more.
Mhm.
But and the Secret Wars one is yellow, but it's just a better figure with the better legs, no pins, and it even has the rollerblades, like little or really the skates. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I love that. It's just so fun, just little accessory. They didn't need to do that. And the Captain America, it's classic colors, and it has, I'm not displaying it with that, but I like that it has this broken shield. That's really cool.
But we need a full shield.
We do.
Yes.
Yes. When's the last time there's a Captain America with a normal shield? It's been years at this point.
Yeah.
I think I stole the one I have on my Captain America. That's big. They started doing those smaller ones there for a little bit.
Yeah.
And then
I know
big
Bad
one was,
Diesel.
Ultimate's cap, maybe?
Yeah. Bad Diesel is using the Diamond Select Captain America shield with the Secret Wars figure, and it looks really good. I almost bought the Diamond Select just for the shield, but I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. But
then you have to buy a Diamond Select figure.
Yeah. That's rough.
It's awful. Don't do that.
I'm used to it for the Lord of the Rings. That's why.
One of the sculptors for Diamond Select, he was like, when they were like showing off their Deadpool and Wolverine figure, they were like, my goal is to make the best Deadpool figure money can buy. And I'm like, okay, sure. We'll see about that one.
I buy the big guys. If it's a big character, then, and if they're going to give me Crimson Dynamo and Titanium Man, then
I love those.
That Diamond Select Juggernaut is still like one of the greatest looking Juggernauts ever.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to get the Annihilus from Diamond Select? Yeah,
I just put it because it should come out soon. Shouldn't it?
I think it's supposed to ship the end of this or early next month. I guess it is the end of the month now. So,
because I put a pre-order in and I had Archangel just because I wanted the wings, and I canceled it. It's gone.
Yeah, I thought about getting that Archangel, but I think Hasbro will put out a new Archangel soon. So
yeah, they have to. They're on an Angel kick, and they're on an
exactly
kick.
Yeah.
This says January 29th released. Should release
tomorrow.
January 29th.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But I think that's. I mean, there's definitely in here, but that's what I got today for this week.
Nice,
awesome, man.
Sick stuff, man.
I always like when. No offense to Mr. Coffee, although he's dabbling a bit, but I always like to see when people have other lines, just all sorts of stuff. Because I don't collect Masters of the Universe, so it's cool to see like someone like you collect that, or like when Fig shows off G.I. Joe. I always like that.
I had this is Chef Deadpool. All right, I don't want to hear it.
True, this is just one of those that I get, and I've thought about. I did a review on the first ones. I think He-Man, Skeletor, Man at Arms, and Beastman, but I haven't done any since. This is just kind of the line I buy to enjoy. Just kind of buy. Because I got these recently, and I wasn't going to get them.
What's good, Blabby?
Because the neck align's coming. But, man, it was too hard to... the reaction Sesame Street stuff.
Those are cool.
I almost pulled the trigger on that Cookie Monster. I almost got it.
Because it seems like it fits in with my 1/12 scale stuff. NECA is huge,
right?
And they're fantastic. They're articulated, but man, these, because I think I'm going to get Count and then Bert and Ernie. I'm not a big Sesame Street guy, but I want the main characters on the shelf somewhere.
That's awesome.
So, cool. That's another thing that I'll never review. I'll never show that I, it's just something
M&F
I bought.
Exclusive.
Robo was one of the few backers of the Cookie Monster HasLab for sure.
I wasn't, but I know someone who was, and he was heartbroken when it didn't go through.
Oh man,
there I think like 30 people back then.
Oh man, and in person it was awesome. It was cool, but what am I going to do with it?
Right. And also I imagine very overpriced.
Oh yeah,
yeah, but it's HasLabs.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
they all are.
I am gonna take executive orders here and go next because I only have 10.
Okay, Mr. President.
Mr. President, get down. I did get the new Black Series Leia. I do have her holding the Death Star plans.
That's false advertising. She doesn't come with the Death Star plans.
Have I said that's the best Leia ever?
Yeah, it is.
Pew pew pew.
You
It is
kind of alluded to it, but now it's official.
something that like I really love is like the back of the hood. Like it's sculpted perfectly.
A
Honestly,
beautiful sculpt, yeah.
yeah, it's so good. This figure is very nice. I do like it. This is going to be my new main display Star Wars Leia. Going next to the whole SHF crew and then the one Black Series.
wait, but Coffee, how are
That sounds like a Lance Peter Luke shelf, bro.
How are the back of those knees?
I mean, you can see it through the dress, bro.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what we need to see.
It looks even better when you get some top lighting and there's some shadow on her and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, she was. That's that random lady at the end of.
Oh
Rogue
my
One.
god!
Jeez.
I would love.
Oh, man.
I would love to see someone who actually has that opinion. They're like, wait, who is this random
Who is
in Rogue
that?
One?
Who is
My-
that?
Who's that random?
My expectations for this figure were 0. I was like, I held off on pre-ordering it for a while. It finally came in. It's overpriced. I don't recommend paying full price for it, but I did get the Mafex 4-alarm. I
Let's go.
love the articulation on this thing. It is a
All the
protocol
pictures you've been
droid.
sending, they just look so good.
That
It is
pose,
a
that's-
protocol
that's-
droid
that's
that can get in
unreal.
a gun wielding, aiming down the rifle pose.
I'll say it now, Coffee. Next time you come over, I am requesting you bring this over. I want to see this guy.
So
Bend the hips. Bend the
He
hips.
demands it.
Drop those hips.
Time.
Oh, damn.
hold on. Yeah, he can straight up get in a.
Can he kick his own ass?
Yeah, we got to do it for
Nah,
Robo.
nah. You're only getting 90 at the leg, but
That's all.
he can get in the kneel. I have a
And-
clip recorded of him doing this.
And it has the crazy ball joint going from the hip to the leg, and it just tilts it tilts so much.
I love it. Plus, it does retain the feature, quote unquote feature, where you can shine the light through the back of the head and the eyes glow,
Nice.
Green eyes.
which is awesome. I do have a
I love little goofy gimmicky stuff like that.
The quality's gonna be shit, but I promise when I upload the video, it'll be in 4K. But I do have a little sneak preview from the review. Got him back to back with the Mafex Boba Fett. from
That was
Empire.
good.
Look at Coffee's professional reviews. They're so good. I'm not biased at all. Watch the reviews.
Yeah.
Check them out.
I
I,
mean, we got to give that one to Zoo.
Gotta give it to Zoo Boy. But I did compare him to the Black Series for Elam, and the paint is so much better. The sculpting is so much cleaner. It's better. It's just overpriced. I don't know what they're thinking with the damn price. I don't know
and
what's
it's getting
going
higher.
on over there.
Well, I actually, I think Robo hit the nail on the head in the weekly when you were talking about the new Mafex Hush Robin. Mafex prices going up and less accessories.
I left a comment.
Got
I
that
left
one
a comment
staff.
saying Robo was spitting. I don't know what's going on over there. I feel like they're doing it because people keep buying them.
Side note, Coffee, that Robin looks so good, but I'm resisting so bad. I can't collect the Hush line in McFarlane and Mafex. I can't do it, but
Well,
Man.
one is clearly better than the others.
If you want a Batman shelf that all standing together,
I know it's
the Hush display you'd be done. Never
Yeah,
need
so-
another.
they're
DC.
fairly
need another
definitive. They're
I
fairly
have-
definitive, Zoo.
Yeah,
I have
they're
the
only
Batman
getting
on
leads,
order.
but yeah,
I have the Batman on pre-order, and I did get the Superman. I missed Nightwing, which I was pretty upset about. If that gets reissued, I'm definitely picking up Nightwing for sure.
Well, there's 3, dude. You might as well.
I know. There's 3, and you know what? I know a lot of people don't care, but I love if it ever comes out. Mafex announced a Clark Kent and a Bruce Wayne. We'll see if they actually come out, but I am super excited for those because McFarlane would never make a Clark Kent or Bruce Wayne. So I'm super happy about that. But
and Batgirl.
Yeah, and
It's
just
gonna
at this
Bat
point,
family-
I might as well.
You're
Do
never
it,
gonna
bro.
get a better Bat Family shelf
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
ever.
That-
Yeah. They're fairly definitive. I
Do
would
you know
say.
what sucks though, Robo? They're like Cassandra Cain, the second Batgirl.
Mhm.
I love her. She's one of my favorite members of the Bat family. She wasn't in that story, so she won't be made, and that's what that bugs me because the McFarlane obviously wildly out of scale for Hush.
They seem to want to. They're doing Nightfall too, and they've done some random.
True. If
DC
they did a
stuff.
Cassandra Cain, I would be super in on it. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if I do decide to go deeper in the way I am, I would get the heroes and not the villains. Because I know you said you canceled Scarecrow and I forget what the other one that you said, but
Riddler. But
Riddler,
the
yeah.
more I look at them, the more it's like, holy shit.
Oh yeah,
I know
Riddler,
they do look great. It's just
that
I think I would
Riddler.
just keep it to the heroes only. That's what I would do.
I pulled up the.
And plus Metacom, Mayfec, that Forlom, those parts are so close. They could have used C3PO parts.
But they
but
went
they
the
did.
extra mile,
Yeah.
and they
Just,
reused,
and just
or they
made
did new-
slight, tiny little itty
I
bitty
love
tweaks
that.
to parts.
Here's another clip. Just to show.
Play
I
the
mean,
clip.
look at that. You do have
But
to
that's what
twist
they
the
usually
ankle
do.
a little bit, but I mean, come on, that's insane.
See, that's why I like that I found my little
You know what?
niche.
He's a droid, so he could probably turn his ankle like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah. He's not breaking anything.
This is why I like how, when we get to my snags, you'll see I have another DC import. But I like that I found my little niche with import collecting because my whole thing is I enjoy Star Wars imports, of course. But it's just the jump from DC McFarlane to DC Mafex is astronomical. But the jump from Black Series to an import is not enough where I care, especially when it's a character like Bo-Katan.
so you're admitting that McFarlane isn't good, and that
But
No, I'm just kidding.
here's the thing though. I like McFarlane for what it is. It's just that
It's like
especially
putting
because
the
it's six.
It's like putting the
Rider.
Marvel Select Deadpool with the Marvel Legends Wolverine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially because these are 6-inch now, they're proper 1/12th, McFarlane doesn't do, they're 7-inch. So it's like,
I'm telling you, bro, you're gonna
Have a
you're gonna
Batman
have to
with
dip your
Marvel.
toes on a couple of those Hush
Yeah.
figures from Mayfix.
Yeah.
They're
Mayfix-
so good. man.
Dude, Mayfix figures are so good. I mean, you
They're
have
just-
they're
Plus, they're doing Reign of the Supermen,
yeah.
so you can get all those too.
I will say though, of my 4 DC Mafex that I have, my Hush Superman is my least favorite of the 4. And that is part of the Hush line, but I think a lot of it, like I have 2 major QC issues with that one, and I emailed Sci-Fi Toys and they just never got back to me. They just said,
that's messed up.
"Too bad for you."
That's lame.
So, what can you
No
do?
sci-fi
Yeah.
toys.
I know Bad Diesel told me to just keep harassing them till they respond.
Yeah, spam them, bro.
I can honestly say when you get the Mayfix
The Batman? I know you
That's
praise
like-
that. I can't
dude,
wait.
that figure. Did you get the black and
You got
gray
the
one?
blue
or-
one.
No,
That's what's being reissued.
I would
The blue.
prefer the black one, but the blue
Yeah.
one is reissued, which I'm cool with that.
I think both. It just depends on the color scheme. But that figure, just that thing, dude. I've posed around it so much. It just looks. I love that figure.
The Black Batman's cape's a little bit more manageable. The
yes,
blue is
I've heard that. Yeah, it's
huge.
it could you could probably wrap like 4 Batman figures in that
Yeah.
thing.
I had to clip it in the back just to keep it all together.
Wow.
And speaking of imports and capes, and kind of segue into, I mean, everybody that usually watches this knows I got this, but I finally opened it and played with it.
I love everything but the hood.
This right here,
I can't stand that they fucking stitched it. Like
Yeah,
they just had to
it's so
stitch it a
weird
quarter
because-
of an inch lower, and that's
Yeah,
it.
'cause,
It would've been
you
so
want
much
it to
better.
go like that.
Yeah.
and I tried putting water. I doused this thing in water, and it won't. You can't do the water trick on the back part. I have an idea. I think Hobby Lobby might still sell them. They have those really tiny magnets, so I might fudge it there, but I'm gonna do some type of customizing because it just gives you that.
Yeah, that sucks.
It
But
really
everything
is
else,
a nearly perfect cloak.
I have the SHF one, and I love the look of that one. And he's on my. I have a display with him on it, and he looks great. But as far as like action figure goes, this is like one of my favorite Lukes in this scale. I've just had a blast posing him.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this, and after seeing Coffee's review, I think this is one that at some point I would not be surprised if you see me show that off on Snack.
Heck yeah.
Might have to pick it up sooner rather than. I'm pretty sure he's been selling out.
Yeah.
I think what I leave for things like that is, you know,
Hola.
we see what happens.
Hello.
It could be like Mando too, Coffee. You know, maybe it'll sell out and then get reissued like Mando is.
Well, technically, it kind of already did that with the original pre-orders, at least through Ami, and then they raised the price when he came back in stock. So,
Oh, really?
watch out for that kind of
people.
stuff.
It is sold out on Hobby Genki, and it's sold out on Big Bad, which is kind of
Wow.
crazy. But yeah, I think Ami still has it.
This is the newest iteration of Storm Shadow. He's like Generation 3, I think.
No,
So
you're mistaken, Fig. That's Wolverine.
yeah, because of the claws. Yeah, right. And then he has swords, so it's from the Wolverine movie. But no, this is when he joins the Joes. He goes from Cobras to Joes. So like it's later in the cartoon / comics. But it's just an awesome figure. I like it. I love the look of it. I love ninjas. So I had to get that because I'm a simp for Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow. I'll own every version of them that I can in the line, and sometimes a couple of each, depending on what I'm going to do with them. And then this is a line that you guys know. It's kind of I'm becoming more open about talking about it. It's kind of like Robo was saying. Like I don't talk about it too much, but since I've been doing this live stream and showing off more of them, it's Warhammer 40K. It's the Joy Toy figures, and the freaking detail. This is a Primarch figure, so he's like it's a 1/18 scale, but this is a 6-inch figure because he's to scale from the actual fandom, and the detail on this thing is insane.
6-inch 1/18 scale figures.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah. Well, they're huge, like they're godly. But let's look at the back. Look at all the paint and they're so awesome. I love
Paint on the back of a figure? That's crazy.
All the details.
Hasbro?
Yeah, The Amazing handed me a few of those at Legion's Con, and I was like, "Oh man, these are so good." But no, one, I don't know Warhammer, and two, that's a deep hole.
It is. Yeah. I've been pretty good, but you can't really tell. Maybe you can. There's just a few right there, and it's growing. Yeah, it's growing. It goes up the wall, but yeah, I would buy them all, but you can't. They're very pricey, but you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
They just look amazing. You got the wholesome, and the paint on them is like just the deep blues and all the popping of the colors. It's next level, man.
And they still move as chunky as they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can get this guy and they have like all the drop downs. Like he has really good. It's kind of stiff, but like you can get a really good drop down there. I don't know if you can see that.
Would rather have it be stiff than loose.
Yeah.
I will say.
And I mean, he can't kick his own ass either, but
he's a big armored guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love the shoulder armor is like on a really cool like system where it turns like that. It pops out so you can get really high range for your swords and guns and all that crazy stuff.
I know I said this before when you showed off figures in this line, but I love how articulated they seem for what are like big, bulky figures.
Yeah, they're
chunky,
awesome.
They're chunky, but like you said, they articulate really
right, because
well.
it's like Robo was saying before with the Diamond Select Marvel figures. I get the ones that are like relatively can fudge in the scale for Marvel Legends, but most of those do not articulate well. They're just, which is fine, you know, I just have them stand there, but it's almost not even enough articulation for me, which, you know, if I'm saying that.
That's
a borderline statue, brother.
Yeah.
This is another one. I haven't opened him yet. He's from the Warhammer 2.
Ooh, I like the colors on this one.
He's Lieutenant Titus. He's the main character. He's a Ultramarine.
Didn't Nate talk about this one, Titus? I think I heard Nate.
Yeah, so he has the McFarlane, because McFarlane makes these two.
Okay, that's what. Okay,
they're actually 1/12 scale. So this figure is gonna be like half that size, but they're getting better. He's getting better with them, but in comparison, you can't even. These are just like a whole other level.
That's probably the way to go. Is the Joy Toy?
And look
it's
at all the
DC McFarlane versus.
Look at all that. Yeah,
it's the same.
Yeah, it's really that same. And then
I'm gonna get one of those. I'm gonna get one of those and put it in the cantina. It's 1/18 scale, right?
Yes, do it. You guys know I showed the stuff last time. I just haven't opened it.
Yeah, I got one of those over here.
Fig hates Black Series. He refuses to open it.
Oh,
yeah, I need
more Mayfex.
Yeah, but
Return of the Jedi. Hell yeah. The better Boba Fett outfit.
Hey now.
I
never said that.
What is this?
Your words.
Bullshit.
Yeah, Empire all the way.
Robo,
man.
your team Empire Strikes Back for Boba?
as comment sections on YouTube would say, that was the last time Boba Fett was cool. Was Empire Strikes Back?
Hey.
Oh,
It's the only time he didn't.
He didn't get ganked real quick at the beginning of the movie, so that's a plus right there.
It's because he had red gauntlets.
Yeah, that was his downfall, man. He should have never got those red gauntlets. This is what came in the mail earlier. I typically don't ship one figure from Big Bad. I like that.
You had
but
to
this
for
one,
this?
I had to. You can kind of see I'm on a certain kick. My favorite action figure line. I've already showed you a couple. But...
I will say, I'm not... This Leia, one of my only complaints, she does not hold the E11 very well.
I didn't even try to put it in her hand, man.
I'm like, screw that.
I mean,
Yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yo,
Holy shit.
that is bananas.
How do you pronounce that name? Helbrecht?
Yeah, Helbrecht. Hi, Marshall. If I won't bore you with the lore, I might give you a little bit, but basically this...
Honestly, even for the channel one day, I think we should do a Warhammer 40k lore breakdown.
That's like gotta lay back in the chair and listen to Fig.
Yeah, yes.
So I
Let
knew...
Unc speak.
That's what we'll call that's the series. Let Unc speak.
Yeah, Warhammer lore breakdown.
Yeah.
Because it's an older fandom. It has like 30 plus years of fandom, but I got into it late. Like, I'm in my 40s. I didn't get into it till really a few years ago, starting to collect these. The figures drew me in, and then I wanted to know more about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so massive. There's so much. But from what I know, like, even the little bits I know, like, that guy's from... They're called the Black Templars. They're one sect of Space Marines. And he's, like, essentially their current would be a Primarch to them. That's what he is. They don't have one.
Runner.
There's, like, a whole thing to it, but... Yeah. That's why I had to get him, because he's like the leader of the Black Templars. So I was like, and he just looks, he's mostly gold.
It just looks insane, bro.
Yeah, I just love the accessories, and like Robo said, if you hold one in hand, I'm gonna try to bring a couple with me to ICCC.
Oh yeah, I would love to mess.
I would love to mess with one. Yeah,
to see him in hand.
Well, be careful with Zooboy holding it, because he's probably gonna fucking snap something.
Yeah,
and that's the feeling you get when you first get them in your hand. You're almost afraid. You're like, oh, this paint is, and this does. There's no way this does this, and then suddenly it's just all over the place.
I mean, look at this awesomeness.
Yo, that's sick.
Shit.
That's crazy.
Paint on an action figure?
What? Whoa!
I collect Hasbro.
I collect Black Series. What's that?
And last but not least, it's not a pickup, but I'm just gonna reiterate, as a Star Wars fan, liking sci-fi in general, Star Wars probably be my favorite. But the lore of Warhammer is so dark and gritty, and there really isn't a good guy. Like none of the factions are necessarily good. They're all in it to win it. They're all in it for war, and they all have their own reason for war. And it's kind of like refreshing in a sense that it's a very adult themed in a sense. It's just, like I said, it's dark and gritty. It's a dark universe. There's not a lot of good things going on, and it's just like a more I don't want to say mature, but I guess more mature take on a future in space versus like Star Wars is way more hero centric.
Yeah, it's a bit more for general audiences.
Right, right.
Wow, I didn't know Warhammer was created by Zack Snyder.
I mean, you could have.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's all I'll say about it. And I'll do this right now because Robo's on here.
Oh yeah,
let's go.
we got to do one. This is one of my favorite recurring bits of MNF.
Yeah.
Why are Force Ghosts so relaxed? Because nothing gets under their skin.
Ooh,
All right, I'm out.
that's painful. That hurts. That's
I'll cancel.
well, it was nice hanging out with y'all.
And Robo's gone.
We lost him. You don't
Don't
take
make
so
me big.
much.
Don't make me big.
Man,
For you on.
That's it.
Start with the wrestling shit because I know chat doesn't like it.
Oh, wrestling, I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Jey Uso in Yo City.
I like the paint on that beard.
I got the Chase variant of main event Jey Uso in Yo City. We got the yeet hands going on right now.
that's right.
Like how you got to keep saying Inyo City.
In Yo City. I'm gonna get the ultimate, but I really wanted all of the different outfits that he has. So I did the Black Series thing where I got the mercenary
There
Jey
you
Uso.
go.
Yeah. No, these are cool. One of them was in damaged packaging, so I got it marked down a couple bucks. So that's always nice.
Oh,
Right.
sweet.
They're fun.
I ain't gonna lie, the model kit E11 fits in her hands significantly better.
Coffee's just trying all
There you
these
go.
E11s. He's like, let me get these E11s.
I always felt like the Black Series one was a little too big.
Yeah, you know what? You could just not use that as an accessory. That'll be a nice midnight snack for later.
Horror is tabbing into Subway Surfers. Yeah, we're gonna need the Subway Surfer footage when I talk about wrestling stuff.
Plus,
But I got
mine
my-
hurts to the left.
My Ultimate Edition Asuka today.
The
So
mask
good.
on her looks really good. Like the paint.
Yeah,
looks
and it just pops right off. Like it just holds on there with like surface tension. Can't get it to focus. Come on,
Because her
camera.
head looks good, or her face paint looks good.
Yeah, come on. Focus, damn it.
I feel like you're. Why would it not
Focus,
focus?
damn
You're
it.
doing a good job.
It's awesome.
It's getting the background. Come on now.
Oh, it is going all the way back to the back wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
zoom in
focusing on
here.
your
I'll
the
just put it
slave
back
one.
here. I'll just put it back here. You can
Right.
Enhance.
Wow, I could see your Star Wars lamp and the slave one really well right now.
this camera. It's got.
Oh, there it is.
There we
you
go. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, that
Good
does
job.
look
Like
good.
the soft goods look great.
Oh yeah, they're awesome.
Oh, what did you say you ruined before with her sleeve, or did you?
Yeah, I messed up her sleeve, but I actually glued it back, and it looks fine. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was this one of this part. But you just like put the mask on like that, and it just stays.
That's cool.
A little surface tension. It's cool. And it
See
comes with
gamers
alt
then.
heads and hands and stuff.
Later gamers.
She hasn't been out in a while, huh?
Yeah, she was oh, you mean like in wrestling?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess she's hurt. I'm thinking she'll come back at the Rumble this week, I would guess. That'd be a nice return.
That'd be cool. Along with Jordan Grace.
Yeah, she's coming. Yeah. I saw they signed her today to WWE. So
Yeah, I saw that.
She's definitely going to be there. I didn't know you were a big wrestling fan, Robo.
I try to keep up. I don't get to watch a lot, but I keep up with the news and then hit the pay-per-views. I'll
There
be
you
out
go.
of town for the first of the Rumble, but I'm racing back to
Yeah,
To
to
see
catch the end of
what I
it.
can. Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome.
That's good. Even if chat doesn't like the wrestling, you got Robo.
I got Robo. Yeah, I got Miss Bliss, Alexa Bliss.
That looks good too. Man,
Yeah.
Fun. photo.
She was $11. She's $11 on Big Bad right now.
Wow, that's a good face sculpt.
Yeah, and she comes with an alt head with like a little buns and like all these soft goods you can take off and swap. She comes with a black shirt too.
Oh, nice.
But
I
how
guess I
are the
haven't been
back of the
keeping
knees?
track.
What'd you say?
The knees.
Oh,
The
yeah.
back of the knees. Come on.
I took it as a theory.
She can't.
Yeah.
She can't quite kick
Yeah.
her own ass. But
No.
Yeah. Let's see the back of the knees.
There we go. There.
Oh, actually, I think I have a buddy who's been looking for fishnets. So,
Oh, that's a good.
Maybe.
That's a good one to look up. Yeah.
see, thank you for showing me the back of the knees.
I'm
Valid.
sure,
That was
but I
helping Robo.
I
sure
don't
he's
keep
let
up with
the
wrestling
stream-
figures, and I'm always surprised at how, because there was a rough patch there for a while of
Yeah.
faces and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
It's
They're
funny.
looking good.
Anytime I'm at Target or whatever with my dad, while I'm looking at like the Black Series and the Marvel Legends, my dad's always looking at the wrestling figures. I'm always like, "You always look at them. Buy one. Just buy one." He's like,
Yeah.
"No." Like,
Oh,
No.
just one day.
There's good ones and bad ones. You
Yeah.
just kind of have to know which ones to look for.
And he's always like, I guess because like me, until you started showing them on stream, I was like, Mattel makes garbage figures.
Me
But
too.
then,
They're very hit and miss with the wrestling
Right.
stuff.
but I didn't expect that. So like when you show off the Ultimates, I'm like, oh wow, these are great. So when the first time my dad saw them in person, he's like, when did Mattel start making good figures?
Yeah, they finally figured it out.
Uh,
No, this Oscar might be one of my favorites. That might be in my top 5 right now that I own.
I'm sure
But,
he's left the stream by now, but shout out to Brandon for following me on IG.
yeah, followed me too.
Shout
Yeah,
out, Brandon.
likewise. Thanks, Brandon.
W Brandon.
But for my birthday,
I'm
Zooboy
so
got
happy.
me
Oh, dude.
SH Figure Arts Indiana Jones. I've
Where's
been messing with this quite a bit.
where's the damage that Amazon Japan gave?
All
you?
right, so I kind of like put it as much back together as I could, but like this whole back
That
is crunched
sucks.
in, and like this,
Oh,
it might be hard to see on camera, but like there's a huge
Oh, yeah.
gash right there.
God damn it, Amazon.
But it's together enough that I can store all the accessories in here, and it'll
Okay.
be fine. It'll be fine.
have you
but-
messed with it yet?
I did. I put it back in the box because I'm getting ready to pack it
Yeah,
to move.
yeah.
But I love it. It's phenomenal.
I'm
It's
so
better-
glad.
it's
I love
better
it too.
than
It's
the
so great.
Adventure series. It's really
Yes.
good. I love that you can swap the arms, so you can have like the one with the jacket off.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you did that
Sure.
yet.
Yeah, I did do
Yeah,
that.
it's real fun.
And I love how you can have swap it with the removable hat and everything, and all the different expressions.
Oh, and I
Really
love the head that's like smiling.
Yeah, the
That's just-
smiling indie. Yeah,
yeah.
that's cool.
And also, they don't make it super clear in the packaging. Just to let you know, every single head is compatible with the hair and the hat. So it doesn't.
I did mess with all of them, and
Okay.
I was like playing with them back and forth and swapping them around
Yeah,
just
yeah.
to see if
That's
that was
awesome.
possible. And yeah, it works. So
Yep.
it's sick.
I need to get that. I think I do.
I don't
It's
have
a
an
W. Yeah, if you don't have an indie, this is the one to get.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that figure is amazing. I mess
Yeah.
with
It's
Zoo Boys all
phenomenal.
the time.
It's got the idol. It's got the whip you could put on his hip, and then the loose one where he's like whipping it. Obviously, it's got the little bag that he replaces the idol
Oh,
with,
sweet.
and all
Bag
that.
of sand?
The bag of sand.
Plus
It's
it has
got-
the swap out arms,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
little gun.
the jacket.
What is it like
Huh.
the amulet thing right there?
Stuff.
I'm not even crazy
stuff,
about
bro.
Indiana Jones, and that figure's so good that I've
that
almost
figure's
bought
great.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robo, are you an Indiana Jones fan?
I like Indiana Jones, and when Hasbro announced their line, I was like, "Oh hell yeah! Finally, they're gonna go give everybody." But then they didn't give everybody. And the more I looked at the line, like they do group shots and stuff, it's like,
So many.
Yeah.
indies.
Where's Molaram and where's Willie?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
where's Willie?
Those are
Have
the
you
bad
seen though,
guys.
Robo? The Molaram figure was leaked.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it exists, and Hasbro. It must have been Lucasfilm because there was the Molaram Temple of Doom Lego set that didn't come out. I guess Lucasfilm was just like, yeah, you can't do Molaram, which is a
Yeah.
shame. But
But we're gonna keep showing the movie with that part. in it.
right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's dumb, but
Yeah.
it's I am that is the only line ever, and it was easy. There were only 25 figures, but that's the only line ever that I was a completionist for. I got every figure in that line. Have it right here. This is my top shelf. That's where it is. And I love that line. Indiana Jones is, it's hard to say it's my favorite franchise because it's only a few movies and a couple books and game and stuff. It's not like Star Wars. Like I usually say Star Wars is my favorite franchise because it's so large and amazing. But if I think I prefer Indiana Jones, just if I'm being honest to myself.
I would
Indiana
say
Jones, I like to imagine it's like Star Wars if they didn't, if it was just the OT, like that kind of.
but it's not though. They made Crystal Skull in the
Yeah.
new one.
But it's just two movies.
But we
You
can
know,
just
it's
forget
two
about that
movies.
shit.
And I will say,
And I do.
yeah, I will say I know Fig's not a fan, but I really like Dial of Destiny. Crystal
I haven't seen it
Skull-
yet.
It was
I
Dial
like
of Destiny was solid. It was solid.
I recently watched it because my friend had not seen it. So my friend Mike, when he came to visit me for my birthday, we watched it together, and it holds up for me. I thought it would be like I just at the time, and then I would sour on it, but no, I still like it. So to each their own,
I still need to watch it.
It's
I
not nearly as
mean-
bad. I would say it's better than Crystal Skull. Like if you were
Easily, I would say.
disappointed by Crystal Skull,
Yeah, I will give it
you'll
that.
probably enjoy it. To be honest,
Now, there's also
to be
Young Indiana Adventures, right?
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
and I
yeah.
haven't watched that show, and I've seen bits and pieces. I really should get around to that, but I will say it doesn't touch the original three.
No,
Like, it's nowhere near the original three.
no.
But I still like it. But to be fair, Raiders is, in my opinion, one of the best movies I've ever seen, and The Last Crusade is my favorite movie of all time. Not the best, just my personal favorite movie. So I'm a huge Indiana Jones fan.
archaeology.
Do
Yeah,
it.
he makes that movie.
They
Yeah,
all
for
make
sure.
that
Sean
movie.
Connery is amazing.
He's
and,
great.
Yeah,
oh,
all the
I
way
love
through
it.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, the best character in that is the knight at the very end.
I love the Knight.
Oh
So
yeah,
good.
he's cool.
He rocks.
I have him posed with the shield from the Last Crusade, India as well, because he came with the shield. So he has like the knight or the sword and the shield. So it's great.
They should have done a Mutt Williams.
Yeah, they didn't do any. Really, they didn't do any figure. They
Sorry.
didn't do.
Oh,
They didn't do-
honestly, if you're gonna do an Indiana Jones figure line, you should represent all the movies.
Well, you got to realize, Wilbon, they did Raiders, they did Temple of Doom, they did Last Crusade, then they did Dial of Destiny. No Crystal Skull figures at all.
See, I don't like that. That's
I know it sucks, but
I get it that they want to make money and people don't like Crystal Skull.
it's why they also there's like Molaram. I get like there's some controversy there, but Willie, why they didn't do Willie?
Yeah,
The only
what-
reason,
yeah.
the only reason I think they couldn't do Willie is because people find her annoying. So they were like, we're gonna go with safe bets.
That's whack.
It sucks, but what can you do?
They only did so many waves of it. Like the line wasn't. It's not like they're trying to get it done over multiple years. They
And
could have gotten those out there. Man.
I thought he was fine in the movie, but Antonio Banderas did not need a figure. He was in the movie for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That they should have given that to Willie, that spot.
And if you look at the figure, you couldn't tell it was Antonio Banderas.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
I got one more thing. And this is the end.
One more thing. Let's
One
go.
more thing.
One more thing. Make me
One
big.
more thing.
I got my hot toy.
Oh,
Is that the Black Series? Force Perspective?
Yeah,
No, it's
Yeah.
the Mayfex, bro.
but this thing rocks, dude.
See, now this is a figure we need to see the back of the knees.
Hold on.
There
Oh
you
yeah,
go.
they look good. Okay.
They look good. Yeah. But this
Man,
thing's
hot
awesome.
toys. I like to look at hot toys, but
yeah.
It's a rabbit hole. Me and Coffee are falling down the rabbit hole.
I got my
fallen down
my
it.
final payment for Revan. My first Hot Toys has been
She's got cool
paid,
pew
so
pew pew pew.
my first Hot
Oh,
Toys on
that's
its way.
sick.
I don't know if it'll be here before next Monday, but
Dude,
it will be here.
that-
We got to keep up the streak of having one a week, man.
Yeah.
that Return of the Jedi Stormtrooper is a work of art. That is
It's
like
beautiful.
That's honestly one of my favorite pieces in my entire collection.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like Unc. I'm gonna have a whole shelf just dedicated to hot
Hell
toys.
yeah.
now.
Yeah, because I hate that. We can't see your Hot Toys right now. It's off
Yeah,
the
they're all boxed up and in a bigger box over
Yeah.
here in the corner now. But come March, the first week of March, whenever whenever that Monday is, you'll get to see them all. Because I'm taking 4 days off work and that weekend to fully unpack, so everything should be good to go by the time Monday rolls around. So
Time for the hour-long snags.
No.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. It's funny.
That's awesome.
It looks like this will be a shorter episode of Monday Night Figureball, relatively speaking.
Well,
because...
we're already at 4 hours and 38 minutes, so we're
right
on. We're actually right on track.
I don't think we're hitting 5 hours because honestly, I don't have much, and it's funny because
I guarantee you're gonna fill in 20 minutes.
Oh yeah,
because it's funny because Robo's here. I don't have many 1/12 things. And Robo is like the king of 1/12. Robo's leaving now.
He's leaving.
I know. I'm all shut off 1/18.
I do have Neil.
And
Does he look green?
What's the lighting?
I know it's just your camera, but
yeah, he's blue. But the funny thing is, I ordered this from the link that went up before. I ordered this before they went up on Amazon when they were the promo, not like the listings, like they had basketball code names.
Yes.
So they finally shipped one of them. So now I know I'm not canceling them. I know Yakface, he told me personally that they'll be fine because he orders from them all the time. But I am making sure that I wanted to make sure that I'm getting them all. But, now that Neil shipped, I know the others will ship. Because I was a stickler about that. I wanted to make sure. I pre-ordered these at a cheaper price for $20 instead of $25. So I wanted to keep that $25 price. But then I got my birthday package from Wilbon. And guys, I texted Wilbon and I was blown away by how much stuff. I was about to say shit and I said stuff. How much stuff he
no cussing.
How much stuff? That's like Sean Connery. Stuff. But how much stuff that Wilbon put in this box, I was blown away. The first thing, which I was completely taken aback by, was bro bought me a damn Mafex.
Yep.
Hey.
Crazy.
I knew about that.
Ben Affleck Batman goes great with my Superman. Just having the two of them side by side, amazing. Have you
been posing it around and messing with it?
Yes, it's great articulation. I love it. The thing that's really cool is that this specific look is from Justice League. This look has little gold hits.
Ooh.
McFarlane has not made, and he likely never will make. So it's not that different from his Batman versus Superman look, but because it's a unique look, I like it even more. I would have liked it anyway, but just I like it even more that it's unique. And the Superman that I got, McFarlane does make a figure, but it's trash. So now that I have Superman and Batman, that's a good duo. Like they make some of the rest of the Justice League figures, but they're older Mafex, and I don't like them as much. I've seen, so I'm good now for the Snyderverse. I just wanted Superman and Batman. They look great. Super happy. Thank you so much for that.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I'm glad you like it.
Not just that, because like I said, there was a bunch of stuff in here. Wilbon got me. I fucked up the posing. I had this pose nicely, and then it fell. If you heard it fall before, but I got the Blurg for TVC.
The Blurg.
And I put the Mandalorian. Well, I have it right here, but he came with the Mandalorian. I'm going to put that in my playset. The ones that fall all the time. But I got Queel in my pile of loot. I think it was my last pile of loot, specifically because I knew I would get this eventually. So Wilbon got it for me. But there's the Mandalorian that comes with it. I would love it.
Cyborg looks good. The Justice League Cyborg. It's like a 2.0.
Yeah, Cyborg is not bad.
Hey Zoo.
Yeah.
I forgot to do this earlier because you were starting your snags.
What? Oh yeah. Fig has to famously leave during all my snags. But you got to tell me, Wilbon, if I'm getting everything, because usually I write down my snags per week. This time I got relatively small amount, so I didn't do that. But if I'm missing something, let me know.
When it got to a certain point, I had put the blurg in there, and then the Mayfax, I was like just throwing shit in the box that I had. So like there's some goofy stuff in there.
Yes, I got this Pennywise for the cantina. I love it.
Oh, nice.
It's gonna be we're both gonna have crackhead cantinas.
Yes,
with, a bloody Pennywise in the cantina. Yeah,
it'll just go with my little leather face. And I'm glad. I don't know if they make a non-bloody version, but I specifically chose the bloody version for Leatherface, so this works perfectly.
Oh, nice.
So,
seeing the Tim Curry Pennywise, dude, I love the NECA.
The NECA, I know.
That one's so cool.
Well, but I laughed when I saw this. Do you want to tell what these are?
They're the tag team titles.
Yeah.
I love it. It's just so silly.
Yeah.
Did you think nobody was gonna know what those were?
No, I mean the people in chat who don't watch wrestling.
Yeah, well, Zoo has told me before his favorite wrestling was tag team wrestling. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna throw in 2 tag team titles because I got a bunch of those. They come with so many figures.
I don't know exactly.
I'm challenging you to pick 2 figures to be your tag team champions.
I know. I was thinking about who I would want to use them on. I'm gonna have to mess around and see, but I legitimately laughed out loud when I saw it. I was like, this is so Wilbon.
I've been watching so much stuff from the WWE Vault because they have been uploading like banger older matches,
and they have like all the old WrestleManias on there now too, right? Yeah,
it's been good.
Now I don't know if Wilbon did this on purpose, but this is another thing that I saw was inside it. I was like, this guy. I famously hate the Dark Empire storyline. So here is Emperor Palpatine from Dark Empire. But you know what? I wanted this figure, even though I hate that storyline. So this was actually on my list to get one day. So I'm glad that Wilbon got this for me. It's just another EU representation. You know, there are parts of the EU I don't like, but I still like having a little bit on the shelf. Just like there's parts of, canon media that I don't like. Right. But it's just so funny to me how I was like, the one part of Star Wars that I actively talk about, I dislike, is bringing back Palpatine. So I love it. It was perfect.
J.J. Abrams heard that and he was like, "Oh boy!"
Right? It's these 2 things I just super did not expect. Because last week, Wilbon showed off the blurg and the Pennywise, and I was like, "Man, I gotta get those." And he's like, "Maybe don't." So
maybe wait a bit.
Yeah. So I figured that those were in there, but then when I saw the Mayfex and I saw the Palpatine and the wrestling belts, I was like, man, that's just some crazy stuff. But to finish up from Wilbon, well, this is for Wilbon. I picked up for Wilbon.
Hey,
the Muff Tack tape
nice.
Set. So yeah, I it's funny they. It was like an indoor flea market where they sell stuff like this. And when I went there, it was gone. And I was like, man, that sucks. I saw it. Wilbon said he didn't need it. And then it turned out he did. So when I went back and they didn't have it, I was bummed out. And then I realized they reorganized everything. So I was just looking around, looking for it. And I was like, it was right here. And then I saw the very tip, this little green section of the box. I was like, I know, that's a Power of the Force box. So I peeled it back, and it was this. I was like, there it is.
Somebody, you know what? That was a classic hider situation.
Yeah,
somebody,
it was a hider.
Somebody didn't have $15, and they hid that shit.
Right.
There's a hider at my Walmart now. I found out
God.
Because they had all the pegs are full of Black Series, and they had one Darth Maul, the new Darth Maul. Somebody has been taking it off the pegs and putting it on top of the shelf and behind something. So I grabbed it today and I pulled it back down because I've done this several times and I put it at the very front peg.
Every time.
So somebody's gonna get to buy this Darth Maul because I'm thwarting this hider. You're not getting away with it.
Speaking of that 2-pack, please give it to us in 6-inch.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh,
Yep.
Bobcat, I know. Obviously, you're joking. That's the whole point. But I remember when the Disney said that they're making the EU not canon. I was talking to my friend and he was devastated, and I was like, you know what? At least it means they're not bringing Palpatine back.
Oh wait,
Oh well, what could you do?
what are you gonna?
Somehow he returned.
Right. The other thing that I got from that store, originally I just went in to pick that up for Wilbon, but then I was looking at the Star Wars figures. They did have the lava reflection Anakin and Obi-Wan for only $13. I didn't get it.
Did you get it?
Oh,
I
you
didn't
should
get
have.
it.
You should have,
But
bro. They're
I'm-
great.
I'm considering it. I might go back and get it. I said I gotta think on it. But what I did get was battle damaged
yeah.
Vader from Force
Nice.
Unleashed.
Oh,
He
nice.
does. This saber is a little limp, like Robo was saying before. But
Is that
This
blue
lava
chew?
reflection is going crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I
He's
love
just not
this look.
excited enough.
Look, his feet are exposed. He got the dogs out. But I love.
Brown
He
versus-
also.
I think this one looks better than the Black Series Obi-Wan.
I mean, that's not saying
Vader
much.
does
I mean,
come with all these
yeah.
parts. You can put all these parts on Vader to make him not battle damage, although I don't know why you would. But it's cool that he comes with, a full helmet. If you want to put
That's
that on. So I now have, because this will go on my EU shelf up here, that's TV or 3.75. Now that Wilbon got me Palpatine, I got a Vader. I now have all Sith that they've ever made figures of on that shelf. So I just didn't have a specifically EU Vader and specifically EU Palpatine. So now I do. So that was
There you
cool.
Dope.
The last figure. Oh, sorry, I have two more figures, but I got. I paid a little bit more from this than I should have. But I got the original Darth Revan figure.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
I will say I spent $40 on this. Little bit more than I should have. But now that I'm
Damn.
getting the Hot Toys, it's the only Revan figure that I didn't have. I was like, you know what?
Get it.
I'll get it. And
Yeah.
like I said, this is part of those 3 3/4 inch that I got when I sold a bunch of stuff. So I was like, it's free money. I made money. I'm selling stuff.
Free
So,
money.
yeah. So I got the original Revan. I will say, I know it's an older figure, but this is a pretty shit figure. It doesn't.
Oh, wow.
I thought you were about to give it credit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I thought you were about to say for an older figure.
No,
I know it's an older figure, but it fucking sucks.
it doesn't stand. And I don't know if you guys know this. Fig, you're a Knights of the Old Republic fan. Do you know what's wrong with this? I just took his hood off so you could see his helmet more.
Why is it a helmet all the way around?
Yeah,
It's a
well,
full
what's going on with this
Well,
helmet?
yeah, that's definitely. It's not a helmet. It's just a mask. That's the problem too. But
Yeah.
this is not Revan's helmet.
No.
No, it
This
looks
is a
like,
helmet. This is a mask in the game. It's called the Sith mask.
Sis mats. I was just gonna say.
This is
that's what it
not
looks like.
Revan's helmet. So the original Revan figure did not actually have his iconic helmet,
Gosh,
which
what
is
were they
crazy.
thinking?
And yet, for anyone, I know Robo, since you don't collect 3.75, the TVC Revan that came out recently is a great figure. Originally, they announced that this figure was getting a reissue, and the TVC community
hell
collectively
no.
flipped the hell out.
Don't
They
do
said-
that.
Yeah, they said you got to make a new one, and then Hasbro put out a press release. They're like, "Okay, we've heard you. We're going to make a new one." I think it took them 4 years, but they did make the new TVC Revan and didn't reissue this piece of shit that I love. So
Hello.
This piece
Hey,
of shit. that I-
love.
yeah, exactly.
Well, essentially, Zoo, that figure is just like a figure of the Revan character. from
Yeah,
the
I
end of
guess
the game.
I gotta give that one to Fig. I'm gonna headcanon it like Fig said.
Yeah.
But my last figure is this dude, Yam Nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
What the?
He's a Cantina creature. His real name is Miyum Oneth, but on set he was known as Yam Nose.
Is that a
Cantina
name or just a noise?
creature. Yeah.
What's that nose do?
I love it. And the cool thing is, if you remember last week, I got Ellis Hellrot, which is the skull-faced figure that Nate made a custom of.
Oh yeah.
Both those two figures came with half of this little bar thing. So I have this tiny little bar playset. Obviously, I don't need it because they're making the Cantina. But for now, I have like my Cantina patrons posed around this until the HasLab comes in. So
Heck yeah.
that's cool.
That's sick.
Yeah, that's my last figures. And then I have two things that are not figures. So
Is that
I'm pretty happy
physical
with
media?
these things. Yeah, physical media. I got.
gotta
keep
go.
forgetting to show off my physical media. It's in another room. I have to go get it. It'll be next week.
Oh, and Glorious Bastards.
Glorious
is
Bastards.
valid.
Oh yeah.
4K
W.
released. Super happy. This was actually the only Tarantino movie that I didn't own because when I was deciding to upgrade Blu-rays to 4Ks, I was offering off all my Blu-rays. And my cousin said he'll take this. My cousin John, who Coffee met, he said he'll take my Glorious Bastards. So I didn't own this for a while. Happy to get a 4K special release. And I actually didn't know this was a thing until Nate showed it off in the Discord. And I was like, okay. So I looked it up, bought it. Very happy with it. And then my last pickup, snag, is the Alfred Hitchcock's Classic Collection.
Very
so
cool.
I've seen Psycho and the Birds. Absolutely loved them both. So I'm very hyped as a big movie guy to watch.
Rear Window is phenomenal, bro.
Yeah, I've heard great things. Of course, they're all-time classics. But
Yeah.
I loved Psycho and the Birds, and so I'm expecting to like Rear Window Inverted. I'll be watching those soon. Very hyped. But yeah, that's all I got. Lighter week for me. But I did want to show off something since Robo's here. I wanted to see, Robo, did you get this figure?
Is that the jazz?
Yes.
Jazzware.
It's the Jazzwares.
Jazzwares.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I've never gotten anime figures before. I have anime statues, but I've never gotten figures. Other than I have one SH Figure Arts Cowboy Bebop figure, Spike Spiegel. But you always talk about all the different My Hero figures that come out. I'm a fan of the show, so I've never purchased any of them. But I decided, you know what? I like the way these figures look, and I talked about these on stream a few weeks ago. But I'm pretty happy with this, especially because this is the same price as one of these. In fact, it's $1 cheaper.
Wow.
So
most of my Walmarts have Midoriya on clearance for $12 now.
Yeah, I got it for
crazy.
$12. I got it for $12 because I got it from Best Buy clearance.
I just don't know how far they're going to go with the thing with Figure Arts starting their line,
Mm-hmm.
and it looks like Figma's continuing to do theirs.
Yeah,
and Amazing Yamaguchi.
Right.
Yeah.
Since you're like for you, because you're the way that I've seen your My Hero figure stuff like that. For me personally, I think that they might just do the main character of all these different animes because I've also purchased Chainsaw Man from them. So I like that they're doing just like the protagonist. So they said they have the license to I think 30 different anime, and they've only done figures from 5 so far. So we still got 25 more anime for them to do. So we'll see what they do. But
And I don't know a lot of animes.
Yeah, so I can understand.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think I mostly have McFarlane, but man, Revoltech's killing it too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, for someone like me who is not a big articulation guy, the Amazing Yamaguchi and Revoltech figures, they're not really my style. But if you are someone who's super into articulation, those are fantastic.
Yeah,
I think I forget who. I think it was 212 Hunter. Yeah, he told me that he just picked up the new Flash and Reverse Flash, and those again, not for me, but I see like those are gonna. If you pose them correctly, those are gonna look amazing. So,
but it's easy to pose them wrong too.
Yeah. That's true. So for someone like me who's not good at posing anyway, like it's not my thing, but also I'm not good at it. But I know if Fig got those in hand, he'll be taking some good pictures.
I've had a few Revoltech in the past. I actually got rid of them. It's their older ones, like the Venom, the giant Venom monster.
Oh Jesus, that'll break you.
Yeah, and
like,
when you
yeah,
the gaps, like Robo was saying, even with somebody that I'd like to think I've gotten better at posing since then. That's been some years now, but they're just a unique beast, and you really gotta have an eye for it. And even that, I got in a few cool poses. It was too over engineered for me personally. I like good engineering, but I don't like over engineering. So I'm not a fan of them.
Over engineering.
Yeah, over engineering. That's a good way to put it. But someone else I know said one more thing. Funny enough, I did have one more thing but it's I actually have two more two more things, but I'm not showing them off for a reason.
Two more things.
One of them is a package that I got from Shadow Dragon, which was really cool. But Dr. Forgon, we've had him on so many times. I'm actually going to save that for the next time he comes on, because I want him to be here when I talk about that. But the other thing, I picked up The Substance on Blu-ray, which, if anyone knows, that's nominated for Best Picture. It's an excellent movie. It's a horror movie nominated for Best Picture, and you rarely see that. I think Justin from Out of the Basement said it's the 8th horror film to ever be nominated for Best Picture. But I picked it up. But before I opened it, Shadow Dragon said that there's a 4K. I did not know that, so I returned that shit straight to Amazon and bought the 4K. So nice. I didn't even know a 4K existed. So definitely would rather have the 4K over the Blu-ray.
I've come very close to picking up a couple more 4Ks, but I'm holding off because
if you see, Wilbon,
I'm holding strong.
I've been picking up quite a few. I think I almost have as many 4Ks in the past 2 or 3 weeks as figures. I've been getting quite a few. But someone said in chat, who was
like how Zubo is like, I don't even think we're gonna hit 5 hours, and he is just still waffling.
I'm done now. We're about to hit 5. I'm done. But Flamingo Sauce asked if I picked up the recent Kill Bill and Jackie Brown. I showed them off last week. I did. Those steelbooks, pretty happy.
Those are sick. I might have to grab those because I'm a big Tarantino fan. So
I am done, and I did it before 5 hours, boys. Barely, but I did it.
9 seconds to spare.
It's weird for me because I was just gonna say this. So 4K, I have a 4K TV, I have a PS5 4K. I'm like, Blu-ray looks good to me. Maybe it's my old eyes. I don't know. I'm okay with it. I get why you guys like it, but
yeah, trust me, Unc. Though, buy one, and you'll see the difference.
There's certain movies where, like,
yes, that's what I would say. Certain movies it matters,
like
some it doesn't.
The new Dune movies on 4K would probably just
look
phenomenal.
Those would be unbelievable. Yeah,
it's funny you brought up Dune because earlier in the year, in January, when my family came. 2024 January, so a year ago, I mean. When my family came to visit, we watched Dune. And I remember at the time, I was sitting comfy in my chair with a blanket on, and they were like, "Are you going to put the 4K in?" I'm like, "Nah. We're just going to watch it on streaming." And even though I own it, it was so stupid. But now this time, when Carmine came, I wanted to show him Dune for the first time. So I watched it with him. So different. I gave my cousin the wrong experience by watching that on streaming.
He's like, Dune sucks. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to pop a gummy and put on the 4K of Dune and just sit there.
It's funny though because sometimes it doesn't matter. Like I talked about recently, my grail right now, if I could ever find it, is the Akira Kurosawa 30 movie set of all of his films. Criterion made that years ago. They're DVDs. They're not even Blu-rays. But they're movies from the 50s, 60s. So, and they have never been remastered. Most of them, some of them are like Seven Samurai, but most of them haven't been remastered like that. So DVD quality is fine. But that set goes for about $1,000 to $2,000 on eBay. And
no thanks. You have fun with that one, bro.
Yeah, I would love if I could find it for $700 or less. I would buy it because you got to realize it's 30 movies. So if you do the math, But I made someone an offer for $500 on eBay and they declined. But,
damn.
Yeah.
Speaking of eBay, I'm gonna pipeline some pickups.
I was wondering if you were going to talk about that. Well,
yeah. So I've been chatting on Discord and off and on, I guess maybe a little bit on this show about getting a wrestling ring. And I have not one, but two that will be here next week.
Oh, I was going to ask you if you were going to cancel the other one, but no, you're getting both.
No, I have enough figures that I can display them all on both. So I'm going to have like all my modern figures on the new ring that I'm getting from Ringside that comes with Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, I was about to say, plus it comes with Rhea Ripley. So.
It comes with Rhea, the Ultimate Edition Rhea Ripley, which I can't wait for that alone. Even by itself, I can't wait for that. And then I got the Attitude Era Raw ring where it says the banners say Raw is war on the side of them. I'm
Yeah.
very excited for that.
Oh,
That's my style. That's my style.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put all my Attitude Era figures on that one because the majority of my collection is either like modern stuff or Attitude Era specifically. So those two rings are perfect for my collection.
Yeah, that works perfect for you for sure.
Yeah.
I'm kind of geeking out because this is the first one I've got where it comes with an alternate jet or booster pack and alternate boosters for the back. Like I gotta switch. Like I don't know. I gotta put them on. I'm like a little kid right now. This is so fucking cool.
When you get a figure, I gotta say, I know. Coming from me, who for months, I remember Psycho Emerald would make fun of me all the time. I would say, "I'm not a TVC collector, guys. I'm not. I don't collect TVC." If I'm being completely honest, the thing I'm enjoying right now the most in collecting is my play sets, because I just love putting the figures in them. You know, when I'm not dropping them on stream. You know,
yeah, there you go.
When I just love. Jabba's Palace is my favorite thing right now. Just getting all these Jabba's Palace denizens.
Nice.
And I'm missing. I have now every Jabba's Palace denizen they've ever made because I have Hermiodal on the way. I have every single one except this Bomar Monk pack, which goes for like $100 on eBay. I'm not gonna buy it, but
Zoo. After I'm may hit this store on the way to DC. If that store is running that sale and they have it, I'll pick it up for you. But it's going to be expensive. Yeah. But it will be half off when I go.
Yeah, as long
potentially.
You know, I could pay for it expensive as long as it's not like $100. That's too much for me for 3 3/4
inches. It'll be half of like one something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was 160 something. It'll be half of that.
So 80.
Yeah.
I mean that's hard, but you know, if it's a half off price like that,
I
might have to be ashamed to admit it. I might have to sell some things. I'm gonna sell my entire McFarlane collection and just go DC Mayfex only.
I think you should, bro.
I mean,
if you want
to listen to us,
nice collection, then...
right? Robo is spitting right now.
Robo knows what's up.
For that, Robo does know.
I technically, you know, I could put money towards that because I have a Rancor that I got for $50 just because it was a great deal, and I asked Nate if he wanted it. And he said, "Yeah, I've been looking for a Rancor, but not at a reasonable price." I told him I paid $50. Nate said he'll give me what I paid for it, so I'm going to give him that at ICC.
So maybe we could make a trade. I want a Rancor too.
you want? Wait, hold on though, Wilbon.
We'll fight for it at ICC Con.
You want the Rancor I have though? Because I thought you wanted the Rancor that I originally got that smelled like crayons. Because that one's way better.
Was that the Black Series one? I want that one.
The black,
okay, yeah.
Okay,
you're talking about the Power of the Force one, right?
Yes.
That's the one you have? Oh, I don't want that one. Never mind.
That's what I'm saying.
They can have that one.
That's the one that Nate wants, but I want the Black Series one.
I
just wanted one that like didn't have the addition of smelling like crayons. That would be a helpful.
Like I would have taken the crayons. Okay. I would have taken the crayons one, bro.
Bro, no, you wouldn't have because coffee would tell you it smelled bad.
Oh yeah, it was funky.
Yeah,
it probably had mold on it, to be honest.
I got to give Robo the lore since he asked. I bought the Rancor set, the Black Series 3.75-inch Rancor set off eBay. It came in packaging that was like destroyed. It looked like someone took a hammer and started fucking banging on the packaging. But I knew that coming in.
It was this Indiana Jones.
I knew that going in. The guy was upfront about in the listing, so I was fine with that. But I didn't realize that. I guess the person who stored it in a basement or something, and it smelled like what I described as an old musky smell, not mold. It just smelled like an old smell. And then someone in my family was like, "It smells like crayons." And then I kept smelling. I'm like, "Yeah, that's what it is. It smells like old crayons." And then Coffee smelled it when he was at my house. I made him give it the sniff test. And he was like, "Yeah, it smells like old crayons." So
Coffee, huff this Rancor.
Dude, he had it sitting in dryer sheets for like
I tried to make
a week and a half,
away.
and it did not help.
So what I did is I just flipped it. I sold it on eBay. So I took a
Poor soul
slight
got
loss.
got the crayon Rancor.
Yeah, I took a slight
yeah.
loss. It was just a $20 loss, so not a huge deal, but I took a slight loss, and I will buy that set again. It's just that I legitimately am going to ask the person before I buy it, does it smell weird? Please don't sell me one that
Oh my
smells like
God.
crayons.
Yeah, you don't. Can you do? Can you sniff it before you send it to me?
Yeah, exactly.
What does it?
All right.
What does it smell
Does
like?
the Rancor have any scratch and sniff features?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't want that that Hasbro defect scratch and sniff Rancor.
Yeah.
Has it been stored around gym socks?
Oh, man.
Has this
It just
has
absorbs
this
it.
Rancor been near a kindergarten, a preschool? where there's
Yeah.
lots
Oh
of
my
crayons?
god.
Yeah.
Was
Art
it from
class?
the Crayola factory?
Yeah, right.
All right.
So,
I think that's a pretty good place to end the stream. We can
Yeah.
do
On the
a
Zooboy
little
story?
bit of after show. Real quick, we're gonna plug the merch, MondayNightFigureball.com. Check it out if you
Oh,
want merch.
yeah. Let's take a look. Actually, let's take a look at it.
Shout out to Robo for stopping by, and MNF is here to help small content creators, so we really appreciate
I
it.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
hopefully,
Always.
Robo's channel will get a big boost from
The exposure.
Yeah.
This is, you can go to MondayNightFigureball.com. We have plenty of merch options available. Get a nice beanie for the cold season.
I like
a hoodie.
the pint glass.
The pint glass is great.
No.
Yeah.
Jokes aside, though.
Oh yeah, it's been a blast, bro.
Yeah,
Jokes
it's
aside,
awesome.
shout out to Robo for hopping on the stream. It was a pleasure and a blast. And also shout out to Brandon for sticking around in the chat and hopefully adding some notes to his little document that he was whipping up yesterday.
There you go.
I wanted to say, Doug said show emails. Doug, we actually are having a guest on in 2 weeks that I wanted to go over emails with. So
We're gonna hold emails for 2 whole weeks.
I don't know if we want to hold it for 2 whole weeks, but I did want to.
Maybe we can do some emails after Michael Havens dips out.
Yeah,
maybe we'll
I'm
do
guessing
that.
Michael Havens is not going to be on for the full figure ball. He had to dip
wasn't-
early last
Yeah.
time. I'm sure
He's not going to be a trooper like Robo and stay the full
exactly,
5.
exactly.
I mean,
I went and took a
Hang
nap
in there.
and then came back.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, when you told me that you had to go for a bit, I didn't think you were going to come back until you said today that you would come back. So, hey, thanks for coming back. That was great.
It was just depending on sometimes I'm sleepy, sometimes I'm not. It depends on the day. So,
True.
but I did have to go get my kid from work, and
Yeah.
sometimes I don't know how long that takes because he closes down a movie theater.
Oh,
And
Oh, okay.
yeah, sometimes it's a long time.
If you somehow know about our channel but don't know about just by some miraculous stroke of luck, go check it out in the description. Again, shout out to Robo, the absolute.
I don't know
goat
if he
when
was
it comes
trolling
to-
before, but on Out
Thanks
of the
for just
Basement-
cutting me off in the middle of my sentence. I'm gonna do it to you too, you fuck.
I'm sorry,
Oh, God.
Coffee. I was just saying because I know how
You insensitive.
I know
son of a
Hal
bitch.
Runner said on Out of the Basement when Fig announced that Robo was going to be
Zoo, that's really interesting, but I genuinely don't
Yeah.
remember asking.
All I'm saying is he asked who Robo was, so maybe there
You know
are
what,
people
Zoo?
out
We
there
don't
who somehow
really
don't know.
care. So it's
Either
fine.
way, his link is in the description. Shout out to Robo again. Thank you for everybody who stuck around and watched. If you're new to the channel, like and subscribe. Robo, we've been starting to do at the end of the stream, we tell people just a random thing to comment if they made it to the end, and we usually reserve the guests to have the honors. So whatever you can think of, just what should the replay gang say?
Oh wait, just anything random?
Just
Anything.
anything. Anything.
Any word, any phrase, a whole sentence, whatever you want.
Well, I said it earlier, but I don't know if you heard it. But it curves to the left.
Okay.
Okay, that's perfect.
If you made it to
That's
the end,
awesome.
comment it curves to the left.
It curves to
Oh,
the
I
left.
love it.
Thank you, everybody. Great stream. And with that, that has been episode 49 of Monday Night Figureball.
Crazy.
Later, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
The awkward leaving.
Cloners, are they friendly?
Oh, it depends
Depends on what, Dex.
on how good your manners are, how big your pocketbook is.